Axel Jeffries would have been aware that the Mustang was quicker and it was coming, and didn't make it hard through that sweeping. The cars go very light over that left-hand sweep down towards Arenberg, don't they? And you very quickly transition into the braking area, so you need a little bit of assistance, a little bit of help. You can make it really hard.
I imagine also with the aerodynamic disturbance when you're following another car closely, that will make it even harder to have a settled car.
By the way, no issue with overtaking when a red and yellow flag's being shown. That's just to say that something's on the road, a bit of debris, or maybe something's been spilt, gravel sometimes as well, but more of a warning than a strict rule that says you cannot overtake, and Ovega was well aware of that down the inside, but certainly given room by Axel Jeffries.
GT? Are we calling that GT?
GT.
GT. No, it's GT.
Oh, it is GT.
Yeah,
this is a tyre manufacturer.
It took me years to realise that was actually what they were trying to say with the GITI, capital D, capital G, capital T, and it is pronounced. I checked that with the team at the start of the week.
Yeah.
GT tyres.
And it is a tyre manufacturer.
Very interesting chap in that team, wasn't it?
Certainly, yeah, a character, without a doubt. Getting quite excitable about the race upcoming, and there is an all-female, not only driver lineup, but I think female crew as well. So mechanics, engineered.
Singapore-based tyre manufacturing company, primarily supplying Indonesia with their tyres, with 32,000 global employees across 130 countries. It's a massive tyre company that you really haven't heard of.
They've had a presence here in the 24 hours.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
For quite a few years now. And we struggled over how to pronounce their name. Is it a G or a J? But we clarified that again this year. GT. The number 7 Lamborghini coming to the end of its pit stop. Down in 10th place at the moment. Conrad Motorsport bumping into Franz Conrad, another stalwart of sports car racing, and even more of a stalwart in German sports car racing. So Lefterov showing in the car, not quite sure whether that car has had a driver change. We'll find out when it leaves, but just talk checking the wheels, making sure they're tight enough.
That is remarkable. Based on brand value, GT is the 9th best tyre brand worldwide, based on brand value. So Michelin are the best value-wise. Bridgestone, Continental.
When you say that, you mean sell the most, I suppose, because you've got to be the most valuable.
I think brand value would also be recognised, the brand, marketing, as well as literally, that would be just sales, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
But, you know, you've heard of Michelin, Bridgestone, Continental, Goodyear, Dunlop, Pirelli, Hankook, Yokohama. And then comes GT.
And who's it above? Who's it above in the table?
Toyo.
It's above Toyo.
Yeah. Kumo down in 20th. MRF doesn't even exist. MRF in 13th. It's an Indian tyre manufacturer that gets involved in a lot of WRC. Cooper Tyres owns Avon, which was an English manufacturer, but Cooper being an American manufacturer. There you go.
But massive presence here for quite a number of years. The Ferrari not being able to hang on to the Mustang, it seems. And as that car, the car we've just been talking about, has had a body repair with some tank tape. That just hasn't quite done the job, has it? Is that the car that's just come out of the pits? Didn't
no, I think it was a different one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it must have been. So the Mustang is pulling away from the Ferrari of Vega in the number 65, eking out the gap to the Jeffries-driven Realize Condor Racing Ferrari. Did lead the race at the beginning of this event, the Ferrari, and we thought it was looking very strong. Are we going to see a repeat of 2 years ago? However, performance-wise, it's still on the lead lap, and performance-wise, still in contention, you've got to say. However, losing ground now to that Mustang.
cars that are just out of the pits, the 45 Ferrari of Axel Jeffries and the 48 gold Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche with Ben Boonagel now at the wheel. I'm fascinated to see how Ben gets on, because Boonagel has been a regular racer in Cup 2, I think with Mulner Motorsport in recent years, and is very, very good in the all Porsche Carrera Cup division. So he's sticking with Porsche, but is now in an SP9 car, and that is a Pro-Am offering from Black Falcon.
Thanks to Amber Hawkins, who confirms that the 2003 DTM 2003 winner, which we suspected was a DTM car, was indeed an apt run DTM car.
Okay.
Over 24 hours as well. That, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, different use completely.
Well, we had the DTM cars here as a Legends race, but we had all kinds of different ones. But unfortunately, they didn't run the full DTM. They didn't run the full Nordschleife. They just ran the Grand Prix circuit, so they didn't get a chance to see what Stefan Mucker could do in a Mercedes Class 1 DTM car out on the Nordschleife, which would have been epic. But unfortunately, they were limited.
That would have been an interesting lap time, wouldn't it? Nice comparison to current spec GT3.
I mean, it's that classic thing of it's just not designed for it. You know, try and put a Formula 1 car around the Nordschleife, and then there's so much modification just simply to get round, not to make it go fast or slow, just to make it go, because otherwise it would bottom out. It would be horrific. When was the last time we had a Formula 1 car? It was a good 5 or 6 years ago, wasn't it, where we had a demonstration from...
Sebastian Vettel?
Was it Vettel? I know Schumacher did it before.
Right.
But that would have been a long time before. Maybe it was Sebastian Vettel.
Well, his brother is in this race, Fabian. Let's just have a little look. 2007, Nick Heidfeld.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, I remember that one.
There was definitely one that was more recently, but it was untimed, wasn't it?
Michael Schumacher in 2013.
Okay.
But I thought there was one
more recently than that again.
just a handful of years ago, just prior to COVID. But I'll have to work that out.
Michael Schumacher would have been in a Mercedes, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
30.
In other related news, Max Verstappen continued to test a GT3 car. He's got a puncture here for the 66th running Aston Martin GT4. It's the 175 machine, who is going to have to limp back to the pits.
More punctures. There's a lot of gravel everywhere, especially on the Grand Prix tracker.
And that one's still flapping around, so he needs to be particularly careful that he doesn't rip the bodywork apart. It's 6th in SP10, the Pro Sport Aston Martin that we're talking about, in 66th overall. So Max Verstappen choosing not to go to the premiere of the new F1 movie, and rather spend a day testing an Aston Martin at Spa-Francorchamps. We're talking last Monday or Tuesday.
We tested one round here as well, didn't he?
And he tested it, I think he had a Ferrari here, didn't he, on the open test day?
I believe so.
And a lot of that is because he now owns a team. He's gathering data for his team that are not allowed to test with their drivers a week before the event of the Spa 24 hours, but he could because he's not participating. So
wouldn't it be fabulous, though? I mean, it was very commonplace in the 60s and 70s to have current day Formula 1 drivers come out and do sports car events. And I mean, all right, they weren't paid as much as they are these days, and it was a nice little earner, getting your backside in a sports car and potentially winning some prize money. Jochen Mass, who we recently lost, was a big name here in the 70s running in this event.
And Max knows this circuit like the back of his hand, thanks to all of his iRacing, sim racing stuff. So he did 3 laps and he was right on the pace, wasn't he? Plugged straight into it.
Which is a massive advert for iRacing.
I would love to. I wondered whether we might see him this weekend, because there is a weekend off from Formula One. He's clearly in Europe.
Well, that's what we all thought when he came testing. He was like, really? But then we recognised that he wouldn't have had a ring licence. And you might be a multiple Formula One world champion. If you're going to come and race this race, you have to go through all the preliminaries. And you can understand why when we see the sort of close shaves that we've seen since the green flag. It's all about that. Johnny, you know all about the process of how many you've got to do the qualification race, you've got to get your licence. You can't just come and enter a car in the Nurburgring 24 hours. You've got to have done a handful of races before you get anywhere near an entry.
Yeah, and when you're first arriving at the ring, I don't think you can jump in an SP9 car straight away to try and get licences. That's why we see cars, or drivers, should I say, of other disciplines in motor racing, quicker cars, but having to do it in a TCR car, let's say. And Nat Berton here this weekend driving in a TCR spec car, whether it's actually in the TCR part of the race, I forget now, but you can get different types of specifications of those TCRs as you can Porsche 992 Cup cars. Matthias Besch has driven a Clio around here. So you start in one of the middle order categories, then as you get your ticks, it's a bit like losing the novice cross in UK motor racing. You need various registrations, say, yep, okay, you're competent, regardless of what you've done elsewhere. So, and someone like Max Verstappen still has to do that, even though, you know, he's Formula One world champion, platinum, super license. That's sort of ignored round here because it's a race held like no other.
I just thought about the date for next year. There is a big hole in the Formula One calendar. No, listen, between Miami, which is the first week in May, and the next race, which is Canada, which is the Monaco weekend usually, so that's the last weekend in May. When is this race next year? The middle of May.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Christian Horner, do not say no.
Right, okay. However, how many clashes have we got with that qualification process?
Good point.
We all want to see Max Verstappen here, but yeah, it would be great, be fabulous. And it's for safety reasons, Johnny, that process. Safety and insurance purposes, I would think, that you can't just, doesn't matter who you are, you're not going to be insured to come and race here in this environment unless you've gone through that qualification process and proved yourself. So it's not just, they're not just being awkward. There's
no.
You know, pretty legal. There's all sorts of legal reasons and realistic reasons for the process to exist.
And almost certainly Max is watching. So good morning, Max. Happy Sunday.
Well, he'd be watching the German.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
The German.
Unless he heard you were on here, Ben.
Nah. No, he absolutely.
He'd have seen your social media, mate, and thought.
I know. I'm sure.
Be part of that.
If he has, then he has no interest in ever speaking to me again.
But this race is like no other. Racing around the Nurburgring Nordschleife is like no other motor racing because of the live recovery of vehicles, the live barrier damage that is done in amongst the racing traffic, the speed limits that you would find on an everyday road. Sometimes there are elements of this race that appear like a police chase. And in the night, when the 911 had that Lumirang flashing number, it actually had a blue, almost like a blue light on the top of it saying, I'm the leader, get out of the way, please. Thomas Preining is trying to now negotiate a slower BMW on the Hatzenbach. But that is why you have to attend so many driver briefings. Now there's an issue for...
No, that's the same Aston.
Oh, same Aston
Yeah,
Martin.
coming back. It's just destroying its rear end.
Which you've already spoken about.
Yeah.
So
it's still making its rear end.
175.
We've got 7 code 60s, 6 slow zones and 8 yellow flags out there at the moment. It's a busy time for race control clearing up. Various barrier damages. We've also got the 321 VW Golf TCR car that's stopped, and obviously the 175 still touring but leaving bits of car all over the place, and I think that's partly why we've got so many yellow flags, because they're having to clear up all of that.
Yeah, that's out towards Bergwerk, isn't it? No cars stranded there, is there, Ben?
No, I think that's barrier. Is that the barrier repair there?
That's off that earlier incident, though, I think. And then we've got slow zones up out of Schwabenschwanz.
Yeah, and that's got 175 and 321 in it.
Right. So that's Galgenkopf, which is the sweeping right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe. Have we identified who they are?
Yeah. Yeah, 321 being the Volkswagen TCR car, and 175 being the Aston Martin. That the tracker suggests he's now stopped, but the last pictures that we saw was still moving, and they're not far away from getting home now.
86 laps completed for the 911 Porsche.
And Johnny, have you seen the gap?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. 1 minute and 15 when these stints began for Van der Linde and Preining. 45 seconds gained by Rover BMW. This is now as close as it's ever been, and quite possibly game on.
Yeah. And that's not down to just pace. That's down to maybe winning a little bit through the yellow flags, as in a code 60 or a yellow flag area is cleared, not in time for the Porsche, but is for the chasing BMW. There's also the chance here and there to just condense the gap going into a single yellow flag area where no overtaking is permitted, but you can certainly brake a little bit later as long as there are no cars between you or immediately ahead of you. And this was always going to swing potentially in one direction or the other. Gaps around this place very rarely stay the same for a prolonged period. From first to, what were we saying earlier on, 5th place, 6th place, it's still 4 minutes. But Rover Racing BMW, it's going to pit 1 lap before the Porsche. But this, unlike the Ferrari, is very close to the same pit stop visits as our race leader. I'd say this is back on, chaps.
The last lap for Mappelli, though, who is in 3rd position in the Lamborghini, he lost 35 seconds to the BMW on that single lap. So a really slow lap, which has meant that Ralph Aron is only 5 seconds back from Mappelli. So we've got that battle. We've also got Owega and Jeffries within 4 seconds of each other that we've seen already change hands for 5th. And what we're seeing on our screens, BMW versus Porsche for the lead.
15 seconds gained on a single lap by Kelvin van der Linde, so that's got to be a yellow area clearing just in time for the Rover Racing BMW to go through it. And what's the advantage going to be this time around? The sector splits are kind of the same, but there's at least 3 more seconds eaten by the BMW, so it might be less than 30 seconds gap at the end of this particular lap for Kelvin van der Linde, who's going to have to play the patience game, as again he's driving directly towards the sun into style Strecker. This relatively tight right-hander, then the twists and the turns as the car jumps around on the road and now hits the concrete, the old drainage ditch at the carousel. About 3 minutes the distance from the race leader of Preining back to Marco Mappelli, but the Lamborghini's been a quick car for Thursday and Friday, particularly in the early part of the lap. And by the way, you were talking about Apt and the 2013 running of this?
Yeah, no, 2003. It wasn't an Apt car, it was actually Phoenix, yeah.
But Apt was second.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so they were chasing them down towards the end of the 2003 race, which was a win for Opel.
Remember as well, the sun's coming up, the heat is beginning to build, and we may see a little bit of performance coming back towards the Lamborghinis. It seems to be, doesn't it? We've mentioned them coming back into contention and making a race of this. Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Ford Mustang, Ferrari. How great is that? Down to 6th place and a different manufacturer in every spot there. Who says balance of performance doesn't work?
Well, you were kind of earlier in the piece.
I was kind of just generating a conversation on it, and we know that, you know, it's a tricky job, and we're not wanting to balance performance to give and make the result contrived to give someone an advantage. We're trying to level the playing field, And
the same armoury, if possible, with different cars.
Yes.
But you need to be able to fight on a level playing field if you can, but not rule out just good strategy, turning the car around. It's not so much turning the car around well in the pit stops, because you are limited generally to a 3-minute and 17-second stop for every 8-lap stint. But nevertheless, you've got to be efficient, and your driver talent has got to offer some consistency as well.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, a lot cleverer people than you and I, JP, are working this out. No, it's not a high benchmark, I've got to say, but front engine cars, mid-engine cars, you know, the
turbo, non-turbo,
all of that. You know, look at the Mercedes AMG GT3 in comparison to a Ferrari or a Mustang, and then the Porsche with the motor hanging out beyond the wheels, unsprung weight. That is
interesting
as nightmare.
So GT3 engines must be derived, in theory,
from the
production car. And the only one that is still homologated to this day, that is the exception to that rule, is the Mercedes. That runs an engine that does not run, is specifically built for racing and does not run in their normal car.
Right.
However, oddly, the Aston Martin has a Mercedes engine that does run in a Mercedes road car. And one of my co-commentators last weekend was part of the GT Commission when they discussed Mercedes entering Lena Gade.
Right.
And there was this suggestion that, no, you can't have that engine because that's not part of the rules. And somehow they managed to slip it through. But the suggestion was, use this engine, and then 3 or 4 years down the line, as we get the new Aston Martin homologated, that engine appears in the Aston Martin.
So it's good enough. If it's good enough for Aston Martin, it's good enough for a Mercedes AMG.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the modern day Aston Martin engine is the M177, manufactured by Mercedes, and that is a turbocharged V8 4-litre. But so I don't actually realise you can't get a 6.2 and sometimes 6.3 V8. What, in a road-going Mercedes? Any road-going Mercedes?
Apparently it's a race engine only.
Okay.
You can get a 6.3-litre Mercedes road car.
Well, it's the
I'm not sure what the engine's...
The M159, which used to be in the SLS as well, and then they didn't change the engine at all. It just carried on into the next version of the Mercedes, didn't it? But...
Yes.
And it sits so far down in the car and back as well. You think about the long nose of a Mercedes AMG, but the engine's almost directly the other side of the firewall of your seating position.
It's the same as the Ford Mustang. It's the same as the Aston Martin. They're trying to... It's almost a mid-engine car. Yeah. Because you're ramming that engine low down as much into the bulkhead as you can, completely different to a road-going version, which has the engine sitting a lot higher, a lot further forward. But to get that weight distribution 50-50 between front and rear is nigh on impossible with a GT car.
The only other example of a GT...
mid-engine cars, of course.
The only other example of a GT3 car that doesn't have the engine that is linked to its road car was the old Z4, which you couldn't buy with a 4-litre, but had a 4-litre. GT3 cars have been homologated since 2006, with the latest one being GT3 number 58. So 58 different GT3 cars homologated since 2006. And the latest one is that Ford Mustang, which was homologated on the 1st of March 2024, 1 year later than the Pratt & Miller Corvette. But you have to go a long way back to find the Audi R8 that has its original homologation as number 38. So there's been 20 GT3 cars since the Audi R8 was homologated initially. There was an Evo, there's actually been 2 Evos, but that sits under the same homologation number. And that car will expire, because it does expire, homologation does expire with GT3 cars. The Audi R8 can go on till 2030, whereas other cars latterly have had their homologation already expire, much like the Cadillac, for instance, the Pratt & Miller Cadillac that was built around the same time.
A bit of a battle beginning to develop out on track for 3rd and 4th. We've got the Mapelli Abt Sportline Lamborghini. He's being chased down by the number 17, the GetSpeed Mercedes, the purple one, chasing him down. The gap at the line last time through was 2.7 seconds. We'll see what it's like when we get to sector 2, see if the Mercedes is indeed gaining on the Lamborghini Huracan. Looks like it is. It's been coming towards it, and I think likewise we were talking about that gap coming down between the third place Lamborghini and the BMW in second place.
Always the interesting entry into these races for me is the Conrad Lamborghini, because that's not an Evo 2, and actually on the GT3 regulations that I can find, that should now be out of homologation. Like the end of 2023, the GT3 Evo Huracan was no longer permitted. But maybe that's a case of, you know, this race being slightly looser in terms of the global GT3 rule set, and they just said, well, Conrad's loyalty to NLS and to the N24, that's fine to be an iteration back for the Evo car from the Lamborghini, which is chassis number 40 in the GT3 rules, and you can actually run that from the start of the 2016 season. 65 Mustang is now in again to the pits.
Yeah, and doing brakes this time.
Right,
so it's
with a driver change. So
I wonder if this is going to affect its stop, or whether they can do a quick disc pad swap in the 3 minutes 17 seconds required. There they are. It's an amazing system if you've not seen these GT3 cars and the way that they can swap discs and pads. The whole thing comes off as one.
Dry brake pipes as well, so you don't have to bleed the system.
And for the looks of things, just 2 bolts right now.
Yeah. Designed for quick changes like that. Now remember that brake disc and caliper and with the pads already in there, absolutely melting hot. Very, very tough environment for that mechanic underneath that wheel arch.
And they've still got, look at that, they've still got 50 seconds remaining on the pit stops.
Yeah.
They've done a full service of fuel, tyres, and front discs and brake calipers and pads.
All within, well,
3 minutes
within
and 17.
3 minutes, but I was going to say 3 minutes 17 seconds, but the time is still ticking down.
2 minutes and 20. Amazing.
Absolutely incredible. This is the debut at this event for the Ford Mustangs. They've obviously been seen in other events this season, but the first time we've had these cars in the 24-hour race. Yokohama tyres for all 3 of the Haupt Racing Team Mustangs as well, the ponies. And the glorious sound of the American V8 will take that car back into the race. A Pro-Am driver lineup, but still good enough to be flirting with the lower order of the top 6 positions to make it yet another manufacturer. Not in this snapshot on the timing screen, but consistently 6 different manufacturers featuring in those top 6 places. As down conveniently to the Yokohama S goes the Yokohama Shod car, looking a little weathered here and there, but it's been in a motor race now for nearly 16 hours.
Now, we go back on board with the 17 Mercedes of Ralph Aron, who has been chipping away at Marco Mappelli. It's as though those Lamborghinis, now the sun's come up and warmed up, they're not as happy with these conditions. And Mappelli and Aron separated by just 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, fascinating stuff at the sharp end as well as in the middle order. So Mappelli versus Aron. Ralph Aron has come down. 21.5 seconds the difference between Thomas Preining, who is on lap 7 of the stint, and Kelvin van der Linde, currently on his in lap, and that's down to 20 seconds now. So, and again, a much better lap for the Rover Racing BMW, getting through the traffic. More drama for the 912 Cup 2 entry. This is the K. Kramer racing car, again for Alexei Kikireshko, the Ukrainian. He'd had a moment at Hatzenbach probably a few hours ago, and that affected the right-hand side of the car, and it looks like he may have been in the barrier on both sides now, because there's a fair bit of the rear left bumper hanging off. And that's on the Grand Prix track. In fact, he's at the first corner. So he's come
straight out of the pits.
Out of the pits. Oh, and the car's turned left. and into the gravel. Was there a wheel actually loose there?
Either that or he's had a brake failure.
Right.
Because he's pitched that into the left-hander.
For fear of going headlong into the gravel and, almost put it into a slide. Oh, blimey, that was a huge wallop into the tyre wall. Marshall's running for cover. And now buries the throttle to try and, get it through the gap.
Oh, nice work.
Sanctuary. Yeah, well, he's trying to prevent a code 60 for needing to be in place and actually maybe use some of the exterior roads to get it back to the paddock.
Is he allowed to go out onto the highway and bring it in the front gate?
Oh, well, as long as he adheres to the speed limits, I don't see why not.
Well, perhaps lack of tread on his tyres would be something.
I think he's took it off the track, spun it around, and then was about to head back onto the track there. But he's got a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what he was doing, but I just wondered if you were actually able to do. You know what? This is the Nurburgring in Germany. I would imagine. Yes, absolutely. Just get it back, mate. Just get on the road. We'll give you a police escort.
Van der Linde then from second position into the pits for BMW after a stunning stint. Is he staying in that car? I don't see any other driver. Yes, there is a new driver being prepared to jump in, but Kelvin van der Linde has gone from 1 minute and 12 seconds at the top of his stint to within 30 seconds of the lead of this race.
He got it down to 20, actually, just before the pit stop, and it's extended back again to 30 seconds. But, I mean, he has been driving heroically, yes, but also the BMW's been getting a little bit of good luck here and there as yellows have cleared, and not necessarily for the 911 Porsche. So 100%, this is back on now, considering the dominance of Grello overnight. We still haven't had, since the red flag, a different car as the lead car and every single lap of the lap chart.
I think that's Rafael Marcello getting aboard that car, who is always such a terrier when it came to putting him into a Mercedes for a qualifying lap. Since driving for BMW in GT3, he's not had that same star quality, but of course he's also then focused on hypercar now. Be very interesting to see how he compares to Kelvin's times and whether they can continue to make inroads on the Manthey Porsche.
It was only 2 years ago that Marciello was driving for Mercedes and actually taking pole position for this race in 2023.
Wow, look how close it is now.
Oh. Breathe in.
This is for third.
There's the dust. You're up ahead.
Yes. Ralph Aron thought, I think, that the Code 60 was about to clear then and had to get back on the anchors. Lamborghini with alternate indicator lights to say, I'm on the limiter. That's because there's a car in the fence to the left-hand side of the exit of Galgreen. There. And away we go, past the Dacia, because green flag indicates everyone can overtake everybody. And remember that their speed was limited to a certain extent by the little Logan. But the Lamborghini's got good straight line speed here this weekend, so can this Mercedes get anywhere close to picking up the toe? Mapelli's feeling the heat because he's starting to zigzag down the Dottinger Hoor in an effort to lose Estonian racer Ralph Aron in fourth position.
And they've still got 2 more laps of this stint remaining, so this can continue for another 15 minutes or so. It's been a great stint for Ralph Aron to reduce the deficit to the Lamborghini. That it seems as the temperature has got hotter and hotter, the Lamborghini has struggled more. There was a big twitch there in the Tiergarten for the Mercedes.
Just missed his braking a little bit, went a bit deep, lost a little bit of time there, hardly noticeable across the line.
And the BMW is going to draw in just behind this lot as well.
Tremendous.
Perfect for us. This is going to be a stonking battle now for the final 2 laps on the stint, final lap, in fact, on the stint for the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. BMW probably won't catch these two on its outlap unless there's a bit of caution here and there. There is still a Code 60, at least one Code 60 on the racetrack. No 7 zones restricted to 60 kilometres per hour as we speak. So Preining leading now by 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But remember, this is Preining's in-lap as well. The fight that is closest is the apt Sportsline Lamborghini of Marco Mapelli, ahead of Ralph Aron, who clears a Cayman just in time for the Michael Schumacher S. And Mapelli's just done that car's best first sector time on the Grand Prix track, where the Hurricanes have been strong all week. Axel Jeffries in the Realise Kondo Racing Ferrari, running in 5th position, number 45. A long way ahead of Luke Hartog in his Porsche, the 54 car. Dennis Fetzer took over the 65 Ford Mustang, by the way, with that brake change. So Fetzer will be feeling like he's got a brand new race car beneath him now. New set of Yokohama tyres. Those brakes will take it maybe a couple of corners, a couple of sectors to fully bed in as he establishes himself back into 7th position. So the lead is a little deceptive at this time. Preining and Mappelli are both going to be in on this lap, as in fact Ralph Aron will be as well. And then it'll be, for all three, a pit stop of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. But Mappelli now on to Hatson back, and just a little bit more of a distance between the 2nd and the 3rd place cars, because Aron hasn't been able to clear the traffic as efficiently as the Italian ahead.
0.6 of a second loss through that 2nd sector. Sector 3 is a minute long, and for the moment not a huge amount of traffic for them to have to deal with. There is still a couple of code 60s. In fact, we've got 6 code 60 zones and yellow flags and slow zones, so plenty for them to deal with, and an easy bit of traffic for the Lamborghini that whistles past our camera. It's the aerodynamics of the Lamborghini that makes it whistle like that. Blue flags back out. We didn't have blue flags during the night. We didn't have flags at all during the night. They rely solely upon the light boards, the electronic light boards around the circuit. But now, as of about 5:30, flags back in use once again. A little bit of a change of team in the commentary position. We thank Peter Snowden and Bruce Jones for their stints overnight, and other voices that you heard overnight were those of Peter Mackay and John Heinhoff, and for the next couple of hours it will be those two that will be guiding you through the next phase of the Nurburgring 24 hours.
And what a phase that is looking like it will be. So, taking the opportunity to look at some of the other class leaders in SP9 Pro-Am. Still the HRT Ford Performance Mustang in 7th position. Best of the non-SP9 cars is now 16th for the 48 Lush Motorsport GT3 Cup car. 4 laps off the lead, but leading its class by a lap. 82 Max Cruiser Racing for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That 644 is in 23rd position and leads its class. Then there's a little raft of, well, pair of class leaders in 26th and 27th position. The SP8T Door Motorsport McLaren. Only about a minute and 10 seconds ahead of the number 150 BMW GT4 Evo. That is the GT4 class. Those two cars have been battling for the GT4 lead pretty much for the whole race, before and after the power cut. Simply extraordinary in terms of how that has been going along. Further down, in fact just behind them, is the TCR leader, which has been for such a long time, Mark Bassing's car. That's the 830 Hyundai Motor Company entered machine. And it is the Robert Wiggins et al. 831 that's in second there. 83 is the VW Golf GTI Club Sport. The Max Cruiser Racing, the number 19 car, in 32nd position. W&S Motorsports Cayman in Cup 3. It's just left the pits actually, the number 962 came in the lead. Might just hold on to that lead, yes it will. AV Racing by Black Falcons BMW G82 GT4 leads the SP10 class. In 38th and 39th is another class leader. It's the SP7 Porsche, the number 97 car. Then SP3T, bit of a battle on there as well, with just 90 seconds between the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M2 and the Hyundai Motorsport machine, and the numbers 310 and 303, and they're in 49th and 50th place. The BMW M240i class is led by the number 650, Adrenaline Motorsport. That's in 59th place. One of its team cars is leading the VT2 rear drive category, and that's the BMW 320i, the number 500. V6 down in 68th position is one of the privately entered Porsche 911 Carreras, number 414. Toyota Gazoo Racing's remaining Yaris SP2T with that weird automatic gearbox that they are trying out, the number 109 car, by dint of remaining, is now in a class of its own, literally, at 75th position. A couple of class leaders in 81st and 82nd position. The almost bog stock red Audi S3 Saloon, a VT2 front and all-wheel drive leader. That's the 480 in 81st position, and right behind it, at least on the timing screen, is the KGL Automotive Club Porsche Cayman. That leads SP4T, the number 69 car, then in 82nd position. The number 100 car is the BMW 325i E90, and that leads that class by under a minute, though. The 100 from the 700, both privately entered cars, in 84th and 85th position. So a scrap going on there. And I think that's all of... SP3, the BMW 318 Ti leads its class. The 277, the multicoloured green car, in 119th position. As we have the leader in the pit lane. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, John. Yes, poised very nicely for the run to the flag here in this 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Just under 8 hours to go, and it's tightening up between the 911 Manthey Porsche and the number 98 Rover BMW. That's been the duel on the timing screen all evening.
Yes, we could barely tear ourselves away from it when we're supposed to be getting some sleep, able to listen in on RS1, which you can do, of course, if you leave the circuit or you're moving around and a bit bandwidth compromised. Don't want to watch all the pictures, go over to radiolemans.com, hit listen live and select RS1. Later on today, after the conclusion of this race, the Salins 6 hours of the Glen, live in sound and vision for those of you outside the US. And that will be on our sister service RS2, the home of IMSA Radio, for the audio. And actually, if you go to imsaradio.com and just click the bars at the top left and select the live video tab, that starts a couple of hours after the checkered flag of this race. Qualifying yesterday was outstanding.
Sharp intake of breath there from us in the booth here as Ralph Aaron found a little bit of a traffic jam going into the pits in the number 17 Mercedes in 5th place, at the 28 Lamborghini right in front of him that's in 4th. So that's a close battle going on there between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes AMG, the sole remaining competitive Mercedes AMG.
Ralph Aaron, who is brother of F2 star Paul Aaron, and obviously both children of Pete Aaron, who was a fictional Formula 1 driver in the movie Grand Prix. That fact may just have been made up.
Could have been.
The clue there was the word fictional.
What I can tell you, though,
it was A-R-R-O-N as well for the character.
Of course, the
Pete Aaron.
one of a few Estonian drivers competing in the race. Also Martin Rump competing in the race as well.
Notice on the number 911, on the trailing edge of the bonnet, there is Raquette on there, and that is in honour of one of the team members from one of the other teams, I believe. I got a message about this early in the race, which is now long disappeared, of course, but I'm going to desperately try to find it again. So I thought it was very, very classy of the Manthey team.
They are that sort of team, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they truly honour the spirit of this race. The joint most successful team at the Nurburgring 24-hour, tied with Scherer Sport PHX, who will not be increasing their tally after losing both of their cars, one in qualifying on Friday for their Porsche, and the Audi with an electrical problem which caused an incident for Luca Ludwig just around the turn of midnight last night. So Phoenix Racing will not increase their tally of 7 wins this year, but will Manthey? Will they go clear with an 8th win, an unprecedented 8th win at this race? Well, they're going to have to get through Rover BMW first, because Rover BMW are chasing them down. The gap is just 22.8 seconds at this moment. As Johnny Palmer mentioned, they got a little bit unlucky with some slow zones that were in place when they came through and then had already lifted by the time the Rover BMW came around. But that usually comes and goes over the course of the race. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you do not. But battle for 4th position, there's 4 car lengths between them. The number 28 Apt Lamborghini, the leading Apt Lamborghini, with the 17 GetSpeed Mercedes AMG right on the tail. And that is a proper battle for position on strategy, as they both just exited the pit lane. One car that's a little bit off strategy is the 3rd place car, which is the number 45 Realized Kondo by Rinaldi Ferrari. The Yokohama shod car sits in 3rd at the moment, but is further into its stint. It's 5 laps into its stint of a possible 8. So it's a little bit out of kilter. It'll depend how things shake out, where that ends up. But it's definitely close enough. Should anything happen to anything ahead, they're in a good place, and they'll just keep plugging away. It's Axel Jeffries on board that Ferrari at the moment. So leaders already both on the Kesselchen, so there isn't much distance between them. In fact, at the last timing point, the gap has come down again to 12 seconds. So it is very, very tight indeed.
Do we think, is this...
No, 22, sorry, the graphic was wrong, excuse me. The timing screen, 22.9 seconds is the gap.
Do we think this is Manthey nursing the car, or is this just a change as we've come out of the cooler evening time when the Porsche was pretty much imperious, as we've got a whole load of Armco heading down the front straight on a 3.5-ton truck with a trailer? That is a bit incongruous when you see that go past your window. So that's off to somewhere early in the lap with a couple of tail end Charlies making sure that it's covered from the rear. Is it just the changing conditions? Have Manthey eased their pace? Have they been doing something clever with tyres, because tyres are not an infinite resource here? Or is it just the Rover Racing BMW and their drivers upping their pace?
I don't think it's the tyres, because they have a fairly generous tyre allocation, but also we had a long red flag period. So
That's a good point.
I don't
2.5 hours,
I don't think that the tyres are the problem. I think it's just the Rover car. A few slow zones they got unlucky with, but the Rover car has been chasing hard and has been keeping that pressure on all night long. And Raffaele Marciello, he'll have his head down now to try and keep that pressure on. Gap just hovering around on this lap. They're both cars, the Marciello Rover car on the second lap of the stint, Preining on the first lap of his stint, and on the time screen they're absolutely neck and neck, tenths of a second apart through each sector. So it is a proper battle, two evenly matched machines by the looks of things. There is quite a lot of code 60 there at turn 1, in fact, at the Haukaken. That will be where that barrier repair is going, I presume, that flatbed that just passed under our commentary position. So there's a code 60 there. That's the thing, is the racetrack can sometimes be, sometimes it can be full green and you can see good lap times, and other times it's really quite truncated and you're in and out the slow zones in code 60s. Such is the nature of this 25.3 kilometre circuit. But both leading cars on the Dottinger Ho at the moment. 26 seconds, so a good sector there for Thomas Preining from Manthey Racing, and coming through sector 7 through the really quick part of the circuit, up through Klostertal, Caracciolo, Carousel, Wipperman, Esbach, Brunchen, Schwalbe and Schwanz, just taking 4 seconds out of Marciello there.
I noticed on the last pit stop for the number 98 BMW, the Rover racing car, that they were in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes before the end of the hour. Now, they have been pushing very hard, but are they still doing the right amount of laps in terms of how many laps they're doing on a stint? Hard to say, because we haven't had a full grained track for quite some time, but they absolutely have to stretch something to well over an hour between now and the end of the race, because coming in with 5 minutes to go obviously is not optimal. No, it isn't. It depends how much if you were to add up the pit stop time, though, if that would put them closer. It is, I mean, the thing is, you can go trying to push that extra lap, that 9th lap, is just too difficult, because it's another 25 kilometres. If it's another couple of laps on the say the Grand Prix track, for example, then that's doable, but getting that extra lap isn't. So are Rover in as strong a position as they look? I wonder. That's a tough question to answer. It is, yeah, it is. So, you know, it also depends how quick the racetrack is, and what I mean by that is how many code 60s are out there over the next 7 hours and 44 minutes. Because if it's littered with code 60s, that helps Rover then if they're tight on their stint, because it uses less fuel, and of course it takes longer to get round. So maybe Manthey wanted to stay green as best as they can, as Thomas Preining has to split between a BMW and the RSR Beetle. It gets very busy out there. I had a question about that overnight, about the origins of that car. I believe it started out as a Cup car, and it has been modified, and it is now all-wheel drive. I think it's got Golf R running gear in it now, and as I say, I believe it started out as a Cup car, but it's been re-engineered and rebuilt. Good morning if you are just joining us. 8:15 here in the Eiffel. Particular hello to the RWEC group on Discord, who've been with us from the start. Always are. And thank you for the concern about my health and my voice. Actually, nothing wrong with my voice, and I don't even have a sore throat. I just picked up a bit of a bug from somewhere last week, I think, whilst at Le Mans. Feeling a lot better. But we've put the butch filter on. Nature's way of telling me to work the overnight shifts. Hello, all you truckers out there. Welcome along to the morning. Sacred coffee on board. Peter and I fueled for this stint. Leader getting caught in traffic, and that's what can happen. And there's 2 seconds gone. Straight away there. Finds the track blocked ahead of him. GetSpeed, Mercedes and the Abt Lamborghini are in a battle as well, going through turn 2. Oh, a smashing manoeuvre there from the GetSpeed car. And the number 17 of GetSpeed and the purple people eater is through.
Great stuff there.
And that's Ralph Aaron.
Fantastic. Just
he was awake.
timed it perfectly.
He was awake this Sunday morning. And who's in the Lambo? That was Christian Engelhardt. So code 60, code 60, code 60 through the first part of that Haug hook. Aaron swings out and then goes for it. Now, where was the green flag though? Because there was one on the left he overtook before. If there was a one somewhere else, he's fine. I was deliberately looking for that there.
He went for it anyway, timed it perfectly there, did Ralph Aaron.
Yeah.
Christian Engelhardt he'll be frustrated as they come through the Grand Prix track now. Battled for 4th place, and indeed net it may well be for 3rd place, because the number 45 Realized Condo by Rinaldi Ferrari in 3rd right now is a little bit off strategy. It's due a pit stop quite soon actually, within the next 2 laps. So it's potentially net. This is the battle for the podium positions as things stand between the GetSpeed Mercedes and the number 28 Apt Sportline Lamborghini.
Yeah, they're by far the furthest through their stint, aren't they? The leader is on lap 2 of the stint, 2nd place on lap 3, they're on lap 7. The Mercedes that's just gone through is on lap 2, as is the Lamborghini. Lap 4 for the Ford, still comfortably leading that Pro-Am category. Interesting that the 65 has been pretty much since the drop of the green flag the best place of the 3 HRT Fords.
Yeah, the 64, the all-pro car, was running well and had good pace, and I think had an opportunity to fight for at least the top 5, maybe even a podium, but unfortunately an incident took them out. It's been a high rate of attrition. It kind of often is at this race. There's so much that can go wrong, whether that be mechanical or indeed incidents on track. There's so many times where it can be a lower class car spins in front of you, or there's a disagreement in traffic, and it can, sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't.
7 hours and 40 minutes to go, and this battle for 4th place is still raging on as they head down the foxhole. Clear track ahead of Ralph Aaron. Beautifully smooth through there, stay off the curbs. They are more like small walls down through there. Now up to the opening, you open out. It's a lovely run through there. Have trees either side. A moment or two ago, passing one of the Aston Martins. That was a bit tight on the hats and back as well.
Very, very tight, getting past the slower class car. But Aaron holding off the Lamborghini for now. Very difficult to overtake on the Nordschleife itself.
Not impossible.
Not impossible, but very difficult. The Dottinger Ho is really your best opportunity.
One of the problems at this time of the morning, Peter, is the sun is just starting to peak up. It's been up for 3 hours or so. We had a very short time between sunset and sunrise. It was the shortest night, Friday night to Saturday. Oh, problem for Boccolacci. Problem for Boccolacci in the Fulton Motorsports number 44. They've had a horrible race, but he's fought back up to 8th position. But something is given up on that car. As he was coming through Galgenkopf, it sounded horrible.
And it's ground to a halt on the Dottinger Ho. So that does that negates any overtaking opportunity on that part of the circuit for now.
I think that's a drive shaft again.
It sounded horrendous, whatever it was.
It's a drive shaft or a gearbox, some kind of drive line.
Yeah, not good at all. Now, Thomas Preining, race leader, has just come through that area of the circuit. So at the moment going into that last sector, 28.3 seconds ahead of Raffaele Marciello, who's now into the slow zone as well. They are very, very close right now. The other thing to keep in mind as well is the fuel aside, the final pit stops have a set number of minimum pit stop times. So the way to remember it is the later that you pit for your last pit stop in the last 70 minutes of the race, the shorter your minimum pit stop time is. And of course, the Manti number 911 is 1 lap effectively ahead on that side of things, ahead of the Rover car. So there is an advantage in that.
1 lap later, yes.
Yeah. So it will pit if everything is equal, and it has been for the last 6 or 7 hours. Then it will have an advantage in terms of the last pit stop that it takes.
Barry McCutcheon. Sorry, Barry.
Oh no. Don't pull the handbrake on that one.
Right.
It's I get these all the time on the text line at Knockhill.
Okay.
But yeah.
At Skills Nova. Hello.
There you go.
Do you think that the 911 is playing some fuel strategy games at the moment for the final stint, or has the 98 been let off its leash? Could be a bit of both.
Oh no, spin and into the barrier then for the number 268.
That's the Toyota Supra, the bright orange car.
The Dutch colours on the side, and that I don't think we'll be going any further. That's
a new camera position for this year. It's been catching me out every time we see it. That's the VT2 rear drive car. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's Brunchen 2. So that's just coming out of Brunchen. So yeah, ice curve.
Yeah,
that is unfortunately quite a big hit into the wall there for the driver. Unfortunately, that could well be day done for them. It's everyone's tired at this point of the race, and so easy to make an error. It's interesting how it's got full Dutch colours on it, but there is no Dutch driver in the car. Takashi Ito from Japan, Kota Kawai also from Japan, Chong Kait-Wai from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and Andreas Ecker are the driving lineup for that crew. But unfortunately, that could well be their race over. It was the Japanese Takashi Ito on board at that point. So through that code 60 on the Dottinger hole, because of the stricken Falcon number 44, which is now being towed by one of the hard-working Volkswagen Tiguan DMSB tow vehicles, and will be towed back to the pits. But the gap at the front has stayed fairly steady, 28.7. In fact, it's probably grown a little bit in the early part of this stint for both of the leading cars. And interestingly, in going into the code 60 zone that was in place at turn 1 on the Grand Prix track, Preining actually gained a lot of time in and out of that slow zone. So there is time to be gained in and out of each and every one of the code 60s and slow zones. So that's just going to ebb and flow back and forward. The gap now up to 31.5 seconds, make that 33 seconds. So Preining is trying to make the most of his new Michelin tyres. Great variety out there as a Lamborghini holding on to fourth, but there is, Mercedes holding on to fourth, but with the Lamborghini right behind with Christian Engelhardt, just coming up on the number 55 Hankook competition Porsche, which lets both of the leading cars go through. Good manners there. And at the Grand Prix track, this is where the Lamborghini is quick. It has been all week. It's a really strong car on the Grand Prix circuit. And Engelhardt just getting that little bit closer now to Ralph Aaron in that GetSpeed Mercedes. Down the hill they go then towards the Goodyear Carrot. The tight, sort of cambered hairpin. Good fun corner to drive that, just helps the car around. But Aaron is holding strong at the moment, the Estonian racer, one of so many great driving talents from the Baltic country. He's from Tallinn, the capital city. In fact, there's a great film called Legend of the Winding Roads, which is based on Estonian rally drivers from the 1980s, and what they had to do to go and compete. It's well worth a watch, called Legends of the Winding Roads. Look it up. You'll see where a lot of the Estonian racing heritage and rallying heritage comes from.
Another one of my favourites to watch at this time of the year is Climb Dance, which has been remastered recently. It is Pikes Peak Sunday, one of the oldest motorsport events, 1916, the Race to the Clouds first run, and Ford with a big interest in that this year with a electric project going out to try and beat the hill record.
And they've got the right man for the job in Romain Dumas.
Mad as a balloon up there he is.
He is so quick in anything you put him in. One of the most successful drivers here in history. 4 wins here at the Nurburgring 24-hour in that golden era for Manthey Racing.
Bad news for Ito in that 268 Supra. He was 3 weeks ago part of the ST3 class winning lineup in the Super Taiku Fuji 24 hours, and he leads the ST3 class standings there, thanks to Jesse Young for that. Rob Fitzgerald using the hashtag RSL19N24, our 19th year at the Nurburgring 24. Question is, once it all shakes out in the final hour, is the Ferrari half a stint ahead or half a stint behind? That is a genuinely good question, which I think is as much philosophical in nature as race strategy. I don't know, Forrest, and the fourth place battle just held up a little bit, and this could be an opportunity as Misha Sharudin in the Black Falcon car. The BMW might have unwittingly played, that's the number 150, second in class. Misha, they're chasing the leaders. That's the brand new M2 is the leader in that class. And to be honest, to come second to that car and those drivers would be an achievement in itself, but they have kept them honest all the way through.
And they will continue to do so. That quartet have been together for quite a while now. As the Ferrari, I would say it's half a stint behind, because the highest it is third. This is when it's in its highest position. When it pits, it drops further down. So I would say it's half a stint behind, if to answer that question. I don't think it's on the right side, but they are close enough though to take advantage of others' misfortune or small mistakes, and they'll be right there.
Actually, in some respects, it's about when other people pit around it, leaving it in third. So at the moment they are in third position, but I was going to say they'll be coming in at the end of this lap, and that's exactly halfway through the hour. So yeah,
I would say they're half a stint behind, because this is the highest that they are, and then they drop down, and then they come back, and then they drop down.
So what we have to watch now is in the next half an hour how quickly they come back up, and how far up they are at the top of the next hour at 9 o'clock.
Certainly the pace is good. The pace, looking at you can't really judge a full lap time right now, because the track hasn't been green for a full green for quite a while. So it's more sector by sector you have to follow to see really who's going quick. And the Ferrari is strong. And it's the top running Yokohama car. And this is the thing of the variety of the Nürburgring 24-hour. We've got lots of different manufacturers. We've got a Porsche, from a BMW, from a Ferrari, from a Mercedes, from a Lamborghini. There you go, top 5. And actually from a Ford. So there's 6 manufacturers in the top 6. And then tyre-wise, you've got 2 Michelin, from a Yokohama, from another 2 Michelin, then another Yokohama, then the Pirelli dynamic car has crept its way up to 7th position. So, and then unfortunately the Falcon cars are starting to fall by the wayside, sadly, but they were right up there challenging. So
I need to find out what happened to that 44 car, don't I?
It's now back in the pits. It's been towed back to the pits.
Okay.
So that sounded pretty bad when it ground to a halt.
Right.
The 33 car, of course, retired last night after crashing into the spinning Porsche Cup car, sadly, with Julian Andlauer on board. So it's not been Falken's race at all, which is really a shame. They were super quick in the opening rounds of the Nurburgring Langstrecken series, and in the qualifying races they're really fast, but it just hasn't worked out today.
That car is out now, confirmed from Tin Heinemann down in the pit lane. It's painful that both cars are going out. I feel sorry for the team. Looking at the faces of those who've been working on this, we don't know exactly what's going on, but we had no more forward propulsion driveline as we thought. It sounded like that, didn't it? It was horrible.
It didn't sound good.
The BMW 128 Ti, the number 488, we'd like to keep you up with what's going on. We're currently repairing the car after an impact, and we need to replace the suspension, the front end, and a few other parts. It's sure to be a long job, about an hour or two, and we already lost an hour at the start due to a water leak. But guess what? They're going to try and get that car back out, because that's what you do. The Ravenol S is where the guardrail repair is going on, so you were right early on in the lap. That number 962 Cayman that we saw going off, that we saw earlier rather, Lorenz Stegman, one of the drivers in there, saying this was about half an hour ago. Things are going well. First place in class, maintaining the position, going with the flow of the traffic. We've made no mistakes so far, no collisions, no penalties. The heat makes it difficult to handle the car, but you just have to ease off the throttle a tiny bit. Updates from the live ticker team. Well done.
So driver change in that realised Kondo Racing by Rinaldi Ferrari, with Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwean, getting out and handing over to Thomas Neubauer, the 26-year-old from France, who has knows his way around a Ferrari anyway. He's won titles in Ferrari Challenge in the past and has won his class here before at the Nurburgring 24, but never overall. They're in the mix, they're in the conversation, they're on the dance floor. Can they hear the music playing?
And have they got two left feet? That's the question. South African then, Axel Jeffries.
He's Zimbabwean, isn't he?
I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. He is.
David Perel is South African, yeah. Who's in the car as well.
Yes. The FIA desperate to get more motorsport in that part of the world. And I did notice that Kyalami has had its plans approved to be FIA Grade 1. Well, there's some work to be done, and they've been given I think it's a 3-year deadline to complete the work. Now, I've been to Kyalami. In fact, on my last holiday, I was at Kyalami, and the Works Audi team were testing a car there, which was quite funny. This was, by the way, my last holiday was in the year 2000, in the early part of that year, before I started work for RML. And I went out to see some family and decided it'd be a cool idea, as they lived not too far away in Johannesburg, one of my cousins. I whisked up in the hire car to Kyalami and managed to talk my way in, not realising that the Audi Works team were doing a test there. So I rolled in through the tunnel into the paddock and saw a load of faces that I knew, who were absolutely, totally, utterly bewildered that I'd rocked up at that allegedly, well, secret, but certainly not public test. That's quite funny. Yeah, but big plans for Kyalami.
Well, it's got good money behind it.
Yeah.
Owned by the Joubert family, I think.
By the
Joubert family, Dunhill and Porsche South Africa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got good backing behind it.
I just talked with Eve the other day about how the world of luxury goods is mirroring the world of the automotive industry, and there's several hyper brands really So there's LVMH, and the other one is the one that Dunhill is in, which is the Showdown family. I didn't realise they were the current guardians of Kyalami as well.
I think so, don't
That's good intel, that.
I think so.
Payback. Good intel. I learn stuff when I work with you.
So the battle's still raging on for third place between Ralph Aaron and the GetSpeed Mercedes. So they head down the Vauxhall now, one of the fastest points on the circuit, 275 kilometers an hour at the compression at the bottom of the hill. That is super, super quick there for the GT3 SP9 class cars. And Aaron is pulling away, actually. Once he's got by Christian Engelhardt, he is now pulling away and putting a bit of time into the chasing number 28 App Sportsline Lamborghini. Unfortunately, a bit of debris, though, out on circuit. That is unfortunately right on the racing line, so that might require a slow zone or a code 60, and it's a bit of tyre debris that's come off one of the BMW 3 Series. It's car number 700. It's going to have to drive it back without any rubber on one of his wheels. That will certainly be uncomfortable to get it all the way back to the pits there. It's the MSC Adenau team. That sound is the sound of the Manthey Team E-Fuel Greisman car, the GT4 RS Club Sport Manthey edition. Manthey, and in fact, just going along the Dottingerhorn driver's left in Moispath, that is where Manthey are based. And whatever exhaust is on this 718 Cayman GT4 RS CS Manthey sounds absolutely superb, and with huge amount of induction noise there as well. Little issue there for one of the Porsche 992 Cup machines.
Good morning to a guest who has joined us, Harley Houghton. How are you?
Just a bit sleepy.
A little bit sleepy.
Yeah, just woken up about half an hour ago. Unfortunately, we were at the race very early, but still stayed here, stayed at the track supporting the team, and went around a couple of the campsites last night as well. So
that's an experience, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. We went down into Hatzenbach all the way through, me and my mum, just watching the cars fly by, and I think she scared herself a little bit, realising how quick we go in the night time.
Tell me what happened. You were Peter Kate was drafted into your car at relatively late notice for Zorg, wasn't it, that you were driving for? You've already won an LNS race this year. Hopes were high coming in here. What happened?
Yeah, so we were heading through Metzgersfeld, which is a fast sort of left-hander, goes into another slow left-hander with a kink on the exit, a right kink. And as Peter was going through the right kink, the Rover BMW was approaching us, showed his nose on the left and then went for the right. At the same time, Peter lifted and tried to keep the car right, and he ended up just tipping us into the barrier on the right-hand side, and it's damaged all the radiators along the front bumper, because that's where they all are in the Cayman, and the endurance light system as well. So to set all of that back up, it would have been 2 or 3 hours, the team say. So we decided, we're here to win. Yeah. That really finishes it for us, and yeah, team decision, we pulled out of the race after that one. It's really unfortunate. There's not much you can do in those situations. It really just happens or doesn't in your 24, and that can set the tone.
Peter, extremely experienced around here with class wins, plenty under his belt. Good friend of ours. We've known him for a long time. I was going to say I once raced with him, but that's not fair. He raced. I just got in the car when I was told to, and went around. He'd be devastated by that, I know, Peter. He hasn't been up here because I don't think he probably had anything that was broadcastable to say. But those things, as you say, can just happen, Harley.
Yeah, and like you say, he was gutted. We hadn't even really got that far into our running order because we had the red flag due to the power cut, and then that was only a couple of laps later. So it was, you know, if you'd given it a proper go and something happens late on, you can sort of hold your head high and go, yeah, next year. But it was quite a dampener on the mood, really. Yeah.
So you've had more sleep than you were expecting. You've done a bit more sightseeing than you were expecting. Rest of the season, back here for the rest of the NLS?
Yeah, myself and Heiko back in the 959 Cayman. Currently we're leading the Cup 3 Championship, and with any luck we've had 4 wins from 5 races. If we keep that form up, we'll have a shot at the overall NLS Championship as well. So that's our main focus now.
And we've had an off Peter.
Yeah, Hyundai Elantra. It's not one of the works cars, though. Oh, is it? Oh, no, I can't quite tell.
830 and 831 are the 2 works cars. 830 is the Bassin and Loud car that's leading. 831 in second.
Big one.
Includes Robert Wiggins, and that's just... Well, is it just coming out? That is a works car, if that's the car.
Yep, you're right, it is. And this is coming out. And it doesn't get hit by Daniel Huncadale.
It absolutely does. It's the 831. It is the 831 second place car, I think.
No, it's 303, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, it's the 303. It's the Hyundai Endo Motorsport. This is the Asia Pacific car. Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah. It's not the TCR second place car then.
No.
For you. Huncadale getting on the power straight out of the slow zone after that car recovery. It's been I think, looking back, Harley, there's only ever been one British overall winner of the NLS, and that's one of the lads now it's one of the lads in the Mini, actually, and so if you could do that, that would be massive.
Yeah, it was Toby Goodman who won last year.
That was it.
In the Mini
that was the very first time that a Brit had won the overall championship. Good knowledge.
Yeah, we actually we met up on the awards night, and I was very surprised to see a Brit winning. But yeah, the first one, and hopefully continue that on and keep flying the flag.
Harley, tell me about the strategy for you and your team of coming to the Nurburgring and focusing on the Nurburgring Langstrecken series and indeed this big 24-hour race, because you know, look at a driver like David Pittard who focused on this circuit, and he's come to really big things. Tell us about the decision-making process of focusing on your efforts here.
Yeah, well, as an individual driver, you've got to differentiate yourself somehow. You know, there's so many cookie-cutter Grand Prix circuit sprint race drivers now, and it's becoming harder than ever to draw the attention of a manufacturer or a large team. For me, this is the biggest challenge in driving that there is in circuit racing. You know, outside of rallying, there's not much like it. And as a personal challenge to come here and try and master the ring, one, it's an amazing thing to do. It's an amazing accomplishment. But 2, differentiating yourself in that way, I think, is a fantastic asset to have for a manufacturer. And that's been our focus ever since I came here in 2022 to do the ring permit. And I've been moving up the ranks, and yeah, now feeling very comfortable in that Cup 3 Cayman.
Now, you mentioned the ring permit there. There's been a lot of discussion about that in the last month or so, because obviously Max Verstappen was seen here, and then he managed to sneak away and miss the F1 movie premiere because he had to be at home with his new baby, but in fact he went to Spa instead to test an Aston Martin. So tell us a little bit about the process that you have to go through here to be allowed to race on this, and it is genuinely a unique circuit. We often use unique and not in the right way, but there is nothing like this, as you said. So tell us about that process.
Yeah, so if you're an international license holder like myself, you can come and do a 2-day course that's run by the Nurburgring company. And one of those days is in the classroom. It's learning, it's all the theory behind driving, why the rules are what they are, even showing lots of examples of things that do go wrong because people don't follow the rules.
Yeah.
And then 1 day of driving behind an instructor in the morning, so you drive all in a group to do, I think, 5 or 6 laps.
And is that in a road? You bring your own road car to do that, or do you get in a school car?
You can either do a road car, or you can hire a car from one of the teams. So a lot of the teams will support the permit program. So, for example, I did mine with VS Racing in their Golf back then, which was really handy. Or you can supply your own car.
And that can be a road car, can it?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Wow, okay.
Because the instructor's car is a road car, that Mercedes that they drive.
So they're not rattling around trying to break lap records at that point.
No, it's some driving behind an instructor at about 80%, and then you have, I think, 6 laps to complete on your own, incident-free, obviously speed limit infringement-free, because it's a track day. You might even be here on the Friday before an NLS race.
Right.
So there can be crashes, there can be GT3s passing you while you're driving solo.
So you... in a road car, there might be GT3 cars.
There might be, yes.
That is the ultimate tourist foreign, isn't it? And have you got to do 6 off the bounce, or can you stop and then continue?
You can stop and continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm not sure any road car that I would likely bring here would be all right after 6. I think you'd absolutely pagger the brakes, wouldn't you? So that gets you what? That gets you a standard ring permit?
That gets you your permit B,
right,
which is everything power to weight ratio up to, but not including a GT4 car.
Right.
Pretty much. So to drive the Cup 3 on a permit B, you need to put a smaller restrictor in.
Right.
And for a GT4, you would change the engine map. But anything below that, so your 240s, your 330s, all those classes,
right,
you can then drive.
And then to get what's called the A permit, which you need for a GT3 and those other cars, so Carrera Cup cars and stuff like that, then you have to do a certain amount of laps in race conditions.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the amount changes every year. They keep adjusting it. When I did it, it was laps and finish dependent. So you had to finish in the top half of your class.
Wow.
Which was difficult because we were in a permit B Cayman. So it was almost impossible for us to get in the top half. But they do have common sense about them as well and review every case.
I think it's 14 laps now, if I remember rightly, which you can just about get in. Normally you do that across 2 NLS races, but you could just about, if you drove an NLS race on your own, you might just be able to get that in one of those lower class cars. And I presume there's a cost to that, Harley, is there?
Yeah, so, well, you've got your higher costs if you want to go and do the...
hang on a second. That's the Dacia Logan and at least one other car. And that is a huge accident. The dust literally just settling out on the far side of the circuit. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh and Harley Harton at the moment in the booth. And Peter, you are shaking your head ruefully here. No. Is that one of the Astons?
It is. It's by looking at the numbers, the number 70, 74.
Martin Kafka, who's one of the leading lights behind that Dacia Logan.
Yeah, it's the 74 Volkenhorst car.
Well done.
At the moment, that is a big shunt. Can you recognise which part of the circuit this is, Harley?
This is the exit of Flugplatz going to
Oh
my,
that's fast.
Very fast. Yeah.
So one of them will have gone off the circuit and come back. Well, the witness marks would say that happened quite a long way back, actually, because there's a big dent in the arm cone. That wouldn't have been left there. So who went off first and then what happened? Oh my goodness me. That could have been even bigger. I think somebody's come along after that. I think the Aston's gone in first. Or has the Dacia gone in first and the Aston's had to avoid it?
Good to see the driver get away from that.
It's Martin Kafka getting out
really
of that.
Fast. In the Volkenhorst car, the 74 Volkenhorst, that is Aris Balanian, the German driver, who's on board that. And that is
I think the Aston's gone in first, guys.
Has the engine come out, the Aston?
It's certainly hiding. That is a very big hit indeed. That Dacia Logan rebodied and re-engined this year. The more powerful engine from the Renault range. Our safety crews on site. This is the challenge and the danger that is literally around every corner of the Nurburgring Nordschleife. When you're driving through that, Harley, because it'll have happened to you, what goes through your mind at that point, or do you just not think about it?
The best you can do in the car is act like a computer and just not think. Obviously it creeps in, but if you see an incident like this, you always believe I'll be able to avoid that. I have the traffic management to sort it out, or like you say, you just don't think about it. And motorsport is so safe nowadays. You know, a crash like that at that speed, luckily both drivers walking away completely fine, so that does put your mind at rest as well.
On this, you know, when we're sitting here in the studio, we see all these little half moments, full moments in over, say, a 7-8 lap stint. Harley, how often are you having these teeth-drying, heart-stopping moments? How often are they happening? Is it once a lap? Is it once a stint?
Well, you get a lot of moments like what happened that put us out the race, which is just a miscommunication between the drivers. Some drivers will be full pushing when you come around to lap them, so your VT2s. Some of them might be right on the edge and you can see the behaviour of the car, and some of them will be well below the limit and might jump out the way immediately. So you have to leave that little bit of a margin. And you have a lot of moments where you go one way, then you have to go the other, or you're looking in your mirrors and you're not quite sure what the GT3 is trying to do. It all works itself out 99% of the time, and you get used to it. But the first time I drove in the night here was absolutely mental with those kind of moments.
Let's talk about how you got yourself here, Harley, because motorsport, Peter was asking you about why you did this, and I really like your answer on that. And you and I have talked on Midway Motorsport before about you targeting sports car racing as your preferred partners. Into the pits, into the garage, should I say, goes the GetSpeed number 17. Now, we saw this with the other car after it had a diff problem when they were trying to get that car out, and that one's gone back in as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. You targeted GT and sports car racing, Harley. You knew that's what you wanted to do, but then there's the sticky question, which is often avoided, of the cash. Where does the money come from? And you know, your family isn't a wealthy family. The bank of mum and dad is, you know, not bottomless, never is. Maybe it's a cash point of mum and dad rather than a bank of mum and dad. But you've done something quite unusual and taken it in your own hands to raise the money to come racing here.
Yeah, so when I was 18, I started my own business, which is payroll services, providing payroll services to other businesses. It was really a spin-off of the family business, taking a bit of that into my own hands. And it's so difficult now to fund your own motor racing, not only because costs are increasing, but also there's not the sponsorship around like there was in the 90s or even the early 2000s. And you can get by on the odd drive, on relying on amateur drivers, or if you're already an established driver, you know, look how many factory drivers there are here this weekend, for example. But it's really difficult, and I know a lot of drivers who spend 95% of the time off the track searching for the money to get back on the track and not actually being able to do much preparation in between and be able to focus your mind on the thing that you actually love doing, which is driving. And it's a unique way I've gone about it because it was a unique opportunity to start that business. I'd just finished my A-levels. I had a bit of a gap, you know, in my own life, and we were just busy focusing on racing. So it was a natural progression for me to want to do that. And yet my father started his own business in the year that I was born, and he's been, you know, drip feeding a lot of knowledge like he has with knowledge from his go-karting days as well. So yeah, keeping it in the family and a unique way to go racing.
Very different, very different. We saw the 633 came in, Peter.
An exhaust fire.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, the four Motors Bio concept car running in the 83 class. It was Boris Kruspek at the wheel, And yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to get the car back or not, but probably not. He's going to have to pull over at Marshall's post. Still the GetSpeed mechanics.
Well, he needs to pull over.
Away.
Sorry, Peter. He needs to pull over at one that he knows they've got fire extinguishers, because as soon as he stops, the engine is right under there. You go and try and find an engine on a 981 or a 718 Boxster or Cayman, even on a road car. There's one under there, but the best way of seeing it is to get underneath it, because it's incredibly low down in the chassis, which is why they go so well. Meantime, in the GetSpeed pits, Peter?
Yeah, not sure what
front end
what the problem is. Front end, yeah, so different end of the car than the differential issue that took out the number 14 car. And yeah, they're paying a lot of attention to the front left wheel arch. Good to see the driver out of the car of the 74 Volkenhorst machine. That is a big hit there for RS Balanian.
I think, given the relative lack of damage, there is damage on the Dacia, but I think the Aston's gone straight on and hit and bent the barriers on driver's left and then bounced across the track and either collected the Dacia, or the Dacia has hit the barriers in avoidance.
Yeah, we won't know, unfortunately.
That's pure speculation, but I don't think there's enough damage on the Dacia to have done the damage that I saw to all three layers of the arm core further back. The Dacia's got left-hand side front damage and a bit of rear damage where it's come around. They're going to lift that car onto the flatbed. But way back down the road, and I mean way back down the road, so you've just come up over Flugplatz and then there's that double apex right. Do you just tap the brakes at Flugplatz to keep yourself on the ground?
Yeah, for us, that's we come over the crest, and now because it's a lot flatter than it used to be, we then get flat and then a little dab on the brakes and in. But I think the GT3s will be almost flat through there in qualifying.
Yeah,
which is pretty mental.
Quite a scary thought, isn't it? When you're coming through Flugplatz, 230 kph in a GT3 car.
That's adequate, isn't it?
Fast.
That's going to get your attention.
Yeah, we're lucky to do about 190. Oh, I think we've got a replay here.
Right, so here's the Aston coming up to the Dacia.
Was there fluid coming out the back of the Dacia?
Maybe.
So the Dacia was right, it just pulled in front of the Aston. I think there was fluid coming out the back of the Dacia. If we get another look at it, it might make it clearer, but my eyes may be deceiving me. It's early in the morning, it's late into a 24-hour race, but I suspect there might be something coming out of the Dacia. Just speculation, of course, but also the Dacia right on the racing line, and the Aston had nowhere to go.
The Dacia's just been passed by another car, which I think was one of the Golf Club Sports, as it went through. But that big dent in the arm core, so coming up over Flugplatz, blue flag's waving. Dacia gets over. No, that's another Aston that goes by, indicating to the left-hand side and then pulls back on to the racing line. The second Aston then coming up at very quick speed. And it's the sound, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the original impact point is way down.
And you've got to feel sorry for the Aston Martin driver there, because the Dacia had its left-hand indicator on and then went right. That's exactly what Harley's nodding here. You're not told to do that in the driver's briefing.
Well, that is one of the points. I mean, it's so difficult for that Dacia to drive the whole race in your mirrors, and he's let that first GT4 Aston through, but at some point he has to turn for the corner. I would say that the GT3 drivers come in over the crest and just spotted him, and with the speed difference and the amount of load you've got going through the car there's no time to back out.
That's bits of Aston that they're pulling out of there. That's not bits of Dacia.
I think he's tried to avoid really pummeling the Dacia there, and he's had to go off to the left.
I wonder where the Aston's engine has got to.
I think it's still in the car. I just think there was a lot of
it's been
modification around it.
Yes,
Wow.
this is now. I do not pass an opinion on this, but just matter of fact, we've seen accidents like that before with the Dacia. Now, there are slower class cars, but the Dacia is by far and away the slowest. And we've seen it before. Remember at the Bellof S's 2 years ago, Lauren Heinrich came through, again, blind, fast corner, and there was a huge accident there.
We've just gone through another racing hour. Under 7 to go now, and Thomas Preining still leading for Manthey. Manthey have led, I think, every single lap since the restart. And we are on lap number 96 at the moment. The gap back to second place, and Rafa Marciello is 28 seconds. Then there's another 3 minutes and 12 back to Christian Engelhardt in the app speed line. So that's the Lamborghini. So Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, Ferrari, which is the Realised Condor Racing 296. Ford Mustang in the pits, having been in fourth on the... Now that's interesting. So that car at the top of the hour was in fourth position and leading in Pro-Am. I'm already thinking forward 7 hours here. Do you have time to do that, Harley, when you're out there? We've got Harley Harton with us in the booth here. When you're out there, are you kind of looking to think where you are? The team telling you where you are on the radio, such as it is around here, or do you just have to basically full concentrate on what's going on around you?
Well, in a race such as this, in a 24, you don't want too much information overload, and you don't want to be thinking about strategy yourself when you're in the car. So normally, if we've got a gap to focus on, for example, car behind or car ahead, then our crew chief Dommy, who's excellent, will update us on that. But the less information really you can give a driver in one of these races, the better almost, because you just want them to pound round and count down the laps. In an NLS race, it's very different, because you've got, you might only have 1 or 2 stints to drive. You can really push yourself and use that bit of extra capacity to try and figure out the strategy yourself.
Some news from the GetSpeed Aston Martin. Ralph Aaron behind the wheel before the car came in. He says we were a long way behind the Lambo, but caught up in my second stint. I overtook and everything was going well, but something broke in the car, the front of the car at the Bellof S. Now we've got to let the mechanics do their job. I think it sounds like it hasn't quite translated the way I would like it to.
So something's broken in the compression at the Bellof S, which is super fast. One of the fastest bits on the circuit. You're coming through there, 235 kph, 255 actually at the very fastest point through there, and there's a take us through that part of the circuit, Harley, when you're in the Cayman coming through there, still quick in one of those, I'm sure.
It's mega, because
it's one of my favourite parts of the track.
We get a bit of air over Flansgarten too, so you come down over the jump, which has been a bit flattened this year, into the double right for Flansgarten, over through a left crest, and then that other left crest, which is, we still leave the ground there. We're doing about 210. The car settles on the slope down into Belfast, and then in the compression, you use all that extra grip you get from the car being pushed down and flick it into that right-hander, and then it's just a case of riding the bumps. It's almost like you're surfing through that S section, but that's all flat out for us on new tyres.
And how much of the block paving do you use down there if you're on a clear lap?
You can use it. It's more of a let the car run. You don't have to use it, but
it's kind of floating through there, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So if you're on a qualifying lap and you just want to relax your arms a bit and let the car run and try and not scrub off as much speed as normal.
It's been resurfaced, you said there, relatively recently. Is there still the crown on the road there? Because that used to be that was one of the places in a road car in particular that you really felt it. I've only done tourist laps around here, so I'm only talking about road cars, some very nice road cars, in fairness. But you really felt the crown on the road there.
Yeah, there's a little S section on the lead up to that first jump, and it's still the topography is still the same. It's quite off camber when you're turning in, and sometimes in the Cayman, if you're really loading the rears up, the rear can still just start to come round. It's just the jump has been kind of smoothed out a bit, I think, back to as it was intended by design, and it'll get more and more pronounced over the years to come again.
I wish we had a camera in here, because Harley was actually on that part of the circuit in his mind, as well as the steering wheel in his hand. Excellent stuff. So what do you do now, Harley? The highs and lows of motor racing. You had one of the highs earlier this year when you won your class in the NLS with your teammate Heike, excuse me. Now you've experienced the lows. What do you do next week?
Back to reality, isn't it? Really, once you leave this place, take a while to cool down and chill out, and then our next focus is the 6-hour race in August, in the middle of August, and that's all we have to look forward to.
Are you bringing an extra driver in for that?
No, it'll just be myself and Heiko, so we'll both do 2 stints in that race.
Yeah.
So almost 3 hours driving time each.
And will you do that straight off the bounce, or will you swap and change at each of the pit stops?
Normally, if we've got full dry conditions like this, it's a lot to do 2 stints in a row, especially driving at that speed versus in a 24 when you're a little bit more relaxed. Depends on the weather. If it's greasy or drying, you want to keep the same driver in and have him used to the conditions, but normally you would swap,
Well, leading the championship at the moment, and we wish you all the best. Thanks for coming to see us, particularly given the circumstances in which you find yourself. Bit more relaxed for the drive home tomorrow, and a bit more sleep that you've had during the race. Typically, how much sleep do you get during the race?
Well, my stint plan would have had me out the car at 4 in the morning and back in at 11.
Oh, all right.
Which is 7 hours off, but you don't switch off for the first hour, and then you've got to be up 2 hours or an hour and a half before you're in the car, so you might end up 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Which is tough,
Which is about what we've had.
And when we did the Dubai 24 earlier this year, I actually slept in the shipping container that they brought the car in, and that was maybe about an hour.
Yes, but you weren't on a concrete floor. They put little camp beds in them. I saw that. Now, come on. You're making that sound a little rougher. At Dubai, we sleep in the front seats of the car. Although, Peter, you got to a hotel at Dubai this year.
Nick Damon and I, our hotel was only 10 minutes away, so we went and had a quick snooze in the hotel. But I like that. You don't need to add that detail in your book when you write it, Harley. You can say, when I was in my early career, I was sleeping in shipping containers. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Peter Mackay has brought one of those shipping containers with him as his luggage for the 2 weeks.
2-week trip.
You should see the size of it. Harley, thanks, mate. Good luck for the rest of the season. Flying the flag for young British drivers. Just remind everybody I was going to say how old you are, how young you are.
20 years old this year. In January, and 3rd 24-hour Nurburgring, and 3rd year racing here in the NLS. So more experience, the better.
Well, that's it, mate. Well done. And I know that your ambition is to get to Le Mans one day, and we'll hope to be still there talking about you when you can do that. Best to your family as well, and say hello to Martin Pass for us as well. Another veteran of this sport. Martin and Therese have been good friends to us at Radio Le Mans and RSL down through the years. Harley Horton, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Great to have Harley here, and as I said, given the circumstances, Peter, of him being out early on, that was outstanding that he came in for the chat, but he promised he would.
Very inspiring young man. Any young racing driver watching going, I want to be there. That's an example.
20 years old.
I know, of sometimes you
Where
got
was
to think
your head
outside
at
the
20
box.
years old?
I'm not going to answer that question on here.
Well, my 20-year-old self was a bit further in the past than your 20-year-old self, but heavens above. The singularity of purpose. Oh, now you see, now all of a sudden, as the number 98 BMW goes out, that's 11 minutes past the hour. So from 5 minutes before the hour last time around to 11 minutes past the hour, Prining's still out there. So the Lamborghini's got up to second.
Listen, Lucas Auer.
Oh no.
Oh.
That is the Mackay exclamation of doom, that, isn't it? He's slowing down for a slow zone. But that doesn't sound good.
So whatever the repair
drive
was,
line again.
Whatever the repair was, it's not worked. What was it that Lucas Auer said that? Ralph Aaron said it was. He said there'd be something had broken in the compression.
As they went through the compression.
Sounds like a bag of nails at points. It's going through the gears okay.
It's when it's on part throttle. So the team car was a flange. What a great word that is, by the way. A flange in the diff.
Is it bodywork that's making the noise? If it's just bodywork, that's
somewhere.
yeah. There's something not where it should be, but
oh no.
They're down in 7.
It's the downshift. The upshifts are fine. It's the downshift, and then he's coming back in. Has to come back in. Oh no, that's horrid.
That hurts your soul. If you're a car lover, that sort of sound is just horrible. No more so than the Mercedes-AMG team GetSpeed and all the Mercedes fans around the circuit and watching and listening.
Just to let you know, the sun, having been up for quite a few hours now, beginning to heat up the parts of the track that is in the sun. 29 Celsius, the track temperature, 6 3/4 hours to go.
I noticed coming into the commentary position at 8 o'clock local time just over an hour ago, it was by far and away the warmest I've felt it all week.
I'd agree with that.
And it's been a warm week, so we could be in for a scorcher today, which could play havoc to the cars mechanically and, of course, the tyres.
Tyre choices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now here, you have more tyre choice than probably anywhere else in the world. You have, the tyre rules here are, get this, so each car has its own type of tyres, and you can have 4 different types of tyre, dry tyre, just for the front axle, and then 4 different types of tyre just for the back axle. So they're confidential tyres from whichever your supplier is, but that is the maximum that you can have. You have to register them through the tyre app and tell the organisers what you're using, so you can't just throw on just an unknown special overnight.
Yeah, there was a bit of controversy about that
your hand.
a few years ago, wasn't there, about whether somebody was using a tyre that was actually available. Well, I mean, it was available to them. They are looking underneath there as if something is grinding on the ground, Peter, on that GetSpeed car. I've found a 10th manufacturer. I was aided in it. You did the 9 pretty much off the bounce in our first stint just after midnight. There's a 10th, which was Bridgestone.
Bridgestone, yes. 10 tyre manufacturers. Fantastic.
And actually, you rattled through. Oh yeah, it's the under tray, isn't it? That sounds horrible.
Well, I suppose if that's all it is, that's relatively simple, but there could be something more sinister lying underneath.
The problem with that is it ruins the underbody aerodynamics and slows you down. It's extra drag, and it potentially could be creating heat as well, which you don't want. There was a time, and those of a certain age will know exactly what I'm talking about, when half of the Ford Sierras that you passed you on the motorway had the engine under tray flapping around, and you would think to yourself, how can they drive that without knowing that that's happening? Because it's going.
It's a bit worrying, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you do see some things out the road. You think they don't enjoy driving as much as we do.
Even on street cars, road cars now, the underbodies have been sealed up for efficiency. I actually had to change the Department of Transport MOT test because you can't see quite a lot now when you're underneath the car, apart from the scratches on your under tray because of the state of the roads and speed bumps.
This is, I mean, this is absolutely heartbreaking for Mercedes AMG. They are an ever-present threat at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, whether it be in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series that runs throughout the year, or indeed in the big 24-hour race. And yet, this is another year that's going to go by since their last win, which was in 2016. It's been a lot. It's hard to imagine.
Which they won from pole.
Which they won from pole.
And that was the last time a pole sitter won here.
Exactly. So, speaking of pole sitters, the leading car, the pole sitter, into the pits right now.
Manthey have won from pole before.
They will have, yes. Yeah, they did quite a lot in the mid to late 2000s where they were not uncontested, that wouldn't be fair, but they were by far and away the dominant force.
What was the year where, I think either on the it was on the formation lap, somebody ran into the back of Timo Bernhard and the car came in at the end of the first lap and then they went on to win?
Not sure. Not sure.
Answers on a postcard, please. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSL19N24. Well, this looks absolutely standard. There's still some tear-offs left on that screen, actually, but they're not using one there. That was just to clean with the fluid. I will have to do that on the Range Rover. I should really have done it last night, but we were desperate to get some shut-eye. But coming out this morning, I meant to say that earlier on, we mentioned about the sun coming up at various parts through the trees. We've only been doing, what, 10k, 15k backwards and forwards. And this morning, coming around a couple of corners, it's complete loss of vision with sunshine on a dusty screen or a fly-ridden screen. Or it's sort of to the left front, isn't it? On that GetSpeed car, the mechanic right underneath. Now you might think that's dangerous, but they have got the solid jack supports under that car, so the hydraulic jacks are not keeping that car off the ground. So safety first, as you would do if you were servicing your car and you drive at home. Do people still do that?
Well, you see
part of my upbringing.
In the rallying world, when you're doing a roadside puncture, you'll have the air jack that put the car up. You also put one of the other wheels underneath the car in case the jack fails, and the car basically then lands on the wheel, so that there's
not your co-driver.
And not your co-driver.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still filling the Grello.
So Thomas Preining had brought in the Manthey number 911. Driver change went in. We'll confirm the next driver. I think it's Kevin Estre, but we'll confirm when they head out to complete their pit stop.
Here comes the Lamborghini. Now, that car is due into the pit, so I don't think it's going to take the lead. It's not going to be scored in the lead. So the Manthey EMA number 911 is still leading the motor race, because Christian Engelhardt has come into the pits. So that is all of the laps since restart, even I think on the pit lane cycle, where the Manthey Grello number 911 is leading the race.
It is.
It's incredible, isn't it?
And indeed it is Kevin Estre who has taken out the Manthey machine.
Oh, Michelin tyres. You were mentioning the tyres earlier on.
Yeah, super quick. In the night, got in around 1 o'clock in the morning or so, took over from Thomas Preining and put a bit of time into the Rover BMW at that point. The Rover BMW now coming through into the S at the start, the turn 1 and turn 2 S at the start of the Grand Prix track. And we'll get a look on what the time gap is when they both clip through the first timing point. Estre now getting down to business. So with 6 hours 38 left, 3 more double stints or so would get them towards that final stop. So that would theoretically mean that if you had a rotation of doubles, it would then have Kevin Estre in for the finish. I'd be flabbergasted if Manthey don't put Kevin Estre in for the dash to the finish. He is there very much the team leader in that lineup. But Preining and Guven have done an amazing job. They have not made any mistakes at all. They've been fantastic. Interesting that Patrick Pilet hasn't been in the car, more kept as a reserve just in case. A little bit like when they last won the race in 2021 when Lars Kern was kept in reserve. Albeit that race didn't go the full 24 hours. I suppose neither did this one. Keep forgetting we had a red flag earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. 2.5 hours. Thank you very much indeed for joining the conversation using that hashtag RSL19 N24. Hello to the Sim Racing Bar Stew. He said, when I went to sleep last night, Hindhoff and Mackay were commentating, and they're still on when I got up this morning. Does he keep them both on standby in a cupboard in the booth for whenever I put the stream on? Yes, that's right.
No,
absolutely no.
He looks after us better than that.
No, true enough. And hello to Ray, who is enjoying the entertainment on the morning shift. Shouting for the South Africans, KVD in the 98, David Perrell in the 45 and Jordan Pepper in the 27. It's Rafa at the moment who is in that second place Rover Racing BMW. 23 seconds the gap, and they've both gone through now.
It's sort of...
It's not getting under 20, but it's not getting over 30.
Okay, that's interesting. So coming into the pit stop, Preining had actually brought the gap out a little bit, but it's coming back a little in the pit stops. Very, very interesting the way it's just ebbing and flowing back and forth. But now a battle that we've seen many times before. Marciello versus Estre. Yes, it's not wheel banging back and forth. It never is really in a 24-hour race, particularly not one that without the intervention of safety cars. But Estre versus Marciello, every single corner, every single sector of the track, they will be fighting for every tenth of a second, because if you relax, if you give away time here and there, before you know it, that 21-second advantage is gone. Now, bear in mind, that is 21 seconds with no safety car intervention, none. So every time you lose time, you do not get it back through any other means. So that is a real gap on pace. That is how close it is.
Bastian Boos in the pit lane came in from well inside the top 10, 6th place for the Dynamic GT Porsche. And that one running with Pirelli tyres on. One of the...
It's a Milner
car that's been down the tyre barrier at some point as well. And can't see the number on that one. I'd have to scroll down a bit further.
939.
Oh, good call.
That's the K-Schau, Rüdiger Schicht, Franz Linden and Tommy Groberg from Sweden. So that's, you've got an American, a Swiss, a German and a Swede. Yeah. I love that.
And what language do they speak? They speak motorsport.
Yes, and David Brabham would say they're all citizens
of the world, yes. He had to get special dispensation to have a globe rather than a flag on his race suit, because it wasn't FIA approved, which I presume David Coulthard had to as well, because he always raced with the salt tyre on there, and that's not an FIA approved flag either. So they don't have an ASN.
Okay.
You're supposed to have the flag of your ASN and your country. I know a driver who's got two, Nico Varone.
Argentina and Italy.
Yes, he has both on.
Yeah. Yeah, they're also on the MotoGP side, you've got Franco Morbidelli, who's got his Brazil and Italy on his helmet.
Yeah, one side or the other. Yeah.
For his parents. I always think I know Bruce Jones doesn't enjoy the the discussion about helmet design. I love it. I think it's like the driver's business card. It's their calling card. There's certain helmet designs, you just know who it is in the car. And the skill of a helmet painter as well. There's a guy called Joe Tanner who has a company called Renat Design at Knockhill Racing Circuit, and the helmets he paints, the airbrushing techniques, and he paints for most of the British touring car grid, paints Jake Dennis's helmets and many others around the world, and many of his helmets will be in this race, and the skill of it is just pure art. Fantastic.
It's a lot of work just to strip a helmet down to its shell.
And know how to put it back together.
Yeah,
Probably
exactly.
You're trusting your helmet painter not only to paint it well, but also to put it back together the way it was designed.
Exactly right.
Not good. GetSpeed have finally got their number 17 Mercedes AMG back.
Lucas Hare has been sitting in that car since it was pushed back into the garage.
That would be the longest 20 minutes ever.
It's awful.
Might even be longer than that they've been in there.
It is awful. It happened to me once. Jack Aiken says Lachlan races with South Korean and United Kingdom.
That he does. And then he has the Scottish Thistle on his helmet because his dad's from Glasgow.
Really? You might as well just put a can of beans on my helmet then, 57 varieties.
Oh, is it? Kevin Estre has to take to the grass. Race leader having to take to the grass. Going down through... now going through...
Svitman, isn't it?
No, yes, it was, yeah.
And heading into...
Oh, and again,
it's
more contact. Estre's pushing. Estre's pushing
so
big
there was
time.
debris on the track that he saw late and put the right-hand side Michelin's on the dirt. And then one of the GT4 Aston Martins just slightly closing the door as he came through the S-curve towards Brünchen on that downhill left-hander. Now he's in another slow zone. Code 60 in this area.
He's having to push, but the last thing he wants to do is get any kind of penalty.
Down to 21 seconds.
Yeah.
So this started way back in... Oh, no, that was this must have been the lap before, or has this just happened? No, I think looking at the wrong part of the race there. Thank you very much, by the way, to all of the ladies and gentlemen of Nurburgring TV, particularly to David, to Nico, who are our liaison and help, and the camera operators, the technicians, our audio techs, a couple of technicians at the end, in fact 3 actually, because we had a young lady who did the overnight shift, made sure everything was working well for us.
And they don't underestimate the technical challenge of broadcasting on this circuit. I've lucky enough to be involved in the TV production for the European Rally Championship and the World Rally Championship as well at points. And I know what it's like to try and broadcast on a space of land as big as the Nurburgring Nordschleife, which isn't that different to a rally stage. It just goes in a circle. Similar amount of land that it covers. 25 kilometre would be a long rally stage.
Nowadays it would,
yeah, so getting onboards to work, onboard cameras to work and give the signal back from within the trees is not easy, believe me. So it's a big effort.
This whole circuit, the infrastructure has been improved and invested in, not just the circuit in terms of the circuit surface, but the communications between the marshal's post. The whole circuit has fibre now around it, so when you do want to come in and do an NLS, you decide which points you want to use and you plug your camera in and off you go, and you either put a camera operator on it or remote. An extraordinary feat of technology and innovation here.
An investment.
Oh, indeed so.
Investment.
Indeed so.
But it is quite the economic engine, the Nurburgring, in terms of the people who come here as tourists to do tourist laps, also the private track days, and the manufacturers, the amount of money they spend on testing here as well.
I posed a question about the pole position for Manthey, and they came in on the first lap for a puncture and some rear damage. That was 2008 when they did that. So that was only the second year we covered the race. I remember that like it was yesterday. I would have thought that was 6-7 years later than that. Thank you to Jeff, who's tweeted in at RSL Studio. Here's the hashtag RSL 19 N24. Kevin Estre is now really pushing. Yellow flags. Oh.
No, it was just, that's to warn for the Flugplatz.
Okay,
so it's gone single, then double, down to 120 kph for the double yellow. Flugplatz is going to be there for quite a while, I would think, after that incident between the Dacia Logan and one of the Volkenhorst Aston Martin GT4 cars. So Estre really pushing, taking more risk in traffic now, trying to put some time into Raffaele Marciello. But actually on the Grand Prix track, Marciello set the best sector of the entire race in Sector 2. So Marciello is pushing to try and catch Estre. So both Estre and Marciello on the limit.
Yeah, the Raquette on the front is in memory of Thomas Raquet, an integral part of Manthey. He helped build, shape and influence her for nearly 30 years. Manthey saying more than just a colleague. And they'll always remember his inspiring nature, his humour and his loyalty. Instrumental in DTM engineering as well. So that's the Raquette, Thomas Raquet.
The gap is coming down on this lap. Marciello pulling time out of Kevin Estre. Several seconds now in the hands of the Rover BMW on this lap, as Estre is trying really hard to get through traffic as quickly as is possible, with increasing the risk level, pushing his way through. But Kevin Estre is one of those sorts of drivers, isn't he? He's just trying to push on, always instinctive in traffic. So instinctive the way he handles a car as well. Just a joy to witness the man at work. But Marciello is closing in on this lap. Gap is down to 20.3 seconds.
Take another second out there. It is that instinct. Yellow flags again in front of Rafa Marciello, so he can gain on the touring car ahead of him. It's now double yellow, so there'll be no passing through what is normally a very fast part of the circuit. There's the green flag on the right hand side, goes past the GT tyres and entered, tyres sponsored and entered machine. He's on the run down to the bridge at ADAC. Just gone through Verstappen. Just getting there, make sure he had grip there on his tyres. That was interesting. Braked a little bit early and then was just a little offline deliberately, I think, when he turned in to make sure he had the grip and he was all cleaned up. It's not that far.
No, it isn't. Another couple of seconds in the favour. It's 18.4 seconds now, so the gap is coming down. Manthey under the most pressure they've been on under all race.
Yeah.
Marciello on a mega stint right now. It's been a couple of slow zones in and out where Marciello's taking a lot of risk to go in as deep as he possibly can and then get on the power as early as possible, and is pulling time out of Kevin Estre here.
Kevin Estre has done one flying lap. Rafa Marciello has done two. There's still that 1 lap differential between the two cars as the sun begins its warming effect on the circuit and on the spectators this morning, just after 9:30 on a Sunday morning. Johannes just echoing what we were talking about the investment. He says in my opinion, the Nurburgring, the relatively new Nurburgring ownership deserves some praise. There were doubters that thought they'd just put up no trespassing signs and make it a rich person's country club, but they haven't. They've kept it open and invested in it. Yeah, totally agree. Johannes, cheers for that. You've been up all night, by the way, because every time I turn on, I'm seeing prescient comments from you. Right turn lover, RTL, right in the middle of Europe. Is there still a difference between the Grello and the Rover Racing BMW? Yes, 1 lap is the difference. So the 911, number 911, SP9 Pro leader and race leader is pitting 1 lap later than the number 98 BMW at the moment. And I can't imagine that there's any fuel saving going on at all by Marciello. Quite the reverse. It is smoke 'em if you got him at the moment in the early morning with still just under 6.5 hours to go. The next NLS race in August is a 6-hour contest. And we've got that to go later on today from Watkins Glen International. A circuit that follows the twists and turns, the topography of the landscape in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. One of the classic sports car races in the States. 55 entries for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We'll have that for you live on RS2 for everybody. And if you're outside the US, we'll have the video for you as well. And that's after this race is finished, by the way, long after we have shut down the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre here. We'll fire up Studio 2.
Estra's just been that little bit more cautious going into and out of slow zones and code 60s, and I think that's to just be on the safe side in terms of penalties, whereas Marciello is taking a little bit more risk trying to run that gap down. That indicates to me that Manthey have not under control, but they are confident in the pace that they've got in that car, and Estra's confident in the pace in that car. Now he's more thinking, the last thing I want to do now is give away a penalty. We've got good pace in the car, we just got to trust it.
Third place is the blue Ferrari again, as the leader comes across the line and gets a left indicator flashed from, I think that's one of the Milner Motorsport cars just ahead of him. Yes, it is. As they go down into the first 2 corners. These slow zones is helping that Ferrari. They are getting closer to holding on to that position at the top of the hour, and that's what you're kind of looking for.
They're still behind on strategy though, I think. They owe us a pit stop, and of course remember, if oil is equal, their last pit stop of the race because of that will need to be a lot earlier, and therefore their last pit stop of the race will be a lot longer due to the minimum pit stop times. So I think it's maybe them showing in third right now is flattering it slightly.
It's got 2 laps to go, just crosses the line now, so onto its last lap of this stint, possibly, because even with the slow zones, nobody's getting 9 or 10 lap stints, are they? They're still just doing 8s.
Yeah, exactly. But the stints the 8 laps are taking longer because of the because of the slow zones. For example, the best lap of the race is an 8-minute 12.532. Last time by Estra was a 9.22, so that gives you an idea how slow the circuit is.
Marciello was a 9.12 last time through, and the Ferrari was a 9.18.
Yeah, so the gap is way down now. 14.8 seconds now, the gap between Marciello and Kevin Estra. This is game on here at the Nurburgring with just coming up into the last quarter of the race. The wick is being turned up and it is a duel out there. So no doubt Estra will be getting information for the team saying that gap's coming down a bit, and we could well see a response from the Frenchman very soon.
Question here. The Rover Racing BMW got a penalty for causing a collision earlier on. Has that been served yet?
Yes.
It has. Okay. It was 32 seconds, wasn't it? So they'll have just done that on the next pit stop and done that. No touching, no touching, no touching. Yeah.
Yeah, they got that penalty for the incident with the Peter Kate and Harley Houghton car when Kelvin van der Linde was on board. Raffaele Marciello now into the slow zone, code 60 at Flugplatz, and is right
that's
behind.
nearly finished. That barrier repair on the left where the Aston went in is nearly finished, and that's all they're waiting for. The cars, the Valkenhorst Aston Martin was the number 74 car, and the Dacia involved in that, so that's not going to be there that much longer.
I think Marciello's lost a bit of time in that slow zone because the Porsche Cayman 981 in front of him, maybe not quite doing 60 kph and being a little bit slower in there, but there's nothing Marciello can do. You cannot overtake in one of those zones. Then the green flag is shown and he can finally get going again, so that might play a bit of time back in Estra's favour. In fact, yeah, through sector 3, which is all the way up to the Flugplatz, Estra taking a couple of seconds out there, and yeah, there's a couple of seconds in the favour of Estra in that little exchange, so the gap back up to 16.6 seconds for the lead.
That's the ebb and flow of this type of racing. Kevin Estra up at Adenauer Forest. Meantime, Raffaele Marciello right at the bottom of the foxhole. It's not that far, is it, though? You just need a fumble and they'll be back together. I'm kind of wishing that, because I want to see that. We're loving this trading of half a second here, 0.3 there, but it would be interesting to see the relative performance if they were side by side. Is the advantage, the clear advantage that is being utilised at the moment by the BMW, is that enough to actually make a pass in racing conditions, Peter?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. At the moment, the gap is 16.6 seconds as Estra heading down to Verstappen. Marciello coming through the three big right-handers after Callan-Hart. So it is properly game on. Couldn't really ask for it to be any closer at this stage of the race with 6 hours remaining. A little bit of traffic for Estra at X-Müller. BMW 3 Series sees him and pulls to the left. And Negrello goes through. I remember speaking to Kevin Estra after his maiden win in the, and his only win in the Nurburgring 24-hour in 2021. And I asked him, felt like a silly question. I asked him, I said, does being in the Grello car, the green and yellow machine, does that give you an advantage in traffic? Do the cars in front see you better? And Kevin actually thought yes. And they know that, you know, anyone on the Nordschleife knows that the Grello is one of the top dogs, regardless of what class you're in. So just that psychological advantage of wearing those now iconic colours up towards Moot Curve. Estra here as well always takes a little bit of a breathe out the throttle earlier and back on the power earlier than some of the other drivers. And then up towards Klostertal. And again, a couple of tens back in the favour of Marciello. It's now 14.5 seconds, so it's come back a little bit again. It's just ebbing and flowing all the way. Estra pushing on through the Caracciola carousel. Meanwhile, Marciello held up behind the Müllner Porsche GT3 Cup car. Gets by in time for the Caracciola carousel. As the blue flag is waved back to daylight hours, where the blue flags are then shown. In the nighttime, there's no blue flags shown. It's just the blue lights that are flashing in the windscreen of the top SP9 cars to warn the traffic that the faster cars are coming through. Just a few moments ago, incident at the Goodyear hairpin for one of the BMW M4s happened just in front of Yves Volta in the 718 Porsche Cayman. Couldn't quite pick the number on the BMW there, but the incredible sounding GT4 RS CS Manthey goes through without any fuss. One car which might not have even made the start of the race after a fire in opening qualifying is the number 97 Porsche 997 Cup car, which is running at the moment. Try and find exactly where it is on track. The number 97 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup machine. And this car actually has Ralph Schall as part of the driver lineup. It's running in 38th overall at the moment. Ralph Schall, who competed in the Nurburgring Classic race yesterday morning, winner of it on a few times in the past, finished it on the podium. But they're running really well. In fact, there's Ralph Schall that's on board right now. So Ralph Schall driving that slightly battered 997 GT3 Cup machine. I think 997 Porsche is just one of my favourite 911s actually. A 997 3.8 GT3 manual. Yes, please. That would be nice. But the Cup car, a good-looking machine as well. But at the moment, that car is leading the SP7 category by a good margin. So after being almost their weekend going up in flames, quite literally, they are in the lead of their class.
So, thanks to Vincent Bruins and Pentanix as well. Pentanix part of the RWEC Discord group as well. The Rover Racing didn't serve its penalty because it was rescinded, and the Cayman was deemed to have lifted off the throttle early.
Which is exactly what Harley told us. It was his teammate.
Yeah. So the end result is the same.
It doesn't have
it has no penalty to serve yet, but it never got that penalty enacted. The penalty was never enacted. It was rescinded after video evidence, presumably, was submitted. And we do see these messages on the timing screens for teams to submit their onboards. Every car has an onboard that is recording, not necessarily broadcasting.
They do, they all have an onboard, and often for that reason. Now, get this, 25.3 kilometre circuit. At the moment, we have 7 yellow flags, 3 slow zones, and 6 code 60s. And yet,
a partridge in a pear tree.
And yet, Kevin Estre, 9-minute 15.428. Raffaele Marciello, 9-minute 15.572.
Wow.
0.15 of a second between them with all of that going on.
And the gap is 14, call it 15 seconds, and we've just tripped the 100 lap mark as well. Little milestone there.
No distance record this year after the red flag, unfortunately.
Yeah, lost us something in the region of 20 laps, 2.5 hours, somewhere around there.
We thought we're going to get our 24 hours this year because the fog wasn't likely to happen, and then hit with a power cut in the area.
Incredible.
What are the chances? But we got back racing again, and if anything, it's created more of a sprint mentality as well. I mean, this as Estre now into it now, this could close up a lot. Estre now into a slow zone on the Grand Prix track. He's on the headlight flashers. I think the car in front of him is going very, very slowly, slower than the permitted speed, and that could give a big opportunity for Marciello to close in. Yes, indeed. Marciello has taken a couple of seconds out of Estre then on the Grand Prix track alone. The gap is as low as it's been, 13.2 seconds now. The Rover BMW is catching.
Bit of crude arithmetic from Rob Fitzgerald. Hello, Rob. Good morning. 8 lap stint. Average lap time around the 9 minutes mark, so that's 72 minutes. 6 hours race time is 5 times 72 minutes. So the ideal strategy is whoever pits first after 6 hours to go, leaving a bit of extra for the final lap. But a reminder, though, that the calculation on minimum pit start time changes towards the end of the race and goes from how many laps you've done to how much time there's left to go. Brake change for the Ferrari in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's on time. They've got 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock to get all of the work done.
Wow, so that was done within the mandatory pit stop time for an 8-lap stint, was it?
Yep, looks like it. So to give an idea of that, those race-ending pit stops, if you're pitting with, say, 50 minutes to go,
50,
161 seconds. If you pit with, say, a lap later at 41 minutes to go, or 42 minutes to go, call it, 139 seconds.
Yeah.
So there's quite a difference from one lap. That's like over 20 seconds difference. So that is a little advantage that Manti have in their pocket at the moment.
And also, they're clearly not running the fuel tanks all the way down at the moment. So they've got bags of fuel in hand when they come in after 8 laps because of all the slow zones.
Yeah, because of the slow zones, yes. So if the slow zones continue, that's going to make it going to widen the strategy window a bit. It's looked like David Perel getting into the Realize Ferrari, run by Rinaldi Racing.
A quick hello to another great friend of us here at Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans, René de Boer. Hello, René, how are you this morning? Just weighing in, rightly so, on the organisation here at the Nurburgring. Agrees with everything that's been said. And they're consistently investing in updates to the facility. And by keeping the Nurburgring alive, they create numerous jobs in the region. It's absolutely true. And, you know, we think of it as motor racing and the automotive side of things. The manufacturers are doing test days here. They have what's called the pool days, where the manufacturers come and don't look at each other's cars. That's the idea anyway. And they get out there on the circuits. There's the music festival here as well. There's a couple of different music festivals. And this is a real resource for the area.
Yeah, everyone's got to sleep somewhere, they've got to eat somewhere, they've got to put fuel in the car, shopping, you name it. So, and yeah, it's a real centre.
And by the way, this being here has also, it's not just this track, it spreads its influence out around the whole of the Eifel and the Vulcan Eifel, the volcanic region that we're right in the middle of here, with a number of hotels, bed and breakfasts, etc., that cater for motorcycles and motorcycle tours, and then people can do a tourist lap on the circuit as well. And by the way, as much as I love this circuit and I love my motorbike, no, never, not on a bike, no, 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 no. Although I would like to come down on the mighty 1600 GT and do some touring around here. The roads are outstanding. But it's all of that, Peter, that you know, the mythology that surrounds this place that keeps people coming here, the hotel and conference business with the 3 on-site hotels now, where you've got the Grand Prix circuit and the potential of some tourist laps, or at least a visit to the circuit, or even some laps around the Grand Prix circuit as part of your conference or business meeting. The Ring Boulevard, which has been developed with a indoor concert facility in there as well, a multi-purpose area in there. I think there's still an indoor karting centre as well in there. There used to be, then it was changed into a car park for a while, but I think it's back. They've sweated the brand, and I say more power to their elbow for that. They haven't just dusted it off once a year for a race. And don't forget, we've got 4 new races next year with the NLS Classic races. How good are they going to be?
They're going to be fantastic, and I think for any racetrack, every day that it's quiet is an inefficient day. It needs to be used as much as possible, and like you say, sweat the asset. Tell you what, who might be maybe just perspiring slightly is Kevin Estre, who's being hunted down by Raffaele Marciello for this race lead. It's like, oh, Estre coming through the Beloff S, absolutely flat out. The car wiggling around all over the place. Now coming up to his favourite corner on the circuit.
Yeah.
The right-hander before Schwalbenschwanz, really fast through there. And then into Schwalbenschwanz itself, super, super quick.
I'll just finish with one thought on this place. When the takeover happened, there was a lot of people running around with hair on fire saying that the sky is falling in, this is the end, and it's not been like that. And there was a lot of noise made about that at the time. Perhaps not quite enough credit has been given off the back of that, it didn't happen, and B, that quite the reverse has happened. And the future of this fantastic facility, this unique facility, unparalleled and will never be repeated anywhere in the world. You simply couldn't build this type of facility again.
Marciello.
And the future of that has been secured. James O'Donnell says what we're all thinking. This is building into a bit of a thriller. Another endurance race with only a handful of seconds between the leaders after 18 hours. We're coming down to 18 hours. Sports car racing is in good health. Hashtag RSL 1924, 19N24. And no safety cars. Peter's been making this point. PMAC, there's nothing here at all that is other than the relative pace of the cars, the strategy of the teams, the hard work of the crews and the drivers, and the way they that has changed, that balance. Let's call it the balance of performance. I don't mean what's set out in the regulations, but throughout a 24-hour race, the conditions change, and the balance of performance between cars that are front, mid, rear-engined and have different performance characteristic, that balance of performance does change throughout a race.
It does, yeah, and certain cars are better in certain conditions, of course, and I think it's also each exchange through traffic is so important,
yeah.
And that is, and it's particularly now when the track is littered with slow zones.
12 seconds.
It's 12.6 seconds and a little bit in the favour of Marciello over the whole lap. 9:30.618, 9:32.9 for Kevin Estre.
They're both on the Grand Prix circuit. They're in the same sector in terms of the timing as the Rover Racing BMW heads down to the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Great Falcon Drift show there on Friday night. And thanks very much to Johnny, Ben and Joe for jumping in to do that. That's normally my guilty little pleasure. But I think we've got some converts to the drifting genre. The Rover Racing BMW looking a little dusty, not as pristine as it was. First 6 hours, I couldn't believe it when I saw it in the pit lane. I thought they just rolled it out the pits. It was so shiny. So 6 hours to go here at the Nurburgring. We're heading into the last quarter, of the race with 18 hours down. It's been an enthralling race right from the drop of the green flag. Huge crowds on the grid yesterday in the traditional edge of the track. Greeting on that formation lap. And since we had the red flag, it has been Manthey, EMA and the 911 Grello. The red flag coming out for something new even to the Nürburgring as we lost power in the pit lane, so they couldn't pump fuel. There was no timing on the stands, and the sensible thing to do was to stop the race. It took 2.5 hours to get everything back to normal. Not all of that time was fixing the problem. You've got to reset the field and get everybody to go through their warm-up, etc. Whilst we're reminding you all of what has been going on in the past 18 hours, I'll run you through the leaders in class 15th position now for the Lush, the number 48. The number 948 Lush Motorsport Porsche Cup car. Still just ahead of the Mulder Motorsport number 918. Those two in 15th and 16th position. AT2 Match Chrysler Racing in 18th position with their Porsche number 644, excuse me. Lost the ability to read. Door Motorsport McLaren leading SP8T just ahead, 30 seconds ahead of the leading TCR car, 25th and 26th. That's the Mark Bessing Hyundai Motorsport number 930. And another 32 seconds back, so still around about that 50 to 60 seconds between first and second in SP8T. Jimmy Broadbent back behind the wheel of the Bilstein BMW M4. AT3 is Max Chrysler Racing, Jonas Kristoffersen behind the wheel of the VW GTI Club Sport number 19 in 30th position. Cup 3 is the WNS Motorsport Porsche. It's one of the Caymans in 34th position for the number 962. Ivy Racing by Black Fulton lead the SP10 category in their BMW GT4 Evo. That's a G82 car. Number 67 in 37th position, just ahead of one of the drivers of the day yesterday in the classic race, the 2 hour and 40 minute race. He was in his Mercedes then, now he's in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, SP7, number 97, leading that class in 38th position. And we've got FK Performance Motorsport in the M2 Racing G87 SP3T, the number 310 car. And in second is the Cupra now in that category. So we've lost someone in that SP3T category because they were right with that BMW for a long time. I'll try and work out who that was as I go through and see who's dropped down. BMW M240i category is the number 650 Adrenaline Motorsport car, leading that class in 54th position. SP2T Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing. The remaining GR Yaris is the number 109 car in 64th place overall. Oh yes, it was the Bulldog Racing John Cooper Works car, Samantha Tan now at the wheel of that. So that's now dropped down into third in SP3T. So they've had some issues and they're just about 3 minutes behind the Audi, the Dupre Racing car, which is leading the VT2 front and all-wheel drive category. That's 72nd for that red number 480. Also a class leader in the BMW 325i class, the E90, the privately ended number 100 car, sits in 78th position. And the only other class leader is a wee bit further down in 116th position. Again, a privately entered BMW, the 318 Ti, the 277 car, the multicoloured green car. And that is leading its class in 116th position in SP3. There's been a bit of attrition, but we still have the Porsche, the Grello leading at the front. Through goes the flat six of that Porsche.
And there goes the straight six of the BMW because the gap is just 4.4 seconds. The gap has come down a lot just as we were doing that recap of the classes. And it's a lot of it was in Sector 3 where there's that code 60 going in towards Flugplatz, and cost extra is 5 seconds alone in that sector. But Marciello is driving in the green sectors, is pulling time as well. And driving superbly as the Swiss licensed driver.
Oh, for someone in the pits now who would dare and go and say what's going on here. They're halfway through their stints at the moment. The Porsche has a lap advantage in terms of its pit stop cycle at the moment. They are pitting one lap later, one lap further into the race every time. This is game on now, isn't it?
Oh, it's
seconds out.
Definitely 4.4 seconds. It's just in this stint alone, it's come down a huge amount. Raffaele Marciello in amazing form right now, really pushing on. Now, you know,
Peter, let's just remind everybody there's one BMW, and this is it. they don't have a plan B. There are other Porsches in the race, although the next one's a bit further down. But as we look, it's Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, Ford Mustang, Ferrari, and then the dynamic SP9 car is 3/4 of a lap back in 6th position. But they started with one. I suppose you could say Manthey started with one car, with the 911. So the battle of the big hitters here with Rover Racing and Manthey.
Yeah, the two of the top teams in the Nurburgring.
Sorry,
24.
I interrupted your thought.
Yeah, so this is the thing where we didn't really see BMW's pace in the run-up to the 24-hour race, because the Rover car didn't go to the qualifying races, and then in the qualifying sessions they were a little bit off colour, didn't qualify for top qualifying. They got a 10 kilogram weight break coming into the race, whereas Porsche had a 5 kilogram addition.
So that was a 15 kilogram swing.
Pace-wise, looking through the sectors, it seems fairly even in terms of their best lap times. Best lap time of the race is set by the Manthey Porsche. So, but it seems in this latter part of the race, as the Rover car is really going well, it's coming alive as the temperatures are beginning to rise. What is the gap as they come over the line? 4 seconds dead. So it's come down again. On this lap alone, 8 seconds in the favour of Marciello in the chasing Rover BMW. It is game on. They're almost at the same corner now.
On to the Grand Prix circuit. Traffic again to deal with for Rafa Marciello. And now there are no cars between first and second. Now as they head down the hill to the Goodyear hairpin, there are no cars between the BMW in second, and he can see the leader. They're both on the run down the hill at the apex now. The leader at the apex of the Goodyear hairpin. More traffic ahead for Kevin Estre as he heads up the hill. This is the motor race right here. The next car is the Ferrari, which is another 2 minutes and 28 seconds back. But that car will be due a pit stop. Sorry, my apologies. The next car back is the Speedline Lamborghini. Another 2.5 minutes back. And that car is 2 laps better off than the BMW and 1 lap better off than the Porsche. Have we been ignoring that Lamborghini all of a sudden? As I look at that, you say to yourself, whoa, hang on a minute.
Well,
the Abbott Sportsline machine with Luca Enxler behind the wheel.
Well, if you looked at it, say for example, if the Rover BMW pitted with 50 minutes to go, hypothetically, it would have to serve 161 seconds of minimum pit stop time. If there's a 2-lap differential, call that 15 minutes difference. 16 minutes difference.
Like
17. Yeah, excuse me, 17. So call it an 8 minute and a 9 minute. Yeah, 17 minutes. That would be 33 minutes to go, and that is 45 seconds of difference,
right,
that they've got to gain back.
And they're only a minute ahead of Salman Oega in the HRT 4 Performance Mustang. Slow.
Another car, slow zone at the Flugplatz, but there's another car that's gone off at Flugplatz as well. The BMW.
And that's just cleared. That's just cleared that area. They've finished the barrier repair, so that was green. So that was my point. It's a slow zone again.
Yeah, gap's now down to 2.3. So again in sector 3, Marciello's found some time. He's found quite a lot of time on the Grand Prix track as well. So now there is a wheel-to-wheel race for the lead here in the 53rd running.
Grey flag. And the straight 6 barrels into life. 2 of my favourite engine notes. Straight 6, such an elegant engine, very well balanced, and the flat 6, so perfectly Porsche. I've even considered changing my motorcycle for a flat 6 motorcycle. Did you know Honda do a flat 6 motorcycle? And it sounds just like a Porsche when it starts up.
Wow.
It's incredible. I do love my BMW, but there's something about the rasp of the flat six. A flat six motorcycle.
That's quite a thought, quite a thought. So it is game on now. Past all the intervention vehicles they go.
Well, they've just finished doing that barrier repair. They're through Adenauer Force now. It's target acquired for Raffaele Marciello. And every moment now is potential triumph and disaster. We're 5 hours and 48 minutes away from time expiring, and this could be one of the defining moments of the race. Let's see what the performance differential is between these two cars. We've seen it in time terms, but taking time out of the leader and then having enough performance differential to make a clean pass, those are two very different things. On any racetrack, they are worlds apart here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife.
So who's got the straight line speed? Because that is what you need to have the race ability to make the pass. Up the Dottinger Hole is the place which is the easiest way to make a pass on this circuit. You can get closer on Kesselchen if you've got good straight line speed, and then make the move a little bit later on in the lap. As the gap down to 1.468 seconds. This is so tight.
Hang on, I'm throwing my stopwatch away now. It's not required. It is now. It is a visual gap as they're heading up from Bergwerk. 6 hours to go, by the way, pointed out by RTL. RSL 19N24. You'd have made money on this one. The top 10, no Audis, one Mercedes, but 3 Lamborghinis with 6 hours to go. That's your top 10 among the other cars in there. And a Ford, and 1 Porsche, 2 Porsches actually, and a BMW. And that's where the battle is at the moment. Marciello is absolutely throwing the car at the corners. Talk about let off the leash in the last couple of hours. We picked a good time to come back on, Peter, didn't we, when we did these rotors earlier on in the week? I could not have known what was going to be happening, but my goodness, it's almost as if they've taken the limiter off the BMW drivers. And Marciello hoving into view now with 102 laps completed. The gap is down to nothing at all. In Nurburgring terms, this is as good as side-by-side racing, and we could have this any time through. Getting on for halfway round the lap now as they wind their way through the forest, through the S-curve and down towards Brunchen. Easy to get offline there and just understeer as the camber stops helping you.
Those who have woken up early from their slumber will be getting, at Brunchen, they'll be getting treated to a real battle here, seeing the Rover BMW get closer and closer to the Manthey Porsche. Two titans of the Nürburgring 24-hour here. Two teams that know how to get the job done. I can't believe one of the Manthey mechanics is sleeping through this.
You sleep when you can get it.
Yeah, exactly, you can.
You sleep when you can get it. We were talking about this at Le Mans, weren't we, last weekend? The LMP2 mechanics, they do 2 laps on a 37 to 40 minute stint, and 6 minutes to 8 minutes into their stint, they have to be ready because the window's open again if there's slow zones or safety cars. Here it's a little bit longer. Incredible stuff that is going on here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Good morning if you are just joining us. Good evening if you've stayed up all night, if you're further to the west of us, working the time zones. What an enthralling and intriguing race. BMW with one of the touring cars to pass before, again, it is only the hallowed tarmac between it and the leader.
And the track is now going much more towards green flag racing, with only 1 yellow flag in slow zone at Verstappen and a code 60 at Exmüller. So that's basically 1 zone at all. The rest of it is clear. In fact, it's opened up as Estra gets a little bit held up behind one of the 240i BMWs. Marciello gets by without a problem. What is the gap going to be when they come up towards the line? I think it's maybe going to open up a bit, actually. 1.4 at the moment, but on this lap it's been a huge lap for Marciello. It was 8 seconds the difference on the previous lap. This time it was 3 seconds, so the gap is 1.3 between the Grello Manthey Porsche and the 98 Rover BMW, but the track is now completely green. So there is no slow zones, no code 60. So now we'll see on pure pace what is the difference between these two cars.
You made the point earlier on, Peter, and it bears repeating now that we've gone totally green on the circuit. Estre was being particularly careful into and out of slow zones, yellow flags, code 120s, code 60s. As the leader, and in a bright greeny yellow car, you are being scrutinised, as all of the cars are. There's GPS trackers on all of these cars, by the way, for race control purposes. Yellow flags coming out at Kesselchen for a moment, so we didn't stay green all the time. But let's find out now what the relative performance of these cars are through the traffic.
In the Grand Prix track, it's definitely the BMW. Over this entire stint, Marciello has pulled at least a second every lap just on the Grand Prix track. Yes, there's been in and out of slow zones at points, but it seems that on the Grand Prix track, the BMW is stronger than the Porsche. So the gap is now down to just 0.8 of a second, so Marciello is getting closer and closer. Is this a matter of time before Marciello gets past, because he is just pulling time out of Estre? Is there something more sinister?
Well, I said that a while ago.
911, because this is not very Kevin Estre. Or is he fuel saving? Is he worried about fuel? Is he trying to pit later in the race? Hard to say.
It may be that all of these yellows and slow zones, etc., has slightly masked a performance issue for the 911. They're not going to tell us. End of the Hansen back now, and there's what, 12, 15 cars lengths between them. They go over one of the many bridges on the Nordschleife where we were staying a couple of years ago. We could see them climbing this hill, actually staying inside the circuit. That was a great find by our hosts at Nurburgring TV. I'll remind you, this, without any safety car intervention, is the battle for the lead we're talking about. At the top of the hill at Arenberg now, before they drop down into the foxhole. 5 hours, 41 minutes to go.
Kevin Estre is coming up behind the number 27, 27 Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper, who's running a lap down. 7th position, but running a lap down.
Not quite a lap down yet. He's just on the end of the lead lap. Not that that's going to help him.
He's let them go. He's let them go.
That's smart, boy. But nose to tail now, the leaders, the Adnan Forest. How do you like this, Peter? How do you like this? What a last 40 minutes of our stint we're going to have. This will be broken up. The BMW actually will be in the pits, I think, at the end of this lap, won't he? So here's where the advantage lies with the 911, even if Rafa Marciello gets by. And I tell you, Rafa will want, and BMW and Rover Racing will want to make the point that we can pass you. He will go through if he can. For my money here, Peter, he will go through if he can. As they're heading down towards Verstappen. Oh, and the leader has hit another car, and almost Kennedy has. It's cannoned one BMW into another. I think there's a hit there on the Rover BMW, and that's on Estre. That is on Estre. Oh my goodness me. And there's a car upside down. Is that the 98 car? It is.
No, it isn't. It was an Aston Martin.
Is it an Aston?
SP10 car, yeah. Tipped over as Estre tried to get through. It was just a misunderstanding.
The BMW is still going, but I'm sure there was a hit.
I don't know. But that
will be left rear. It'll be left rear if there was a hit.
That will surely be a penalty.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was the Aston Martin with the strikes on. No, Estre had no right to be down the inside there. BMW had the bounce that I saw, that I thought was the hit on the BMW, was Rafa Marciello having to take to the curbs and go through. No, there's not. There's the pressure. That's exerting pressure. Exactly what we were talking about. And the BMW had to take to the curbs on the right-hand side just before Verstappen. There was a moment when I thought that Aston was going to hit the second place car, and Jordan Pepper, just being lapped, by the way, in 7th position, had to virtually come to a standstill. How do you see that one, Peter?
So difficult.
I tell you, the only thing that might get Estre away with that is he tried to back out of it and clip the curb, which put the car sideways. I bet that woke up the pit lane.
The Manthey crew, Thomas Prowning watching in the back of the garage. Oh well, they may get a penalty, they might not. Thank goodness it's not our job to decide on that one. Already the mechanics going into action in case they're required. But that is big drama here at the Nurburgring 24 hours for 2025. Augusto Farfus's head in the hands. He's already got his helmet on, ready to take over from Raffaele Marciello. Now that big launch over the curb for the Rover BMW, they will be lucky to get away with damage there. The Durham Motorsport team, they're in utter desperation because their number 179 Aston is out. That's upside down. Dave Alcock said, did the BMW team feed their drivers raw meat overnight? Right turn, Lover. When will the next 98 fuel stop be due? End of this lap, by the way. So Apple as well saying how many laps are the leaders. This time around for the BMW in second place, the 911 is under investigation. One more lap at the end of this one for Kevin Estre. That decision, whether that could be the race. Yes, could be well be the difference of who wins this race with 5 hours and 36 minutes to go. I mean, if you look at the precedent, you look at the incident between the Rover BMW and the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Cayman at Metzgesfeld 2 earlier on in the race. There was a 32-second penalty handed down for that, and then it was rescinded. You can see why I thought that was the BMW when I could just see the side of the car, because it was the black and yellow. Yeah, so apologies for scaring everybody there. It was rescinded. So with that precedent in mind, I would think that Manthey will be showing they're on board and saying, well, the driver just cut us off and we had nowhere to go and we weren't committing to it. Have we got access to the 911 on board? Is that one of the points you can? Do you want to have a look at that and spin it back? You do, yeah. We've got a slow-moving car down through Flansgarden as well. The driver, by the way, of the Aston Martin, should have said this earlier, is out. He's in the marshal's post in the shade. Scary, scary moment for that Aston Martin. One of the SP10 cars. Did we work out which one it was? 176. Thank you. The Durham Motorsport Aston. Was that the car leading its class? Not sure. Excuse me, 179. Excuse me. 179 in the SP10 AM. Durham Motorsport third in its class. That car. And here comes the leader to the end of the race, to the end of the back straight, Rolf Scheibner behind the wheel of that car. Good morning, Rolf. I'm Kevin Estre and I'm coming through. That was a very un-Estre moment, wasn't it? It's what pressure does, though. Yes. Yeah, it is. It is, and it will hinge now very much on what race control make of that. So the leader goes through onto what will be the last lap of this stint for the Manthey number 911. The Rover BMW about to take service, brand new tyres, brand new driver as well. So Raffaele Marciello will get a huge round of applause here. They'll want to have a look under the car at the front. So Rafa out. Looking back at the onboard of the number 911 Manthey incident there, the Aston Martin sort of opens the door. It's an awkward corner because you've got basically three corners, miss, hit, miss, down towards Verstappen. The Aston Martin opened the door, Estre went for it, and then the door closed again. Well, was he at a miss or a hit, though? Well, that's it. So he was at the miss, wasn't he? The one in the middle? So it's a tricky one because it's downhill. It's very, very fast. There's big closing speed between a SP9 GT3 car and SP10 GT4 car. It opens the door slightly, the Manti car coming through, and then the door shuts as well. It's very, very difficult to call.
Faster car has to make a clean pass. And I mean, you're on the ragged edge there in everything. Even on a road car down there, it's scary. Even at 80% in a road car down there, it's scary. And just caught the barrier. The Aston just caught the barrier at the wrong angle. When Rolf goes over, he's out the car, by the way. Rolf Scheibner.
So the Aston's on the brakes. Normally maybe it wouldn't be on the brakes. Opens the door, so Estra's thinking, right, I can go through, up under the, and then the door starts shutting. He goes up under the curbs, and there's nowhere to go. I would not want to be the one calling that.
Also, Estra is on the curb. He hits the curb, which pitches the Porsche sideways. He was on the curb trying to avoid it. You would never want to be anywhere near that curb. But I mean, what? 3 feet? A metre and a half from that Aston Martin taking out the second place car, and then Air Rafa bunny hopping the curb on that BMW. I mean, you can watch it time and time again. It doesn't look any prettier.
Estra does amazingly. Once their contact is made, the rear end comes around and Estra's all over it, gathers it all back up, and it's like sort of slow-mo out of Fast and the Furious movie of the car bouncing into the line. Then, Raffaele Martiello clips the curb at the front of the car, puts it into that bunny hop, as you said, John, and then
the rear got very high on that car and will slam down. That will have hurt in a racing seat, right on the bottom of your back.
They don't seem concerned.
No.
There's no mechanics around the car at all, so they do not seem concerned. That BMW M4 GT3 Evo is a strong old warhorse.
A few more.
Stall for Marciello.
It's all right.
Oh dear.
It's all right. It's not Rafa in the car now, of course. It's Augusto Farfus who got in that car. Of course it is, yeah. It's a stall for Farfus.
The
affable Brazilian. His daughter, Victoria, also starting a career in motorsport, been doing some karting, being picked up now by the Iron Dames. And she's a sort of junior Iron Dames driver. Victoria having her birthday last week, I think. It's always around the time of Le Mans.
So it's slow zone now at Kesselchen. Now 6 slow zones all around the circuit.
Now, of course, what BMW want now is for these slow zones to be cleared after the 911 goes through. Well, it can go either way, can't you? You can get an extra snow zone after the leader's gone through when you've got this lap or 2 lap difference. The Lamborghini, by the way, with that 2 lap differential to the BMW and 1 to the Porsche, so that Lamborghini now in second, 2.5 minutes behind the Manti car, and now they're both on the same lap, so not a lap differential between that. I must have misread that earlier on, my apologies. It is the number 54 Bastian Buus dynamic Porsche that is the 2 lap differential to the BMW. Reading the wrong line, Hindhoff. Won't be the first time I've done that. Well, Arnage, Rob, let's have your thoughts on that, please. Arnage. Rob says, I'm a big Estra fan, but I have to question why he took 1 risk too many, particularly as the BMW was due to pit at the side. What a dice, Dave Alcott. You've got to credit the OEMs of these GT3 cars with how strong the cars are. Over on its roof and the driver's door still open. Absolutely right. Says Estra's a great driver. Under pressure, saw the gap. The GT4s have a blind spot on that side as well. Sure, the Aston driver had an idea he was there, maybe. Is it a racing incident? It was Kevin a bit ambitious. He falls out of the Caracciolo carousel there as he's been caught by the Lamborghini that was lapped a little while ago. This is interesting. That's Jordan Pepper in the 7th place Red Bull apt Lamborghini. So has that rattled Estra's cage, because the Lamborghini virtually had to pull up to a stop to avoid the spinning and rolling Aston Martin, and now Jordan Pepper is right there.
I think also Jordan Pepper's been much quicker through the slow zone there too than Estra was. So
It's
yeah,
the
to the tune of 3
ninth-place car.
seconds. So yeah,
He's got a couple of laps to go, I think, Jordan, hasn't he? Oh no, Jordan's just come out of the pits 2 laps ago. You're watching the notice board, aren't you?
I'm watching it like a hawk, yeah. So what we can tell you, a while ago, and it's a big penalty this one, a while ago, Daniel Huncadea, just coming out of a slow zone, turfed one of the Hyundai TCR cars into the wall around Flansgarten and has picked up a 1 minute and 40-second penalty.
Who was that?
That for Daniel Huncadea in that number 27 Lamborghini. Now
that was contact earlier on, if you remember.
That was race-ending contact. Now
that was coming out of the slow zone, remember?
Yep, exactly. So
was that an Aston Martin as well?
No, it was the Hyundai.
That was the Hyundai, of course it was, yes.
So then it's that creates a bit of a precedent as well, because that is race-ending contact for the Doer Aston Martin.
Yeah.
So if a penalty is given to the Manthey Porsche, will it be more than the 32 seconds that we've seen in the past? Will it be more the higher penalty amount? That is a question that will remain to be answered for a little while.
Question coming in from Jesse Young. What's happened to the 45 Ferrari? Why they're a lap down suddenly? They've just taken a pit stop. They've just taken their next pit stop. So they're now that's interesting, actually. Does that mean they stopped just before the BMW then? That was 1 lap before the BMW for that Ferrari. Where is it? Ferrari in 6th place is the number 45 car we're talking about, the Realised Condor Racing car.
Yeah, so it's getting closer on strategy then. Yeah,
it is.
Good spot. Into the pits then for Kevin Estra. I'll also be interested to see what the front of the car looks like. Is there any damage that the Manthey team need to keep an eye on, or whether it will be okay? Nothing can see at a longer angle of the car.
I had a look as it came past the window. I think it's got both of its dive planes. It was not heavy contact. Now, there's no hurry here because of the pit time, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Yeah, there's a cursory glance at the front. They're cleaning out their crud. And now they're having a bit of a closer look at that left front corner. Where is Rafa Marciello?
So Rafael Marciello is sitting watching in the pits.
Yes, he is. Where is Augusto Farfus then?
Yeah, 1-1 there. And,
yes, absolutely.
So Farfus is pushing on. Now, for Estra, this pit stop gives him a chance to take a few breaths and to reset and to get ready to go back and fight for this win.
Chris Suku, he says, in the Aston versus Porsche court case. Yeah. Look at the actions, not the consequences. It's something that I've said a few times, and Chris quoting it back to me. That is very true. And James O'Donnell backing that up and said, I hope it's judged on the incident and not the outcome. Estra had seemed maybe a bit out of sorts in this stint, very cautioned initially, then taking risks under pressure from the BMW. Richard Kelly says the overhead shows the Aston moving to the right from the middle of the track. There was a definite gap for a moment. Once the right foot hits the pedal, you can't control what the Aston did a millisecond later. Interesting. Keep them coming in at RSL_studio. RSL19N24. The only thing I would say about that, Chris, and I am a big proponent of penalise the action, not the consequences. Even the Nurburgring, the penalties do talk about race-ending incidents, as it looks as though Kevin Estre is staying in the car, does it?
He's staying in the car. That's not a surprise, but it is definitely from the onboard footage we have here in the Global Broadcast Centre, he's not happy with himself at all. And he knows that that could potentially be the difference between winning this race and not. Now, this is backing Estre into a corner, and this is when we could see him come back fighting.
This is going to be tight, Peter, because the BMW is up to full speed on the Dottinger Höhe at the moment, coming to the Bilstein Bridge. It'll be a couple of seconds before the Porsche moves, and in fact their mandatory pit lane time has been served. Why are they still sitting there? That's mandatory pit lane time to the end of pit lane. Are they soaking up a penalty here already? Surely not. Now he goes.
I think that graphic could be wrong.
Right.
They wouldn't sit there unnecessarily.
Absolutely not.
They are going to take the lead back again.
Farfus is coming like a steam train. He's got the Artura Cup car right ahead of him. Now he's on lap-warmed tyres and brand new slicks, Michelin slicks for Kevin Estre, a driver who has been in the car for a stint as opposed to a brand new driver. So it's about 6 seconds. So that must have been a decent in-lap for Estre, because there was nothing in it, was there, when the BMW peeled off?
No. So no unnecessary time lost in the pits then for Manthey. So just a mistake on our graphic. For those enjoying the coverage on the world feed.
Hello to Scott. He says, I think Kevin moved on the grass or the curb to overtake the accident. Looks like a desperate move to me. Surely not worth a big penalty, but maybe a stop and go. On our Stephen, hello Stephen. I think the only thing that'll save Kevin from the penalty is the slight movement from the Aston turning down on the Porsche. Hopefully the driver's okay. He was out the car and had been seen by the medics. Casual Motorsport just pointing out David Pirelli in the number 45 Ferrari. They'd just done the fastest lap in the top 5. Less than 2 tenths behind the Mustang, then dropped off massively and lost maybe 8 minutes and stopped again. Must have had a puncture.
Yeah, it's a long way down now. Running in 6th place, unfortunately. So that's the challenge of the number 45 Ferrari thwarted, sadly.
So that was the extra pit stop that we were picking up there.
Yeah, unfortunately. For them, that's a real pity for the realised by Kondo Rinaldi team.
Right, it's been a difficult race since yesterday, since Rafa Marciello just out of the number 98 BMW. Lots of code 60s and double yellow flags. From our perspective, things are obviously going very well. The car feels great. We're in a fight for overall victory. I'm not going to say much about the accident. Down from Callanhard, the case is clear to me. We've already received a penalty, and I think there'll be a penalty for the Porsche, but for us that's secondary. We're trying to fight for the lead on track. Make of that what you will. Ben Dorr out of the McLaren Artura Trophy, had a double stint. Everything went according to plan without any problems. It was incredibly hot. We've had a problem with the air conditioning in the 59 car since the start of the race. I'm glad my stint is over. It's crazy how hot it is in the cockpit. The key now is to keep a cool head until the end. I see what you did there. I'm just trying to see if there's anything on the Ferrari earlier on. It's the number 45 car that we think may have had a puncture.
Certainly lost a lot of time anyway.
Yeah, 8 minutes.
Gap is coming down again, so the gap is now down to 4 seconds in the lead. Manthey there with now with Augusto Farfus on board the Rover BMW. The gap is closing down to the leading Manthey 911. So Kevin Estre has got to get his head down here.
He's got to get his head back in the game here. This is not over, even with a penalty. We've seen cars win here with other people struggling at the end of the race. Into a slow zone. He slows right down, nice and early. very evident from the helicopter shot. You can probably hear the helicopter rotors in the background. Augusto Farfus then to the scene of the incident. How will race control see this? The Aston still upside down, driver out of the car, and that was because Kevin Estre trying to go down the inside of one of the GT4 Aston Martins, up on the curb. Big slidey moment from the Aston. That looked like it was going to be bad. It almost bounced into the BMW. Didn't, but it was Rafa Marciello behind the wheel. Quick thinking from Rafa. He had to swerve and then straighten the wheel out. He couldn't just snatch the wheel to the right there, Peter, because there was nowhere to go. It was Armco potentially for the BMW there. Jordan Pepper had probably the best view of everybody in what happened to both of the leading pair of cars. That is so close. So close to getting the Canon Aston Martin on the BMW. Not sure what the points are for that in billiards.
It would certainly win the John Virgo Trick Shot Award.
Absolutely.
Sure, but, yeah, it's well, we're constantly refreshing the penalty page to see if anything will come through. I think it will take a while. That might be argued back and forth too. I would think that Manthey management right now are on their way up to race control.
So did you mention that the number 27 Lamborghini has got a penalty?
I did, yeah.
Yes. Oh, that was the one when Hunkadella was behind the wheel. Well, that's 100 seconds, 1 minute 40, and that's the precedent that you were quoting there, weren't you? Race-ending incident for the Hyundai, coming out of the slow zone on the grass, tipped the car around.
I think the difference with that one is that it was coming out of a slow zone rather than a misunderstanding in traffic. Whereas if you look at the penalty that the Rover team were issued but then didn't actually ultimately have to serve after more evidence was given, when they had that collision with the Peter Kate and Harley Houghton Sork Red Sport car.
959, yeah.
Yeah. That was rescinded, and that was effectively a disagreement in traffic which ended the race of the Sork Red Sport car. So there's two very different precedents there, depending on the incident, of course. Every incident is different.
Cup 2 Porsche, sorry.
Just I'm taking a look back at Farfus coming through, green flag shown coming through the out of Verstappen. No, all okay.
The driver Judexis in the Cup 2 919 Porsche. Non-respect of flag signals and a code 60, time penalty 110 seconds and 1 DMSB license penalty point. Well, there was certainly plenty of chat about what happened in the first go we had on Friday at top qualifying, and what was seen by many, and I'm not saying which side of the line I am on this, I am just reporting what was seen by many as double standards. Drivers have been, and indeed this week, have been thrown out of the race and their ring permit suspended for non-respect of flag signals, speeding in code 120s and code 60s. Basically it all comes to the same, it's non-respect of flag signals. And we did have a driver who clearly from the onboards at speed, at full racing speed on a qualifying lap, went through 9 red flags and overtook someone. The defence apparently was, I didn't expect a red flag.
Nobody does.
No, indeed.
That might have been, that could be a translation thing or taken out of context as well, to be fair to the driver about the statement. But the offence is pretty absolute, isn't it? And yeah, Marco Bertolotti was very lucky to keep his ring permit after that one. And it's on last warning. Very lucky to get.
He's got a suspended sentence, effectively.
Yeah.
But he has been allowed to race here. And that race, I'll say this now, I'm not saying which side of the line I'm on, I'm just telling you that up and down the paddock, from people that I know and trust, some drivers, big loss of time from the BMW there, got caught as there was 2 cars wide ahead of him. Still can see the leader though as they're on the front straight together. But that decision did cause some consternation and diplomatically I'm going to say some raised eyebrows from that. there's a couple of drivers who are experienced drivers here who were scandalised by it. I'll tell you that now.
Well, there's many who have lost their permit for a lot less. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's that. You can put yourself in their shoes, but there we go.
The thing that we've been saying all the way through the years that we've covered this race since 2007, when it was on the same weekend as my first wedding anniversary. That was paper. It's your first one. And I gave my wife a do not disturb sign for the door and let her lie in on our first wedding anniversary, which was the Sunday morning. Yeah. We talk about the respect and the discipline, Peter, that is required around here. And that is, I think, what has rankled with some people. Again, I'm not criticising the decision. I am reporting other people's angst about it. I don't think we've heard the end of that. I do not think we've heard the end of that in terms of a knock-on effect. Ben Constantinos actually made a great point in the middle of the night when he said, you're just going to quote that back every time if you get pinged for something. And whether you are driving a front-wheel drive machine or whether you're in a GT3, you are going to quote that back and say, I placed before the court this, and is my offence worse than that, considerably worse than that? And I think that is going to be that might be a bit of a problem. All right, battle for the lead. Let's get back to that. It's up to nearly 5 seconds, and now it's Augusto Farfus who has to make some manoeuvres to get around cars. They're heading up towards Flugplatz. The leader goes down the inside of the Mini, the JCW car, in exactly the spot that we had the big incident between the Valkenhorst number 74 Aston Martin and the Dacia some, hour and a half, 2 hours ago. There was no contact.
But the driver in the Mini did what you're told to do in the driver's briefing. If you don't indicate, stay on the racing line.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go left, put your left indicator on. And that's exactly what the Mini did. Coming up towards Flugplatz, this is
How
super
close?
quick. Mini's already got the indicator on, stays left.
Yeah.
That is a textbook example of how the slower class traffic
That car's...
do it. They don't have to go left. They can
No.
stay on the racing line. But if they're doing that, they must not put their indicator on. Whereas in that disagreement between the Aston Martin, the Dürr Aston Martin and Estre, the Dürr Aston Martin did not have its indicator on, opened the door left and then went back right again. You know, so you could look at it a lot of different ways, but that is effectively a triple apex long sweeping corner that you do kind of go wide and then back to the apex and then wide, so you could say that as well.
That's Toby Goodman in the car, who was the first ever British overall winner of the NLS. Very experienced driver, and all he did was lift it whilst he was still going straight before he turned in, and lost virtually no time at all. There is a skill in all multi-class racing to being passed as much as there is to doing the passing. I think that here that is a skill that those who have it have a huge advantage. So some barrier work going on where the Aston Martin went in. It is right side up now and on the back of a recovery truck. There's been a lot of attrition, you know, and a lot of the SP9 cars involved in incidents. I seem to remember seeing the last couple of years there hadn't been that much. But we've had a couple of big ones here this weekend. The gap is hovering around 4 seconds. Porsche in the lead has a stint cycle that will take it 1 lap further into the race as we come down to the last 5 hours.
And if they do get a penalty, that would make up for most of it, because it's about a 20-second difference, 1 lap to the next. So in fact they'll be almost hoping that there's a load of code 60 on the track at that time, because then the gap will actually be bigger too. So well, drama here at the Nurburgring. Just when you think a 24-hour race is following a pattern, and the Manthey car had led all the way.
Still has,
Rover have just been keeping them in the vice all the way through the night, and they're just tightening that vice. I mean, I think the stint moment of the race really was that previous stint from Raffaele Marciello to closing that gap down, hand over fist. Fantastic work from Marciello, and Farfus is continuing that. He's brought the gap down to 3.4 seconds now.
So where are we on the stints, I hear you ask? Well, plenty. There's going to be plenty for Johnny, Joe and Ben to talk about in their next stint, which starts just after the end of this lap, actually. We'll be about halfway around the next lap. And at that time, there'll be 6 laps left for the leader and 5 for the second place before they're back in the pit lane. We could see the lead change on the track during this stint, Peter.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. And if the way that the rhythm of things is going back in the very much in the favour of the Rover racing crew. Both GR Yaris is back out there as well. They're actually running absolutely nose to tail at the moment. The Gazoo rookie racing crew. In fact, one of them just got held up Augusto Farfus for a moment. They're both following procedure there, getting the left hand indicator on and moving to the left, doing what they said they were indicating to do.
I thought that other one was out ages ago.
So did I, but they've maybe repaired it overnight, got it back going again.
What they're in SP2T, aren't they? So the 109 is the untroubled car, sitting in 67th position. There was only 2 cars in the class. So SP2T, how far do I have to go down?
I think they are the only cars in that class.
Yes, so they are, yes.
Yeah.
It is the last car. It's 133rd of the cars. And we know that the Andres Gulden car has not turned a lap since 100 odd laps ago. So that Toyota GR Yaris then, yeah, 800, that's its out lap. That is its out lap, I reckon. It's 865 minutes, 50.008 seconds behind the class leader.
Oh dear. Well,
right, what have we got?
Penalty for the Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, Misha Khairuddin and Manuel Metzger car. Misha Khairuddin has been pinged for non-respect of flag signals exceeding the speed limit in a code 60.
I saw that come up earlier on, that it was being looked at.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
67 in a 60. For 45. And what's the penalty?
45 seconds.
Wow. I understand why they have to be punitive. I really do.
That's why I think Estra was being so careful in the previous stint not to pick up a penalty like that. Manthey have lost races before because of those exact sort of things. Remember when they were leading in 2019 by nearly 5 minutes, and Lawrence Vantor went through Mr. Code 120 board and got a big penalty for it, and that cost them the race. Over the line then they come to start another lap. The gap is increased actually slightly to 4.895 of a second, so it's been a good latter part of the lap there for Kevin Estra.
Do you know what? If you're over racing now, do you still want to put pressure on?
Oh dear.
To a Porsche and one of the TCR Seats, Cupras, excuse me. Yes, well done, Peter. That's 2-1 to you now. And that, again, is it that run up towards Brunchen, and that's a side swipe from the Cupra cutting across the... That's not even a GT4 car either, is it?
No, it's the standard 91 came and just closed the door right off. That was the Asbest Racing Cupra TCR.
Who we see racing in Kreventnik, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think the driver, Torsten Helm, in the Cayman CM12, is going to be overly happy with it. It's a VS4 car. He's put his helmet and his hands device in the car and walked away. We're not being told who's behind the wheel of the 808 Cupra TCR DSG.
Junichi Yamamoto.
Ah, it's Yamamoto. Well, he had a look at the back of the car. He's gone to the other side of the circuit, out of harm's way, probably just as well.
I was running second in the SP3T category at the time, trying to chase down the FK Performance BMW MT Racing G87.
That's two cars that have been chasing that BMW have had problems, because the Mini as well, with Toby Goodman behind the wheel, that was in second and only ran about 20 seconds, 30 seconds down when last we were on the air. It's dropped back to third, so now will be promoted to second again. This battle at the front of the field refuses to go out. It's just smouldering away nicely. It ran about 4 or 5 seconds, give or take, through the traffic. I'm not sure. I think I might be saying to Augusto Farfus now, just run your race, mate. If you start gaining on them, fine. If you don't worry. You don't have to push, because we think they're getting the penalty. We're pretty certain they're getting a penalty. This is not me talking as me. This is what I'm expecting that the chatter will be on the radio. Run your race, push without risk. Copyright Lena Gate. And we'll wait to find out what the penalty is. If it doesn't come, we've got the pace in the car. And sitting at 5 seconds behind, they can still capitalise on anything. They're not putting themselves at risk here, are they? Why would you at this point?
True, yeah, very true. But also look at what happened when they put the Manthey car under pressure. So the other point, you could be wanting to put the Manthey machine under pressure and try and force them into another mistake. So there's definitely a lot of approaches here. The gap has just increased a little bit now. So this is a good lap for Kevin Estre here. It's gone up to 6.5 seconds, but the latter part, we've got at the moment one code 60 zone at the moment, which is just on the exit of Callanhard. That's clearing up the incident which we saw with between the Manthey car and the Dur Aston Martin.
We're coming round to another racing hour being completed in about 90 seconds time. We'll be down the last 5. Ben Constanturas steps in for a stint again. Did you see the incident?
What drama.
Yeah, we've left you with a decent stint to go here. Did you see the incident, and what did you make of it?
It really is a difficult call, isn't it? Was Kevin Estre too aggressive down the inside? Was the GT4 Aston coming across him and Estre had nowhere to go? That's the decision for race control, to come across. Now, will they have the opportunity of getting Kevin Estre's opinion? How long has he been in the car? So this is his second stint. So at the end of this stint, he could go and talk to the stewards of the meeting and offer up his opinion. Now, that is something that Kelvin van der Linde did last night, when in the 98 BMW, he got into the back of a Cayman and initially was given a penalty. Initially he was given 32-second penalty, but they successfully appealed that penalty on the basis that Kelvin basically had no visibility. And when we showed the onboard camera, it is true that, much like Julian Andlauer in the Porsche, where he had lights shining in his eyes, Kelvin van der Linde had the sun going down in his eyes and absolutely couldn't see where the Cayman or what the Cayman was doing. And it was the very lightest of touches that sent that Cayman into retirement. So the stewards are open to discussion, and I wonder whether we won't get a decision on this 9/11 collision until Estre is out of the car and has spoken to the stewards. Stays at 4 seconds between Augusto Farfus and Kevin Estre at the head of the field. Marco Mappelli is 2.5 minutes back, having just made a pit stop. And then, whilst we're in this sequence of pit stops, David Schumacher sits in 4th position in a Ford Mustang. And then the dynamic Porsche number 54 is in 5th position. That's because the Ferrari, now with David Perel back at the wheel, has dropped out of that top 5 positions with various slow zones, 6 slow zones, 6 code 60s in total, 2 yellow flags and 2 slow zones around the racetrack. We have another little stat for you: 116 cars still circulating on track, out of the starting list of 134. Joining me, as we have had for the majority of our stints, Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer. Nice rest, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was pretty good actually.
Little snooze, wasn't
Little
it?
snooze in the car.
Well, keeping engaged with the action. You can't really pull yourself away from this race, can you?
You can't now. I would argue that it was just going in one direction at about half distance for me, but
You were listening to One Direction.
yeah, that was the punishment really for not being on air. It's funny what Spotify and other musical devices can throw you towards. Anyway, that's what made me wake up and turn it off and come back to the commentary box and realise there were 5 seconds between the Porsche and the BMW. But what I have missed is this potential for a penalty. I didn't see the incident as it happened, so I'm hoping that one or two joining us now with 5 hours to go might get a reminder of precisely what the big question mark is. But I hear what you say about Kevin Estre. Often a situation in race control, they need to hear evidence from the driver as to what options they had. Also, if there's onboard footage, sometimes you've got to unplug a camera memory card to actually get that, to view it. And has there been a pit stop since the incident, or is this still the same stint, do we know?
No, there has been a pit stop, but the drivers of Kevin Estre has stayed in the car.
Yeah.
Was it Augusto? No, it wasn't Augusto Farfus in the BMW. So the BMW has changed to Augusto Farfus from Raffaele Marcello.
Right.
Just a word on the Aston Martin driver. He has been taken to hospital, but the team reporting Rolf Schneiber is fine.
Well, that was good because that looked a bit naughty, didn't it? Always when a car ends up on a truth. This is exactly what we talked about earlier on, probably when this race started, just how tricky it is. This track is so narrow. And if you are the overtaker, when do you actually commit to going alongside on these narrow sections? And once you've committed to going alongside to a slower car, you then are completely in the hands of the driver of the slower car. And it looked to me as though at that point when Estre went for the gap to go by, the GT4 car moved across on him, didn't it? Slightly. That's the sort of thing. They are the details that will be gone over, and they'll get an account from Estre, they'll get an account from the Aston driver when he's released from the medical centre, and
it could very well decide the race. I mean, obviously Estre's still leading from Farfus. It's got out to 9 seconds on that last lap, so I think Augusto's been caught up in traffic more than Kevin Estre. But it could well decide who wins the 2025 edition of the Nurburgring 24 hours. Because the penalty is going to be in the region of 35, 40 seconds, I would imagine, because it is similar to what we saw last night from Kelvin van Linde.
that would be a shame to see it come down to that. However, that is very much a part of the sport. That is very much a part of this race. So as much as, yeah, we'd like a straightforward fight, that is a big part of a straightforward fight. It is an element, it's a cog in the wheels of how this race works. So, yeah, let's wait and see. We speculate until the cows come home, and just let's wait and see. And hopefully nothing will come of it, and we can crack on.
When exactly did this incident happen? Within the last 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes, I mean, it depends how busy the in-tray is at race control, but surely they'll make it a priority considering it involves our race leader currently. And with less than 5 hours to go, surely we'll get a decision within the next 60 minutes, because Estre may well be out of the car at that point, depending on how they are cycling through the drivers. Still no Patrick Pilet in the 911? I'm guessing not. No. So he is very much a reserve driver, and surely they'll just stick to the rotation that they've had from the start of the race. He was put in at the last minute, Ben, but perhaps he was more of a priority for the 16 car, which in the end didn't even take part in the race.
If Patrick Pilet wants a trophy, he needs to do 2 laps within the race. Now, actually, can he do 2 laps in the race? Because has he qualified? Has he actually driven the car at all in our qualifying sessions? If he hasn't driven the car in the qualifying session, surely he's not allowed to drive the car in the race. It's certainly not something I can remember, but we didn't cover all of the... Did we cover all the qualifying sessions?
Yeah, we did.
We
did. And he was announced partway through Thursday, I seem to recall, because the entry list was still being cemented pretty late on, and extra names added to roofs of cars, to banners above garages. That's why it's such a useful thing to spend much of Wednesday just walking up and down the pit lane to gather the stories, because the entry list takes, it feels like a full day actually to catch up. And then finally, well, my entry list is dated 2 days ago at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and is considered the final version.
It's organic, isn't it, across the week?
Yeah.
Continually evolves.
Which I kind of like, because, you know, often an entry list at a big event, Le Mans, for instance, you know that 2 weeks in advance, if not more. And obviously there's always the scope for 1 or 2 driver changes to change late on, and a reserve crew, maybe a reserve team waiting in the wings to benefit from that. I'm pretty sure test day for Le Mans is your final chance. That's when the entry list is decided for the following weekend.
Just as we came on air, there was a Porsche Cayman and a Cupra TCR car, both facing backwards at Hedsvig-Shore.
Very good.
Both of those cars have retired. It was the 455 Porsche Cayman and the 808 Cupra. Just to tick off those, if you are watching and wondering where your favourite driver car combination is, those two are being recovered. They are reported to have crashed into each other and then crashed into the barriers. Interesting opinions coming from the pit lane. Marek Botman's been interviewed by our German colleagues and said you can really tell that the drivers out there are getting tired now. You need to be more careful than you were at the start of the race, because there's a lot that are happening and you need to be very alert when overtaking. And we talked about this. We talked about not only the distance of this race, the 24-hour element to it, but the intensity in which the circuit requires of you. And then the last little factor to be added to the list is the incredible temperature that we have here today. 26 degrees has just been announced at 11 o'clock in the morning. It is going to rise by race end at 4 o'clock, potentially to over 30 degrees. So we're talking dehydration and fatigue that are going to come into the mix. We've still got 4 hours and 51 minutes remaining of this race, so plenty of hours to go, but that fatigue is going to continue to increase. You can tell there's some fatigue going on in my brain. I think I'm talking about half speed.
Well, yeah, but you can't afford to operate at half speed out on the racetrack.
That's it.
You've got to keep the pace there. And is this the point where the team manager, the engineer, almost has to take a decision and say, listen, for your own safety and mentality, I'm just going to stick to single stints from this point on. We wanted to double late on, and if they've identified a quickest driver in, let's say, a quartet of driving crews, do you potentially risk putting the car in the wall somewhere up against the time you might lose by doing a driver change for every stint from now to the checkered flag? And it's a little bit like, you know, in sport, when a player is suffering from some concussion, they might think, I'm fine, I can just carry on. But you know that actually they're not at their best, and you have to take the matter out of their hands. But engineers will know entirely what sort of average speeds that these drivers are doing and whether they can afford to mess about with the rotation.
All of that performance is exposed, Johnny, every sector time. You can see whether a driver has dropped off the pace. Importantly, though, that is not necessarily an indicator. All of these pro drivers, they can deliver every single sector, the likes of Kevin Estre. What comes into play, though, is reaction time to incident. When something unexpected happens, and the reaction time to that when they are exhausted towards the end of a race like this. Pro drivers are elite athletes.
Yeah.
Their dietary needs are looked after, their nutrition needs, their hydration needs. They're at the peak of fitness, not just physically but mentally also. So the chances of what we're talking about happening in one of the pro teams, the elite teams, that's very rare.
You say that,
But certainly, you're going to give. Hang on, wait for your example. Amateur drivers and semi-pro teams and pro-ams, that's a different matter. You've got to look after those people.
but I would
example.
I would argue that in any other situation, perhaps Kevin Estre would have made a different decision at 120, 170 kilometers per hour. Maybe he is trying to be too forceful there. And he, because of the pressure that he had from behind, because of the fatigue of the race, maybe, but even because of the fatigue of last week.
But he's been doing it all day. He's been doing it since we went to green flag.
Sure, but maybe he would have...
In fact, he's been doing it for a week. Did you see his opening stint at Le Mans?
But maybe patience would have come into it because, as you said, that particular part of the circuit, the GT4 car can't get offline because it'll crash if it goes offline. So there was no real opportunity. And yes, it looked like the door was going to open by the GT4 Aston Martin, but I think then perhaps Rolf realised that if he kept that door open, he was going off into the woods anyway.
You've raced, Ben.
Yeah.
So you've raced cars.
But I'm not a professional athlete.
I know you're not. But what I'm going to say is, when you race anything, and it can be from an indoor kart upwards, you never want to lift. No, your throttle foot is jammed against that stop, and when you lift off, psychologically you're slowing down. So you want to keep on that throttle. Psychologically, you want to keep on that throttle. And if patience is a virtue, yes. I used to put a sticker on the steering wheels of all of my Clio drivers, patience, because Clio was an absolute fest back in 2007.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of mentality of, I need to get by, And if he feels he's being held up by that GT4 car, it's even worse. And they want to try and avoid that. And it's just that psychology of getting in front of the car in front. And it's hard. It really is hard. I'm finding it hard to criticise.
Johan Kristoffersen said something very interesting to me before the start of this race. He said, whilst when we raced here in TCR, that was a sprint race. This 24-hour race, I'm using my rally driver's head rather than my rally cross head.
Interesting.
Rally cross, absolute flat out, a bit liberal, a bit sideways, very physical. Rally head, drive at 90% because you can't drive at 100%. You can't maximise every corner because you'll definitely go over the limit in a rally. And I think that applies to the 24 hours, and I think Johan is very true. You're never going to do a perfect lap around here, and when you've got traffic like you do in the 24-hour race, you need to have that 10% buffer to be safe, whether it's overtaking traffic or maximising an apex. And I think that line, that 10% becomes more and more blurred as fatigue comes in, and you can be the best athlete in the world and the best motorsport racing driver in the world, you are still going to sometimes make bad decisions and bad calls. Dries and Lawrence Van Thor 3 years ago, side by side, massive accident. Bad call from them on that particular second where they decided to go side by side with that turn. They're both professional drivers, they're both works drivers, and they're the best in the world.
That was a great bit of action, and you could just see the sibling rivalry creep in as we went down the...
And maybe if it had been other drivers, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, because they think, I know him, he's gonna back out, he's gonna let me through, and the other brother's thinking exactly the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
And none of them did.
Giuliano Alesi's made it back to the pits in the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra. He might have spotted that car was off the road just before Flansgarten, and I think he might have tagged the barrier as well. Not as lurid a slide as Alexei Veremenko had many hours ago in the number 8. The number 8 Audi, and now Milner Motorsport 918 battling with another Cup 2 Porsche.
Well, Tracy Crone is actually in that 777 Cup 2 car, 22nd position, so they're not battling.
No, not for position. Right. That's Martin Rump in the blue and white car, back to second position after the difficulties for Tim Selewski and his puncture. The problem is the amount of time they lost in that whole incident, because it was a puncture after a side swipe of the tyres at Hatzenbach, and Nick Zalewski then had to drive pretty much the whole of the Nordschleife on a punctured tyre. The tyre eventually gave way completely and he was driving on the rim, used a lot of the grass down the Dottinger Hohe. And amazingly, the 918 car has stayed in second place. They're trying to hunt down 948 Dylan Pereira in the 48 Loesch Motorsport car, but that's several minutes now that they need to try and make up.
And it's also Dylan Pereira.
And it's also Dylan Pereira.
Which is really very hard.
And you look at the lap times, and I know we've got caution in certain places around the racetrack, but yeah, Martin Rumper's got some job on his hands there.
Dylan Pereira, Super Cup champion in Porsches, and also multiple Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion, which is a bit weird because he's obviously from Luxembourg, but there are the odd driver that choose to go over to America, for instance, in the case of Loic Hartog, or to Asia to get that localized contract and prove that they are one of the best in the world, but not necessarily in their country of origin, because of course there is a Carrera Cup Benelux, which is Belgium and Luxembourg championship, which is highly, highly competitive.
And the Netherlands.
Yeah, sorry.
Benelux. Three countries.
Yeah.
Please tell me you already
No, I
knew
did know that. I did know that. I did know that. You mentioned Giuliano Alesi.
Yes.
This must be his first appearance here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours. He's obviously son of Jean Alesi, and he's decided to go over to Asia and make his career over there. So racing in Super GT, that's why he is part of effectively a worked Toyota in that Supra with Katsuoto Kotaka, who is a Super Formula and Super GT driver, and Toyota Works driver Miki Koyama, who is also backed by Toyota. She's best known for racing in the W Series, and one of, I reckon we must have over half a dozen females in the field. And then Uchi Nakayama, who was the All Japan Formula 3 champion back in 2013 and is a Toyota Works driver in Super GT as well. I got sent by my friends at J Sports an entry list that had all the Japanese either cars or drivers in it, and it totals around 25 of people who normally appear in Super Formula and Super GT.
Yeah,
racing here this weekend.
But that's not a new thing.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, it's pretty. Is it not to the advent of Gran Turismo?
And Kaz, Mr. Gran Turismo, Kaz,
yes,
is here this weekend.
Brilliant.
Enjoying it.
Excellent. But that game, the original game that had this track on it, just opened everybody's eyes that didn't already know it existed and thought, well, where have they designed this track from? Who's made it up? No, it's a real thing in Germany. You can actually drive it in your road car should you wish. And then it feels like the exposure of this race, together with the NLS, has just skyrocketed after that. Augusto Farfus bursting out of a most recent Code 60. And in his pursuit of Kevin Estre, trying to lose as little amount of time as possible, going both into the caution and coming out of it as well. It's a little bit like when a full course yellow is announced at Le Mans, for instance. We did have one of those this year there, and the race director counting you in, counting you back out again. But it's that transition from high speed to speed limit and back again where so much time can be won and lost.
I need to mention the leader of Cup 2.
Yes,
because
well, we sort of just said we did, but in terms of the team collectively.
Yeah, I mean, they have been at the front of that class now pretty much the whole race, as far as I can remember. The 48 Loesch, they've got Black Falcon underneath them, so a lot of support there. But Tobias Muller, Noah Nagelsteig, and Dylan Pereira and Carlos Rivas have just been metronomic.
Yeah.
And they haven't come to our attention for anything. They've just been going round, and every time we've done the hourly update, we've kind of said, there they are, Cup 2 leaders, 48 Loesch.
I think they've got a whole lap lead over the Boulder Motorsport car, haven't they?
They have.
So not a particularly tight battle there. The third Cup 2 car is actually in the alternative fuels category. Max Cruz Racing, still with that Cup car as competitive as the normally fueled vehicles. Max Cruz Racing are competing with 3 alternative fuels cars in the 83 category and 1 in the 82 category. So they've got 3 Volkswagens and then 1 Porsche. And the car has 20% bioethanol and 40% renewable components, ensuring that the CO2 reduction is up to 40% compared to conventional petrol. And what I understood from those garages is that actually they find more horsepower from the alternative fuels than they have from the normal fuels. So you've got Teamwork Motorsport in their TCR car also running the same E20 fuel, and 4 Motors running alternative, and then other alternative fuels throughout the field. But it's interesting to note that the alternative fuel Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car is 3rd in Cup 2 and ahead of the 3rd in Cup 2, because it's effectively the same car, same regs, just a different fuel.
I'm delighted to say that for a long time that we've been coming here to the Nurburgring, the gentleman to my right has also been coming for that period of time, and probably double that, because Wayne Moore has now come to our little commentary booth on the opposite side of the paddock. You will have been able to just follow your nose, Wayne, because you've been here so many times, but you used to join us in the Aston Martin lounge in the past as well. Just tell us how many times you've competed in this race.
I've competed 30 times in the 24-hour Nurburgring. First was 1994, when English was hardly a spoken language, and certainly Radio Le Mans was not on air then.
And to be honest, although it was a great race, I'm sure in those days, didn't feel like it was well known to the world of sports car racing.
No, and in a whole lot of respects, like there weren't the same range of diversities amongst the fans, certainly amongst the drivers. You know, generally in these races now, there's drivers from almost 30 countries.
Yeah.
Not in those days, maybe half a dozen, and generally tightly held European. To come from overseas and so far away, you were very, very much a foreigner in inverted commas.
You must have had quite a lot of experience in different cars, though, as well, as certain deals have come together. Any sort of specialist areas, or have you enjoyed being in lots of different categories, and therefore sometimes a lot of cars to race, sometimes not so many?
So I was always privileged to drive with Volkswagen, supported team for 17 years.
Wow.
They were out of Wolfsburg, and that was a wide range of cars. Sometimes you drive one for 1 year, other times it would be 2 years. Often when alternate fuels were quite widely accepted within this field, we ran diesel-powered cars as well. Since then, I joined a bigger BMW in A8T. It's a car that came from Denmark, a 335 E92. That couldn't come during the COVID years. I still did, and that's another story itself. No fans around the Nordschleife. And I joined then GT Racing, supported by WS Motorsport, and I'm still kindly at home with that family this weekend, even though I'm not driving this year.
What drew you initially to first knowing about this race when it was far less known than it is today, and also actually getting yourself from New Zealand over to this race?
Great question, because I'd never been to Europe and probably never intended to come here, and that's become obviously an addiction. I met a young Kiwi in New Zealand. He was Florian Schmidt. I went rally co-driving with him, and then Florian went back home, and my partner and I to Australia, and we just did Christmas cards, because no internet then in the 1990s, until Florian wrote me a letter. He had a future rally in Europe on the Isle of Man. He was a little concerned about his capability on tarmac. He'd heard of this race, which was then in its 20-something year. It's 53 this year.
Yeah.
And he asked me would I like to come and drive. So I had to go to the library and look up Nurburgring, Nordschleife, Niki Lauda, Jackie Stewart, Grunholm, so on and so forth. And really, there was only one answer to that question, but it was very, very much coming into an abyss that I knew nothing about. No Gran Turismo, no PlayStation to get up to speed on. You came to the racetrack and you learnt it by driving it.
So that was the only way you could work out where all the corners were. You'd drive out of the pits and go, OK, I think I know this bit, but onto Hatzenbach, I mean, it's taken me probably 15 years, and I have had sims to help me along the way.
It was scary at the end of race 1, and it's a wonder I accepted the invitation to race 2. So
Because he was still learning.
Yeah. So Florian had 2 drivers, himself and myself, in a Suzuki Swift.
Wow.
He advertised in Auto Build and found Eberhard and Norbert Rotunda, who were with 4V and Volkswagen, and hence the Volkswagen relationship. Those 2 guys did a driving academy then, which in those days involved walking the entire distance of the Nordschleife, and they had A3 drawings. So as soon as I arrived in Germany, they sat me for 3 hours in a cafe working through engineers' drawings of every nook and cranny of this racetrack. So we learned manhole covers, little spots on the tarmac, blue-coloured fence posts, which of course totally were nothing at night time. It was horrendous. All I really wanted to do was get out and drive. But even at the end of year 2, it was still daunting because I couldn't stitch the pieces together.
Yes.
Put a whole act together in my head. Since then, it's become incredibly enjoyable. And doing successive laps, maybe, and obviously traffic varies hugely, but if you can put 1, 2, 3 laps together, doing the same lap time, that is very, very fulfilling.
What was your most recent race here?
Last year. And that was sort of a race, 7.25 hours. I had 7 rounds. Last Sunday during tourist laps, I drove 18 rounds, so go
Wow.
figure.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you just do get those sort of races from time to time. It's part of the beast, if you like, because the weather can sweep in with a moment's notice. We're so lucky this year, but we're also very unlucky to have had that hour and a half, 2 hours of red flag, where we really might have beaten the distance record. And then as soon as that power failure happened, we knew it wasn't going to happen this year.
I predicted 2 things with this incredible weather. We'd beat the crowd record, which was, I think, 230 last year, despite fog forecast and inclement weather forecast. This has been blue the whole time, so the numbers must be up, and I felt sure that there would be a race record set until that drama with the power outage. And look, every year this event throws up something. In my 30 years, I've never known a power outage.
We have had it confirmed that 280,000 spectators this weekend, which, as you say, beats the record by some 50,000, which is, well, how have you seen the event develop over the 30 years? Does it have any familiarity with these massive GT3 cars now?
You have to shake your head. I guess the only familiarity is the racetrack. And the fans who are very dedicated to it. In the early days, they could go into the forest beforehand if they lived nearby and tape off their area. That's not permitted now. It's very, very much first up, best dressed. So they queue in Ardenau and they camp in the supermarket car park. The supermarket closed on Sundays. They camp in there from the Saturday into the weekend to get into the paddock first. So, the familiarity is the fans, but other than that, no. The dynamics on the racetrack very different. I've seen some incidents here where slower cars have been clipped by faster cars passing. I've experienced that myself. It's obviously not nice, and it's a bit flippant to say that's motor racing. Here's one of our cars now, GT. Doing really well. I think all 4 of them, 2 of them had some problems earlier in the race, but all 4 of them are still running, which is really good.
And within your team, is that where we find the all-female crewed car,
Yes.
both driving and mechanically too?
Yes. Not 100% build of the car, but certainly servicing it at the racetrack and keeping it on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And a wonderful camaraderie, and they call themselves girls only, a wonderful camaraderie between those folks and the integration with the other 3. Predominantly male, not solely, predominantly male cars in the team as well.
So just tell us which of those 4 cars by make. You've certainly got a BMW.
Yeah.
2?
No,
BMW?
we've got 4 BMWs,
4.
albeit in different classes.
Yeah. And it's a job, I suppose, for the team, from a broader sense, to monitor how they're doing in general. But they're all still in the race.
Yes, they are, and 2 have had some problems. And I've just come back into the racetrack, but I only know that by where they are sitting on their positions. Each car has its own dedicated management team until they come into the pits, and then there's shared resources. But there needs to be some coordination, and there does across all teams. We're lucky this year. 4 of our cars are in the one box. Sometimes you're sharing that with other teams. There needs to be coordination of the fuel tank, of the fuel pump with the team in the garage next door as well. So there's a lot of logistics here. You talked about transition. You know, we have technology like what I'm looking at right here in your studio within our pit box now, going to the stopwatches in the middle of the night at the fence, determining, is that my dark blue or black car, or is that another one? Having no idea really when it was coming around. So the race has advanced hugely in that respect. Is it still enjoyable? Yes, very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't be coming back.
And for you, is this the only motorsport that you now do? Is it literally a one race a year thing?
It has been. I was lucky enough during those Volkswagen years to go to Dubai 3 times and compete there in the 24-hour race. So a lot of European cars are shipped to the Arabic world in early New Year, and also competed in both Bathurst 24-hour races. And in that time too, I was running a 2-litre touring car in New Zealand, but that was many years ago.
Was that 2002 and 3?
2002 and 2003,
yeah. I've been to the National Motorsport Museum at Bathurst, and there's some cars that actually raced in those events. I've never witnessed fully overnight racing at Bathurst. So the incident we were talking about, Ben was describing to me, but this is my first opportunity to see it. Race leader, was it Esther at the wheel? Yes. And unfortunately, the car that it collected ends up on its roof. The BMW doing the chasing, which was Kelvin van der Linde at the time. But this is then Kevin's viewpoint of it. You can hear the engine in the background. Goes for a gap. Well, was he fully alongside the 179 Aston Martin as it turned in is the question. And then, of course, what Kevin doesn't know is what happens to the poor old Aston as it turns round, whacks a fence and then over onto its roof, and the BMW just about sneaks through.
Wayne, from the GT4 point of view there.
Yeah, if you're in the Aston, Wayne, you've already talked about faster cars wanting to get through in a hurry. I mean, that's a prime example of it.
It's a prime example, and you're just a passenger. It's really interesting, you know, the adage, even when we drive our road cars, is to look after the front of our own car and the rear of the car in front. But I reckon here, if you are only doing that, you're in harm's way. You really need to be protecting your entire car, and I'm not attributing any blame when I look at that incident. There's an argument that the gap wasn't there.
Well, there's an argument that the Aston turned in. There's an argument that the Porsche shouldn't have been there in the first place. So you can see it from both sides. And that's why I think it might be a while before we actually get a decision. And your point, Ben, about wanting to actually speak to Kevin Estre in person, because if it goes to a race control decision, they want to get evidence from both sides, don't they, as much as possible?
I think for me, it feels as though the Aston Martin couldn't do any more, couldn't leave any more space, because in that point of the circuit, let's not forget, yes, the Aston Martin is going slower, but he's also on his own limit.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing.
Once the Aston's committed, you can't, there's very little adjustment.
He can't turn away because he's in the wall.
Yeah. So
totally agree. Sagely nodding head. You know, there's no forgiving at all on this racetrack. And that guy's running his race, and you're dead right. He's on his limit too.
Yeah.
Well, there's a little bit of a black cloud hovering above the 911 Grello car, and they don't have a huge amount of advantage to play with. When you think back to, was it about a minute and a half that the Porsche had at some point, certainly north of a minute, and now it's down to 5 seconds anyway, and that's before any penalty is talked about. It's making this race very spicy, Wayne, for the last 4.5 hours.
And isn't that so exciting? You know, once upon a time, it was a sprint for the last 4 hours because of, well, VLN then and LS now. This damn race now was the professionalism of the factory teams. I seriously believe is a sprint for the 24 hours. Yep. But you're dead right, it gets spicier and spicier with that closeness amongst the front-running cars. It's going to be an incredible finish, however it plays out.
A little update on the 48 machine. This is the Dan Arrow Porsche that was in top qualifying. They had a puncture, suffered a sudden tyre puncture out on circuit, and whilst trying to get the car back to the pits, they overheated. So it is unclear whether that is a full retirement. We've also lost both Mercedes GetSpeed cars now. Both the 17 and the 14 are out of the race, which is amazing. That's another year gone by where Mercedes are unable to take victory, because the first GT3 car is a Pro-Am car down in outside the top 10.
And they've only won this race twice in its pretty long history, 53rd edition this year. So Wayne, you've done 30 of these. Is there still a hunger to come back and do one more, or is that a nice figure to end on?
It's really interesting, as I booked my AFIRs last year, and that's probably why I'm here this year. The decision that I wouldn't drive was made more recently. There are little buses running around Arden now, and when they're not in operation, they have pause on the windscreen. Some of the team are saying this is just a pause. So I haven't made a call yet. This has been part of my DNA for a long, long time. It'll be very hard to stop it. So I may be sitting in this seat again next year. Who knows yet?
In whatever capacity, please make sure that you are, because it's always great to have a catch-up. Wayne Moore, thank you from GT Tyres this year, and I guess that partnership with GT will continue for a little while longer anyway, and we wish all your 4 cars well for the remainder of the event. They're still running.
Thank you guys very much. And New Zealand, keep watching. I know it's horrendously late at night and Monday's tomorrow, but keep watching.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Very difficult to tear yourself away. Thank you, Wayne. Great to catch up.
Sure, it was a bank holiday in New Zealand last weekend, so they've had an extra day's rest.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what bank holiday. We had obviously a bank holiday here on Thursday, thanks to Corpus Christi. So just confirmation then, 280,000 fans is a new record here for the 24-hour Nurburgring, and that is getting very close to the numbers that we will see at Spa next weekend, and not far off the numbers we see in France a week ago. What a festival atmosphere that is starting to wind down now. Certainly in some of the campsites we are seeing people packing up and going home, those particularly who are here for the festival party atmosphere rather than the racing, and there will be traffic building from probably around now all the way through to 4 o'clock local time is when we will finish this race. 4 hours and 22 minutes remaining. We will soon be thinking about working backwards from the end on strategy, because there is still, don't forget, a split between what the first 4 cars are doing and basically now the Ferrari of David Perel and Jordan Pepper in the number 7. Those are the 2 cars that are off sequence. Are they too far behind to benefit? But there is a rule set that the later you pit in the last 75 minutes of the race, the least amount of fuel you need to put in, and therefore the shorter your pit stop. So we haven't quite got to a point yet where the maths is easy enough for me to work backwards, and my software I thought was going to do it for me, and it isn't. But I think we need to find out whether the Ferrari will save a pit stop versus everybody else, or actually that's an extra pit stop versus everybody else.
Yeah, and generally the thinking is for your final stop, you want to leave that as late as possible. It's not a question of trying to jump somebody by a slightly earlier stop, because you'll be in the pits for a longer period of time. And it's done on a minute-by-minute basis. So as you creep 1 minute closer to the checkered flag, your pit stop can then be a little bit shorter, and it drops down in, it's either 10 or it's probably 10-second chunks the closer you get to the end of the race.
I've got the actual figures if you...
Right with facts.
Yeah, I know. That's what will they think of next? So 60 minutes before the end,
yes,
you're allowed 188 seconds in the pits.
Right, but actually the jumps are much smaller than I thought. So it's like 3 seconds,
so
2 seconds.
From 60, going down by minute, 188 seconds, 185, 182, 180. If you pit with 30 minutes remaining, you get 107 seconds.
Yeah.
If you pit with 10 minutes to go, 53 seconds.
Which, well, that would still involve a little bit of waiting, but I've seen pit stops that are done with 1 lap to go, and it's like, quick, get the fuel in, don't worry about tyres.
So I wonder whether...
Send them.
I wonder whether then you want to adjust your strategy before that 75-minute window, because for every lap that you pit before the full 8-minute stint, it is something like 10 seconds less of fuel that you need to take. So I wonder whether it's better that you get yourself onto the strategy just before the 75 minutes rather than wait for after the 75 minutes. Because there's not really any way of fuel saving. You're not going to get to a 9-lap stint.
Yeah.
So we're stuck on 8. So do you then try and do a short stint before the 75-minute is clocked on? That is
just a little clerical issue. It's actually 70 minutes rather than
75, okay.
But I don't
All
know,
right.
we're just working on an hour and 10.
But if your gaps are for every, that's for every minute. So for every lap would be 8 minutes a lap-ish.
Yeah.
Like 8.5 minutes a lap.
8.5, let's say, on average.
So what would that do to your little equation there, Joe?
Standby caller.
So rather than a 3-second difference from 1 minute to the next, you're talking about an 8-minute.
I'm talking about lap, because you can only save one lap or not.
Yeah.
At what stage are we talking about within the last
let's
hour?
say, for instance, the difference between 30 minutes to go
Right,
and the
sorry.
difference between 22 minutes to
Right,
go.
Yeah.
30 minutes, 107 seconds, 22 minutes, 85.
So it's 22 seconds difference.
Yeah.
And that's one lap. So actually, no, that is better to do it then, because if you do it before the 70 is up, then it's about 10 seconds. So actually, that's going to change. It's going to change the complexion in the last 75 minutes, strategy-wise. It's going to be fascinating to see. And definitely need somebody with stronger maths than I. I'm glad I'm not in the box for the end.
I have Johnny.
Oh, don't look at me. We need Paul Trustwell in here. He's got the brain the size of a planet. Ryushu Konishi almost had a bit of a conflagration with the race leader down at the Yokohama S. He's driving the 941 Adrenaline Motorsport with Manhattan wheels, 718 came, and I think he was aware that Grello was on his left-hand side, and he deliberately turned way more than he would have done ordinarily through the first swing at the Yokohama S, but then did have a car on his right side as well, so almost contact there between two other middle-order cars. 98 BMW of Augusto Farfus comes in, so that was another 8-lap stint, of course, needing to sit in the pit lane for 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The other car that I'm drawn to is the pace of the 54 Dynamic GT 911 on those Pirelli tyres. Yeah, Pirelli tyres for Dynamic, and it's Joel Sturm pushing like crazy to try and make the podium. So 8:59 last time around. Marco Mappelli was about 6 seconds faster, but on the whole, I think the Porsche might be making one or two inroads to the Lamborghini in third. Still this great mix of manufacturers, Porsche, BMW, Lamborghini, then the first repeat, but we have got a Ford Mustang and a Ferrari within the top 6 still.
And the Ferrari now into the pits. So that, I think, I need to update my software, but I'm not sure that is a full stint for David Perel. Yes, it is, okay. So they are getting almost somehow getting closer to the normal strategy of the BMW. They're only actually a lap off the BMW strategy, and the BMW is only a lap off the Manthey Porsche's strategy. We are expecting Estra in at the end of this lap, and Estra will be getting out of the car, I would imagine, and I would also imagine that we then might hear whether there is a penalty or not for the 911 once he's spoken to race control.
Or once race control has spoken to him, you mean?
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's no summons that we've seen, but there's also been no decision.
Yeah,
right.
well, normally the summons will be presented and then you get a decision, well, hours later often, but this is the sort of thing that's going to have to be decided and assessed in the race to make sure that, well, not necessarily to make sure that Grello has enough time to fight back, but we'd like that. So if it is given a penalty, then do we have an hour or 2 hours for 911 to try and hunt down the BMW and get back in front of it? That's not really the job of race control, but as a little side bonus, it would be superb. Estra might well deserve some sort of time penalty because of its part in rolling the Aston Martin. However, did the Aston Martin turn in on Grello? All of these things will be being considered by the stewards. Generally, the race control crew will report the incident to a team of stewards, and it's then their job to mull it all over collectively and come up with a decision.
If you are a sim racer and you're watching the 24 hours of the Nurburgring, you may recognise the name David Perel, because outside of being a sort of semi-works Ferrari driver, David also is the inventor and founder of Sim Grid, which is a great resource for racing, mainly on Assetto Corsa Competizione, one of the various different race simulations that you can also race on the Nurburgring 24 hours. But David, a very, very influential member of the sim racing community. And how cool is it? You've got the one hand, you've got the likes of Jimmy Broadbent and Steve Brown, who are the sort of the influencers who tell the audience about their preferences in sim racing and document their life within sim racing. And then you have the other influencer type, like David Perrell, who is creating things inside the sim racing community. And he has been incredibly influential with SimGrid. And it really has been initially his lifeline in motorsport, because it allowed him to contribute to various seats in his early stages of racing here in Europe over the last 6-7 years. Now he's established himself enough as a pro driver that he is being chosen as a works driver and is in a position to have a really good result here. But a little bit of background history on the South African, who now resides over here in Europe and has been just so determined to make himself as a works Ferrari driver and using sim racing, but from a very different angle to get to that point.
Jimmy Broadbent acknowledges the fact that by becoming a YouTube megastar, forgive me for calling him that, I'm sure.
Well, no, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but he's kind of a really humble guy, really down-to-earth guy, and he acknowledges the fact that it's amazing how he's been able to access this sport via that. But you know what? Hasn't motorsport been all about commercialism forever? And Jimmy is commercialism.
Yep.
By getting, whatever car he's going to drive is going to have all of Jimmy Broadbent's YouTube followers checking it out, looking at what's happening, and it's commercialism.
He is streaming live from his car.
I'd be disappointed if he wasn't.
And let's have a look at his numbers. Jimmy Broadbent, 4,500 people watching his onboard stream. And of course that's been going for 24 hours, so that'll be an enormous number.
Yes,
across the community, across the full live. In comparison, only 1,500 people watching the TCR race from Italy right now.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea. If he was racing in TCR, that number would be massive.
Yes,
in comparison. So it's great for the 24H series as a whole to have the likes of Michi, Steve, and Jimmy as part of it, and of course other celebrities. Smudo, as we mentioned, the German rapper, bringing his audience to this event. Trying to think of other examples now. TV, we've got
movie stars
and TV presenters. But somebody's presenting. One of the German presenters is presenting from inside the car whilst racing, isn't he?
Well, I actually thought that might be an opportunity for Jimmy to do. Like all the stuff he does from his rig, and there's a camera facing him, and he's chatting whilst he's trying to keep a car on the racetrack, and that's why he's been so successful, because of the banter. Surely there's scope to actually fit a camera in the car so he can give us a running commentary as he's driving a real car around the Nordschleife. Might be quite a lot of expletives involved, but that's part and parcel, surely.
It reminds me of that rallying onboard from Australia. And I wish I could remember who the presenter was. An Australian presenter, so you can imagine it's quite colourful.
Yes.
And he's just going along and flat out and just bouncing along. And again, it's from the 1980s, but he's giving his full commentary. Need to find the person who is driving and commentating. The name of.
You guys find that out while I talk to everybody and tell everybody that Estra is in. And he's into the pits, that is, but he's out of the car. The Manthey Porsche is into the pits for its pit stop, as Ben predicted. And we are seeing a full service. Now, I'm not sure if we saw a brake change going on there on the front of the car. Kevin Estra with quite a dramatic stint in that one, and just proving that what we've been talking about, the jeopardy element of this race, is a massive, massive factor. And with just over 4 hours remaining in this race, it's still not done. You can never predict this race. The track can beat you, not just the other competitors. And with some pretty big hitters, the two GetSpeed Mercedes dropping by the wayside, that's the biggest retirement, I think, that we've seen in the last hour or so.
Yeah, when you consider the strength in depth that the whole entry offered, admittedly, we may be down on SP9 numbers compared to previous years, and that's because of a clash with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. There's a big meeting at Spa just down the road with British GT as well, and other commitments that I'm sure drivers that in a heartbeat would have been here otherwise. But, you know, we did have 2 Scherer sport cars at the start of the week. We don't have either of those now, the Audi nor the Porsche. A couple of Mercedes that look like they might be strong contenders, and we were thinking, well, on the qualifying sheets they're not really showing what they've got, but they didn't need to because they were already into top qualifying from their performances in the NLS races we already had and the qualifying races. But as things turned out, I don't think Mercedes had the speed compared to the Porsche that was given the extra 5 kilos in the final revision of the balance of performance figures. I did always wonder about the BMW though, and the 98 car is the only offering from any of the BMW SP9 runners, but Rover Racing know this race back to front, inside and out, and they're pushing the Grello Porsche like crazy, sometimes into situations where Grello does not want to be, as a new driver takes over the 911, and it's Ayanchin Guvin back on board the Manthey car.
The BMW had brakes on its last stop, so they did a full brake change as well as petrol, fuel and tyres. So Augusto Farfus has a proper brand new race car underneath
I'm not sure if they changed brakes. We went to that car, we followed Kevin Estre into the garage and moved away from the car, and I'm not sure whether I saw brake changes
on the Porsche.
On the Manthey
No.
Porsche, yeah. I'm not sure. I would like that confirmed.
No, a confirmation the BMW, yes, but not sure about the Porsche.
Yeah, that'll feed.
And the annoying thing is, we can't tell by the time because they're so fast. It's all being done within that 3 minutes and 17 second limit.
Yeah, they were 0.2 of a second outside the necessary window, so 0.2 of a second longer than 3 minutes and 17 seconds. So that's precisely how close they're running it. They totally know how long it takes them to get the car waved away and down to pit exit. Now then, is Kevin Estre heading in the direction of the race control office, being led by one of his, or the Manthey engineer, certainly going into the crowd where there are a lot of fans desperate for a selfie, but he has no time for that. Another appointment beckons, quite possibly.
God, this is something that we very, very rarely see in motorsport coverage. I have to say, well done to our colleagues in the TV compound to be completely across this story. This is not something you usually see.
I'm intrigued on how they're keeping the camera working.
Yeah, absolutely.
And inside the building.
Yeah.
Concrete building.
Yeah.
Just shows you what is possible, doesn't it? When, I mean, there's a huge amount of production cash spent on this race to cover it as widely as possible. You think about the size of the track. He's going to go into the Manthey suite.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still going into here as well.
It's going into his hospitality.
Wow.
Okay. So he's not going to race control for the moment.
No, he's going to have a bit of a relax, I think. Meet his family or...
There is Olaf Manthey. So, and he's not too happy that the camera is in there, perhaps.
No.
Conversation's going to be had now.
Yeah, look at that. We're being told. We're being thrown out. We're being thrown out. Yeah.
You don't have a pass to come in here.
Even I felt a bit awkward there.
Yeah. Sorry.
I've walked in the wrong.
Sorry.
I think wrong room. I was looking for the gents.
I think we know what discussion was being talked about there, and. I'm amazed that that was great drama, though.
That was fantastic
That was
storytelling.
fantastic television.
Yeah.
The drama building from that incident with the Aston Martin, and that drama continues whilst his teammate, Ayanchin Guvin, he's being caught by the BMW. Well, he's not. Is he being caught? We're going to find out very soon, because the gap at the moment is 7 seconds. And as we are in Sector 5 at the moment, the Grello Porsche making its way through towards the ex-Müller and then on towards Bergwerk. I think that's where he is actually now, towards Bergwerk. Have we got a slow zone up there? We have.
Yeah. Fans of Robert Wickens, and if you're not a fan of Robert Wickens, then please watch the Bosch documentary that recently came out on Robert Wickens, because he is quite the most remarkable man. obviously with a history of racing in DTM before going over to IndyCar in America, and unfortunately suffering that horrific accident which paralysed him. He's never let any of that hold him back, and tried to do the Nurburgring 24 hours last year. Unfortunately had an accident in one of the qualifying races, quite a sizable accident. So this is his first Nurburgring 24 hours. They are still out on track. They're second in class, and Robert reporting that he really has enjoyed it, smiling from ear to ear, seeing the fireworks overnight. They have had 4 or 5 punctures, however, which has held them back, and therefore the rival European entry TCR Hyundai, the 830 car with Manuel Lauck aboard, is the leading TCR car and leading the Americans, and obviously Robert Wickens, the Canadian, in that car as well. They are a good 2 laps plus back, so be surprised to see that change, but I'm so glad to hear and see that Robert has had a clean run through his debut at the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Gap coming down between the leaders. It was 7.1. It's come down fractionally, 6.8 through sector 4 and into sector 5. So Augusto Farfus catching Guven. We'll monitor that through 5 and 6 and see if that continues, because there are a lot of factors to consider. It's not just outright performance, it's how the cars get by the traffic. That will be a factor. We're back with Kevin Estre, Johnny.
Yes.
We're not going to stay with him until he gets changed, I hope.
Well, this is outside now on the balcony outside the Manti Lounge, so that's why the camera's back with him, because this is public area. So, again, to remind you, if you're just joining us, down the inside being pressurised by Calvin van der Linde's BMW in behind, but the unfortunate Aston Martin, after contact, finds itself in the Armco barrier and then very quickly flips over onto its roof. A really concerning moment for the BMW involved, number 179. Just the slightest of touches, but then there was another touch on the front right wheel arch of the Aston Martin as it was spinning away, and the second incident was totally unavoidable. But it's a question of, was Estre too far up the curb? Marciello, beg your pardon, who was pressurising him at the time, the Estre could not afford to wait and work out where the Aston was going, because he could easily have lost the lead. Then again, there was still 5 or so hours still to go, and there was plenty of chance, you might argue, if the BMW had got through, for the Porsche to repay the favour. How close was Raffaele Marciello, though, to actually having a car land on top of it?
And Jordan Pepper was pretty much at a standstill by the time he had reacted to that.
Yeah.
He is an absolute star. There is no doubt. The masterclass that he gave us a week ago at Le Mans. Now we've got Dur Motorsport with him. They were running the Aston Martin?
Yes, they were.
So I
7-9.
wonder whether he is going to go over and apologise to the Aston Martin, or this is now the march to the stewards. I think this is going towards the stewards' room. And I like the way that they've approached this. I like the way that they have waited to allow Kevin to have his say before the stewards making a decision.
Yeah.
Obviously, the other driver, Rolf, taken to hospital, so won't be able to give his opinion, but we do understand that he's just having checks and is okay.
So that's Rolf Scheibner, and obviously his teammates Philippe Charlet, Peter Sander, Heiko Hahn, all now out of the race because of that. They were running in SP10 AM with their Vantage GT4.
And now there's just 0.8 of a second between Guven and Farfus, and they're on the Dottinger, having been delayed by some yellow flags. No cars between them. Well, now there is, but there won't be in a second again. We've got a race on back on track, because first lap out the pits for Augusto Farfus and for Aychan Guven, and a TCR car slows Guven through the Tiergarten, and this will allow Farfus to get onto the tail. But I wonder how aggressive Augusto will want to be, knowing that potentially there is a penalty looming. And maybe just shadowing is okay.
He will not be shadowing. He's caught him.
He's got to go for this, surely.
There was 7 seconds in between first and second. It's now nothing. It's now bumper-to-bumper driving now. And Augustin Farfus, I'm not sure he has that page of let's just sit behind has been ripped out of his textbook years ago. Probably back in his karting days.
This is the Grand Prix track, the best place to try and prize an opening, try and not force an overtake, but just make it happen. But you've got to hope that the traffic falls in your favour as well, and the BMW couldn't quite run out to the apex there because of the maybe SP7 car in behind. A flash of the lights.
Yeah, audacious that, wasn't it? Get out of my way. I know you've been leading for ages, but now it's my turn. Get out of the way. You are holding me up.
So now, either into the Ravenol-Bilstein Curve complex. That's Michael Schumacher, very quick on the approach. I don't think the BMW is going to be close enough into the left-hander and the right-hander at the Bilstein Curve, and the Ravenol Curve and the Bilstein right-hander. Ad Van Bogen is next, which is a rapid right-hander at the base of this section of the Grand Prix track. What's the exit of Vidal chicane going to be like for the BMW? I just don't think it's quite close enough, but that start-finish line advantage that the BMW seem to have, maybe is he going to go for it, the Vidal chicane?
Not there.
Surely not.
It's very fast through there.
It's about getting a good run through there, maybe, and if that lower order BMW had been a little bit closer, it even said that, it might compromise the route of the Porsche onto the hats and back, but now really from this point on it's single file stuff, maybe until the Dottinger Hohe.
We do have some yellow flags, no slow zones or code 60s, but we do have yellow flags at certain points of the circuit, and really now they're going to need to use the traffic. That TCR car ahead, they still haven't passed it. TCR car was just as fast down the main straight and sort of around the Grand Prix track. Now it backs out of it and lets those two GT cars past. It does not want to be caught out like the Aston Martin GT4, especially when it's leading.
It does not want to be part of this drama that's unfolding here. Drama on track, drama off track as well. We've just seen Kevin Estre making his way to race control with the team managers from Manthey and Dürr. We'll let that one pan out while these two thrash it out on the track. The Grand Prix track, it's not easy to overtake on the Grand Prix track. It feels wider, but it's very, very fast. There isn't really a massive stop where you can maybe get alongside on the brakes. They've got very fast, all of the corners there. Even the Goodyear hairpin, it's got a really fast entry to it. You kind of let the speed scrub off as you turn in. And
I actually think the BMW is gaining slightly on the main straight, so if Farfus can break that little bit later, but he needs to try and find an inside line into the Yokohama S, which is tough, and then just through blocking, to be honest, just car position, preventing the Porsche from turning in, and that might be the biggest opportunity. What I don't know is how the BMW in a straight line compares to the Porsche when they're going down the Dottinger Hohe, and can the BMW get within that magic window of about a second, maybe slightly less than that, sort of 5, 6, 7 car lengths, and then all of a sudden the Beamer will pick up the speed because of that toe and maybe carry the momentum into Antonius Bucher.
Slow zone there at Metzgerfeld as they head towards Kallenhard, and then the really technical bits, which are quite slow. You're braking and turning into Exmuller, and the one before that, which I can never remember its name,
Breitscheid.
Now the race resumes, kicking up dust as they just skirt by some slower traffic. Again, very, very tight entry there, and then just opens up. Not enough speed difference to really make a difference there. Down the inside again, that was the little Audi of the Dupre team.
So that's Breitscheid. Then you've got Exmuller rapidly approaching, and the end of Sector 5, and then much harder onto the brakes for the right-hander at Bergwerk, which is upcoming now. So down a couple of gears. Exit of Bergwerk, very important because it leads into Kesselchen, Klostertal. And this is a chance now to get fully flat through the gears.
This is all uphill as well, Johnny. So if you've got to come out of Bergwerk really clean and nice and early on the power with the revs up. So all of this is flat, as Jürgen Barths once told me. Flat through here. A little bit of a lift coming up through the tighter left-hander coming up about now. There it is. And back on the throttle hard.
Coming up to a couple of cars ahead of them. As they come to the carousel, they'll catch them. 3 cars pretty close to each other. Oh, a little mistake from Farfus there. Just lost the rear end. Maybe snatch of the brake.
He recovered it in the end. I thought he was almost going to be right on the back of the Porsche then, and how on earth was he going to carry so much speed through Style Strecker and up through the concrete strip? Exit out of carousel, not quite as good for the BMW, maybe because of the time lost at the base of the Caracciolo carousel. Hoher act, BMW having to deal with a slower car, so again needing to just give that a bit of space. Ayhancan Guven finding the traffic in the better places than the Beamer in behind, so he has lost a lot of time there.
This was the important part of the track, Johnny, from Boracht all the way through Whipperman, Brunchen, flat under the Flansgarden, out onto the Dottinger Hole, where perhaps the BMW straight line speed might have got it on par with the Porsche. However, the traffic is going the way of the Porsche at the moment, and the BMW losing out massively. This is the bit where he needs to be on the rear bumper of the Porsche. All the way through here.
It would be a fellow BMW slowing your number 98 car down, wouldn't it? Doing, again, nothing wrong. That looked like maybe one of the M240i's that has to keep to the racing line. This is Flansgarten 2. Ice curve next underneath the trees. And then the run towards Stefan Beloff S and the Kleiner carousel.
Needs to clean things up, does Farfus, just focus on his own race. There's plenty of time left, 3 hours 52. We've gone past the top of the hour. We'll have our class update for you when this thing calms down, if it ever will. So that'll come about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it will.
Yes.
Maybe even 10 past 4, depending on where the leaders are, because we'll have to wait for them to cross the line. And if it's as close as this, could we even have an overtake on the final lap for a change of lead? Through the last split, it was 0.4 of a second. It's going to be way more than that. 3 seconds now. I mean, that's nothing compared to when it was north of a minute. But any advantage I thought that Augusto Farfus might be able to make up on the Dottinger Hor has entirely gone now after he had to get out of the throttle at Hoher Act and just after it and play the patience game. There's a lot to be said for that, with still 3 hours and 52 minutes to go.
Let's have a quick look at the class leaders, Johnny, while this thing's calmed down slightly, giving us a little bit of time. It's outside of SP9. We've got that leader of Cup 2, the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. It's car 940. It's currently 16th overall. Max Cruz Racing in the 644. They're leading AT2. They are 25th overall. The first of the TCR class runners, they're in 28th overall, and that's the number 830, the Hyundai Motorsport Target competition car. The 150 number Team Bilstein by Black Falcon, they're leading SP8T. They're 29th overall. Just behind them in 31st, AT3, that's the number 19, Max Kreuzer Racing. And then in 38th, SP10's leader, the 187 numbered FK Performance Motorsport. We've got the Cup 3 leader, the 962 car, W&S Motorsport in 39th place overall. And then the 97, no team attached to it, the number 97, leading SP7 in 44th. 55th spot, we see the SP3T leader, that's the 310 numbered FK Performance Motorsport entry. And then in 65th, VT2 Hecker, that's the number 500 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales. Behind them is another Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales. The car is 650, the BMW M240i leader. They're in 66th, not that far behind them is the V6 leader. That's the number 414, no team name attached. 79th is the VT2 front. That is the number 471, the Otto Thomas by Young Motorsport. And then we've got another Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales. They are very, very going to be on the podium, quite a few podiums if this continues for Adrenaline Motorsport. It's 444, that's the number. They're 80th overall and they're leading V5. 82nd overall, SP4T's leader, the number 69, KGL Auto Motor Club. And that is leading SP4T, as I said. SP2T It's the first of the Toyota Gazoo rookie racing entries. The car is 109. It's in 85th. In 87th is the BMW 325i. That's car 100. And then SB3, that's being led by the number 277. They're in 115th overall.
Nicely summarised. You're getting very good at this, Joe, having doing it several times overnight, and we'll try and do it as close to the top of each clock hour, which is also the race hour. A little bit late with that, but you can understand why, because we're totally glued, transfixed with the fight. After 20 hours of running, to have a gap of 2.8 seconds through the last split between two huge German marques, Porsche lead, BMW second, and they arguably are the only ones in it right now. You never know when a problem might hit from a reliability point of view, of course, for one or both of these cars, and that might bring Lamborghini back into the fight, possibly Ford Mustang. The Ford in the hands of Yusuf Ovega is nearly 4 minutes further back. But is that 4 minutes from the Lamborghini? Yeah, probably is. So is it 6.5 minutes that spans the first placed car back to the fourth placed car?
It's about 4 minutes, Johnny.
4 minutes?
Yeah,
okay.
Just under 4 minutes. Doing the maths, doing the quick maths. Yeah, just under 4.
Okay, well, it's definitely still on for a potential switch on for the podium places, because the Lambo of Luca Engstler and Yusuf Ovega in his Ford and Joel Sturm in the 54 Dynamic Porsche, they're all close enough yet for that to change considerably in the final 3 3/4 hours. Very frustrating for Augusto Farfus to be so close within touching distance and then just got slightly on the wrong side of one of the back markers, and now you can be spending the next 3 or 4 laps, which might be the majority of the rest of his stint, trying to recover all of that time.
And it's those moments that will make and break his race. That one piece of traffic that meant he had to back off again, then puts him on a completely separate bit of track.
Yeah.
And so he's not in the same traffic as the car in front, and it creates a variance, yes. So, okay, does mean that the Manthey Porsche could end up getting caught out when the BMW isn't, but we have seen the gap increase. 3 seconds it increased on that last lap, and it is now 9 seconds through that last split. So Farfus again has been unlucky with traffic, and also I would give Ayhan Guven credibility, because I think he is pushing a bit harder and maybe being a bit more aggressive. We've also got to consider that Farfus 1 lap later on tyres, as we've got a BMW that maybe has been for a trip into a barrier somewhere.
Well, thankfully, it's right at the end of the lap for the 79th position BMW, which is a 240i.
Oh, that's one of our the Brits, isn't it? Breakwell Racing.
Yeah, and it is in 667. David Drinkwater at the wheel of that car right now. So it's clearly been into some part of the scenery around the Nurburgring. That's more than just a failed bonnet clip, but the clip has broken as a result, and done actually quite well not to force the bonnet even further up so that it flicks across the windscreen, which was a scenario that Julian Andlauer found himself in the Porsche many hours ago.
You remember David Drinkwater? He's done quite a few 24H series races with us.
Yeah,
and a very important message this weekend.
What's that?
Drinkwater.
Drinkwater, yes. Yeah. He hasn't heard that one before. I doubt very much. Yeah, he used to share with Ricky Coomber and
okay, yes, of course,
those boys, didn't they?
Yeah. So, and I think
I don't know whether that is that been a hit, or is it just a clip from
just
off
the
and the
bonnet
wind's
clip
got
gone,
underneath it?
Maybe.
Nice to see red tank tape going onto a red.
You love
car.
that, don't you?
You've got to have your tank tape coordinated
I agree.
with the colour of the car.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
we might not be that far away from Ayhan Guven catching Joel Sturm to actually lap the 5th placed car. They are in the same sector, but that's the very long sector 7. But I'm pretty sure they were in the same 6th sector as well, which is only 36 seconds. So the BMW still needs to pressurise Guven to just concertina that gap a little bit. I mean, the problem is that for Guven, he's going to get lots of blue flags around him, waved at Sturm to say, just move out of the way so you're not delaying the race leader. But the more of the quicker back markers, if you like, it seems weird to call Joel Sturm a back marker. He's running in 5th position and with a great bit of pace, but this might be another chance for the BMW to get just a few inches closer as they near the end of another lap. Is this home time for a big group of people? I really hope not. They've been here for the duration. There is just a bit of a theme of some people packing up now after what might have been a little bit of a brutal weekend, depending on how late last night was.
A long weekend as well, bank holiday weekend.
True.
We would call it a bank holiday on Thursday, and a bridging day off on Friday is always advisable.
Some may be feeling a tad fragile after their weekend at the Nurburgring and wanting their own bed. That's the gap then on the Dottinger Hohe, with one BMW in between, and Joel Sturm's just crossed the line. So we've still got about the length of the final sector yet before Ayhancan Guven catches him. 8:23.5 last time for the Turk, 8:23.1 from Joel Sturm. So the 54 Porsche is actually showing very good speed, and at times he's going at about the same speed as the race leader. 3 laps now done for Guven on this current stint. They run to 8. BMW will be ticking off its 4th lap. So again, we'll be expected to come into the pit lane, Farfus into the pit lane, 1 lap before Ayhancan Guven.
Gap across the line, Johnny, 10.6 seconds. Now it was kind of, I think it was 7 seconds last lap. However, that disappeared to nothing, and then it built again back to, and that was purely down to traffic. And that's built at 10.6 seconds. Let's see if Farfus can reduce that and then get back on terms. He seems to have, he seemed to close on the Porsche and then drop back, and whether that's walking Guven up to the point where, hang on, that BMW is a bit close. I'm going to, just give it a little bit extra, if there is even a bit extra in there. But he hasn't really been able to make any impression on that gap. 40.326 for the leading Porsche in Sector 1, 40.184. So the gap is coming down ever so slightly.
Also be interesting to monitor whether Sturm is catching Ovega for 4th place. Took a couple more seconds out of the Ford Mustang on that lap, but the Ford's... Is a Ford on an out lap? No, it's not. Sorry, just reading the wrong bit of information on the screen. So Ovega is 4 laps into his current stint, half distance therefore, for the 65 HWT Ford Mustang.
6th place Ferrari. Fernandez Laser at the wheel of the car. Now the Ferrari did look strong at the early part of this race, and it's sort of settled in that top 7, top 8, up to 6th at the moment, but just not seemingly able to match the pace of the leading 3.
One thing we need to keep in mind is the lap differences between our top 3 when they pit. So Guven is on lap 3 of his stint. Farfus is on lap 4 of his stint, and in 3rd position Engsler is on lap 2 of his stint. Now, to have 3 stops before the end, they need to be aiming to pit in the next 2 laps. Now that's easy, because that gives them a nice comfortable window of 2 laps buffer to play with. But depending on which car you are, that is either a really short pit stop or a less short than ideal pit stop. For instance, Farfus, if he pits in 2 laps time, that would be a 6-lap stint. They can do up to 8-lap stints. So there is a 2-lap sort of 2 laps of play, let's say, whereas the Lamborghini has a lot more than that, and Guven has a little bit more than that. So that means that I'm going to try and get this right now. That means that the last stop for the BMW could be shorter than the Porsche, and even shorter again than the Lamborghini. Maybe I got that around the wrong way. No, I think I've got that around the wrong way. I think the Lamborghini will have the shortest of the pit stops, the last one, then the Porsche, then the BMW. So actually, the BMW guys need to do a bit more work, because one extra lap, as we heard, in the final 70 minutes is about 20 seconds. So if that is the penalty for the BMW on that last stop, they need to find half a minute. What do we think the penalty for Estre could be? I reckon about half a minute.
Well, think back to when the BMW 98 got a penalty. It was 32 seconds, wasn't it? Late last night. And that's not a penalty. It's not a stop-go penalty, as in you have to come into the pit lane independently from a normal pit stop. You soak up the penalty before you get to the team. So it's a little bit like 5 seconds added to the next pit stop in Formula One, for instance, or in the World Endurance Championship. You come in, the team can't touch the car for, let's say, 30 seconds, and then the car moves down to where your garage is for the weekend, and they do the regular pit stop in the same movement. This is the Mustang of Yusuf Ovega. 3 fabulous Mustang GT3s brought to the ring this weekend by HRT Ford Performance. The yellow one, the blue one, and then the kind of grey and black one, which was the number 63 car. One Pro car, one Pro-Am, but this is actually the Pro-Am car, punching arguably above its weight. Yusuf Ovega due to be driving both this car and the 64 with Frank Stippler, Arjun Maini and Dennis Olsen. Is the 64 car now out of the race? Didn't Stippler have a moment in Mustang 64? Or did I dream that? Had a couple of snoozes in the middle of this race. Yeah, it's not been doing laps for quite some time. Still on our screen in 122nd position, but I think their better chance, arguably on paper, has gone by the wayside. But the Hout Racing team will be very happy with the 4th place at the moment and still running it close for a podium.
It absolutely is, Johnny. Three and a half hours to go. That is still very much in contention for an overall podium, and the car will push on. It sounds beautiful. It has a beautiful sort of grunty scream about it. It's just fantastic. Great sounding car. I've got a little bit of snippet of information. Have we spoke about Giuliano Alessi's mother?
I haven't. She's a TV.
Well, this is from, firstly, thank you, Mark Jones from the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. She's Japanese. She's a model and pop singer. That is partly why he races in Japan as well, because he is, he's got family connections there. Interesting. I'll have to check her out and see what she sings.
The Mustang powered by the 5.4 litre naturally aspirated V8 Ford Coyote engine. So 3 of those lumps here this weekend. That could be described as the commentary team right now, I suppose. But the race engines sound a lot better with 911 Ayan Chenguvin leading by 10.8 seconds over the Rover Racing BMW of Augusto Farfus. And then the apt Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan, which is surely a bit too far back, barring major incident for the top 2, but it's making it really interesting between Yusuf Ovega and Joel Sturm, who are trying to hunt down that Lamborghini. 3 very different marks involved in that scrap for the podium.
A man that I've been hoping to enter this commentary box since Kevin Estre and Rafael Marciello had that incident is the man that's just arrived.
Has been summoned.
Peter Dunbreck.
Hello.
Peter, thank you for joining us with the Falcon shirt on this weekend. But sometimes you wear an FIA shirt and have to make very difficult decisions about driving standards. What is your take on what we've seen with Kevin Estre?
From the very little that I've seen of it, the Aston driver seemed to open the door and didn't close the door robustly enough to not invite the Porsche down the inside. So I would call that a racing incident.
And you've had how many starts around here?
17.
17 years, gosh. Not a grey hair on you either.
Yeah, that's just for man.
All right, thank you very much for coming in. And,
I mean, what was your opinion here in the box?
Yeah, but we're commentators.
Yeah, but we've seen a fair bit of racing through the years. I think the fact that we're still talking about it, you know, an hour and a half later, and we're still not sure, and you can see it from both sides. Nothing's really jumping out to say, yeah, it's definitely that fault or this fault.
Mr. Director, I thank you once again. Peter having a good look at this.
I mean, you have to disregard what happens afterwards, and that can be shocking and lead you down the wrong path almost. It's about that initial contact and whether Estre was too far up the curb, because he was using a lot of that high curb, which may have unbalanced the car and made it slightly out of control for a brief spell. Is there ever... Yeah, there is a gap there. And then...
That's the racing line for me, though.
I still think... Yeah, I think he should have been tighter to the curb. It's a miscommunication, and you could split the blame in different percentages, but I do stick with my original thought on it, that predominantly there was initially a space there, and yeah.
Oh, is that the Ferrari?
Yeah. Oh, yes, it is.
White
yes, it
and
is.
red Ferrari.
Yeah. 45.
From third position, Fernandez laser.
Yeah. And how's it ended up there? That is the direction of travel, but there's a BMW in the back of it. Now, have they clashed in a sort of similar style? Just getting to this now in real-time pictures, but the 45 Ferrari for Realised Condo Racing was running in 6th place. And, well, would that have had a shout on the podium? Well, no more after 115 laps. It's at the Stefan Beloff F, so not that far ahead of the Kleiner Carousel. And the rescue units are with the incident very, very quickly. But I think there's no escape there. What more can this race throw at us?
Can't quite see which BMW that is, other than
a 325i.
And there are only 3 of them that started the race, and the app isn't showing the number of that car.
So there's a big dent in the barrier on the right, 100 metres before, so you can see there's been contact into there, I think.
It's going to be, I think it's either going to be the 100 car, which actually leads the 325i class, or the 101, but they're in very similar liveries, and annoyingly, they're both in the same 7th sector as well. So
101.
Just purely 101, okay. So that is not the class leader. The 100 car is able to continue on, but Dan Berkelt getting involved in an incident with Fernandez Laza, but we don't know which car connected with the barrier. This first, I should say, this might provide some sort of an answer. Away in the distance, it almost looks like both cars are off there already. And then the BMW on the grass behind the Ferrari sort of follows it in. But was the Ferrari already having its moment? Not the best camera angle.
So for a front-running car, and probably the BMW, this is a whole flat. This is flat right through this area. So if the Ferraris come across a BMW, then maybe thought, right, okay, I'll go to the outside. And you do have to give it a split second to decide where's that car in front of me going to go, and if the wrong decision was made and the Ferrari was carrying so much more speed, then yeah, the contact would have been made, and it's a hard one to get out of. And this is one of the pinch points where you really have to give it a second, give it a split second even, to decide where you're going to overtake.
It sounds like, to be a successful driver at the Nurburgring 24 hours, that judgment is key like no other racetrack in the world.
It is. I mean, when you start the race and you've got, well, how many cars this year?
136, I think, started.
136. Yeah. So there is no other race in the world, not any race as big as this one, where there's that amount of cars on track. And if you're in a front-running car and you've got the speeds and the pace of a front-running car compared to the speed of, say, a Dacia running around at the back, that pretty much every 2 laps you would lap that car. So you can imagine the speed difference there, and there's a lot of cars in between. So yeah, you've got to make a call, say 20 times a lap, on where you're going to go, how you're going to go about it, and you end up the more times you do this race, the more times, the more sixth sense you get on where and how you're going to, and whether they've seen you and whether they've not seen you. And, you know, there's always going to be confusion. And I've just walked by the back of the pits and seen the row of destroyed cars waiting to be picked up by their owners. And you know, that's either driver error or it's just pure misunderstanding between two drivers.
And I noticed that graveyard of cars at Parc Ferme have actually been decreasing because owners have been coming and collecting their cars as they're allowed to do. A replay of Aishan Guven on board with him. Was that just him squabbling,
It's just a little bit of a touch again on a Porsche there to get by. The other thing that's being discussed, Peter Dunbreck, is that there were blue flags being shown to the Aston driver. I think 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you do have to just respond to those. You know, he will have been fully aware, we thought, that the race leader was behind and keen to get through because the BMW was right behind it.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's one of those races where you've got races within races taking place, and you know, you've got the leader of the race with, as you said, the second place literally right behind, and you have to make those calls. And sometimes you don't. In another instance, he maybe would have backed out of that and said, okay, no, that's not for me.
Yeah.
But in that instance, he decided to go for it because I believe the Aston didn't close the apex. He left half the car, and it made it look like he was going to let the cars go by, and in the end he turned to no man's land, in my opinion.
Yeah. And you're 17 times of doing this race. Have you done it at a sort of GT4 level, or what was considered that sort of pace of car in the past?
Yes, I started in the Opel Astra DTM converted car, so we were front running, and then when I joined Falcon Tyres, we were in a 350Z, so quite nimble and quick in the corners, but no straight line speed. So we would never win the race, but we could challenge for a top 10 at the end of it. So I think we finished 11th overall one year. So I would say that was kind of GT4 plus. Yeah. And then I got into a GT3 car, and obviously it was one of the front running cars, and had to learn that, you know, how to pass every single car. And as I said, get that sixth sense about how to go about these maneuvers and safely and keep your car in the race, because, you know, as we've seen with the Ferrari now, we don't know what really happened, but it looks like they have now dropped from a healthy top 6 to nowhere.
The gap has come right down to about 0 from 11 seconds between Guven and Farfus once again. Guven's got stuck behind that slow Cayman that, as we spoke about so many times, it must be so frustrating, Peter, isn't doing 60 in a 60. It's doing 57, 56, and losing bounds of time if you get stuck behind it. We're back to a race again.
Yeah, it is frustrating. You know, the pro cars are all set to 59.6, say, or, you know, they're pushing the limits, whereas the gentleman cars they'd have a bit more leeway in there, and they don't come into the pits as quickly, and they don't leave the pits as quickly. And if you happen to be around them at that time, you do lose time.
Look how close Augusto Farfus is. He's in the slipstream. He pulls to the outside, and with the slipstream, with the momentum, the BMW takes the lead. Only one BMW on the entry list, and it leads here at the Nurburgring.
Tremendous overtake that, and that's what I've been wanting to see, is the straight line speed of the BMW once it gets into the toe of another car, and it just swallowed up the kilometres there, the metres before Antonius Bucher, and jumped ahead, actually way before Tiergarten, and is now able to stretch its legs a little bit. So I'm impressed with how well this BMW looks, Peter, when it's on its own, not only with the toe, with that car in front as well.
Yeah, they do seem to have it sorted. I would imagine maybe now on the Grand Prix circuit the Porsche would close in, because the Porsche tends to be a little bit more nimble, but in the faster corners, the BMW, certainly when I was driving the M6, it was more of a stable platform, whereas the Porsche is more of a nimble car.
Is that the first lead change we've had since the red flag yesterday? I think it might be, you know.
I think it might be, other than maybe a pit stop cycle very, very early on in the red flag, after the red flag.
It feels like forever that Grello has been in front, but through incremental steps, the BMW has been getting closer and closer, and then a huge gain on the run into Schwalbenschwanz because of the Code 60 that's out. And when initially we talked about this a lot, the first warning of a Code 60 is just a single waved yellow flag, where that's just no overtaking. It doesn't mean you can't close in on a car that's ahead of you. And as we've established, because Guven was stuck behind a slower running car, he was helpless. And the BMW got huge in its mirrors and is now in front.
Peter, back to you for a second. The Falcon Tyres, long-time partner of Falcon Tyres as a driver. This year, not on the entry list as a driver. What have you been up to?
So I'm officially brand ambassador for Falcon. So I finished driving for them in 2020, and so I'm back very happily to support them as a fan, you know, and as part of the Falcon family. And yeah, it's a bit sad because obviously we ran very well up there early in the race, running second place, and we felt like we had the pace of the Manthey car in front, but just a random accident in turn one, a car spun round in the middle of the road and no yellow flags, and Mr. Gemini comes round the corner and has nowhere to go, and that's instantly the car out of the race. So we're relying on one car then, and that car was sitting nicely in the top 10. And you know, with these mistakes happening, with the Ferrari now being in trouble, that's when you start to pick these positions up. But sadly we had an issue with the car itself, a mechanical issue, something to do with the drivetrain. So the car was retired around about sort of 9:30 this morning. So we've got a lot of glum faces around, and you know, a lot of time and effort goes into this, not just from Falcon but from all the teams. It is the big race for a lot of these teams out here. So it's a very bitter pill to swallow, but you know what, everyone comes back and does it again next year, and with even more resolve. So yeah, expect Falcon to be back again in NLS and in 24 hours, and big things to come.
And the development still continues with the tyre, bringing different tyres to play with?
It does. You know, I guess the benchmark for us has always been Michelin, and if we can, you know, the Manthey car running on a Michelin tyre, if we can be running that kind of pace and be up there with them, then, you know, we've got positivity and we've got more drive and more effort behind us from Sumitomo Rubber, our parent company in Japan. So it's a big push, and you know, Falcon will just keep going until one of these days we're the lucky ones and we manage to pull off a win.
I mean, this year is so unique with the temperatures and track temperatures. I haven't actually seen a track temperature, but the air temperature is going to be 30 by the end of the race. So different in contrast to what we might see next year, which is a race 6-8 weeks earlier, where we might have 10 degrees and rain, and it's really a challenge, isn't it, for the tyre companies?
Yeah, you never know what to expect, and bearing in mind, especially with Falcon, they're doing all the development and producing the tyres, and they're shipping them in from Japan. So all this work and thought and development program has to be done, you know, a couple of months ahead of the 24 hours. So even they had no idea we'd be facing 30-degree temperature. So it was a bit of a worry on the risk of tyre punctures and that kind of thing, and what compound you're going to use. So we have been running medium most of the time, which has been actually really good for us because we've got a nice wide window with a medium tyre, whereas the Porsche, the Michelin maybe has a smaller window, so they have to think more of going to a harder tyre. So I think that's one of the reasons why we were up there after, say, hour 2-3 and challenging for the win until our accident.
Full throttle through Kesselchen, slight lift at Klostertal, and on the grass for Anchen Guven. That shows you how hard he's trying to push to stick with this BMW. It is complete role reversal all of a sudden. Whereas the BMW had lost the time through traffic, this isn't really traffic induced, it's just the speed that the BMW seems to have. And there were questions about how quick the 98 car might go once we get to race mode, and now the heat of the day as well. There aren't different tyres in play here, are there? No, they're both on Michelin tyres. They're both the 911 and the 98 cars. I suppose different sizes of tyre across the two different manufacturers, but the BMW seems to have the legs.
Will there be different compounds as well for the different manufacturers? Will the tyre be specific to the car?
Like, for instance, were you around Falcon when they ran a BMW and a Porsche?
Yes, yeah. So sizes were different, but essentially, no, we pretty much produced the same compound. So Michelin aren't going to have a list of, you know, medium compounds for different cars.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
It's going to be pretty much the same. So when you go to that level of splitting it, then you really are. It's a massive undertaking, and the financial side of things is crazy. So I think they're trying to, in the last few years, you know, bearing in mind this is also pretty much the only race, or the big race in the world where tyres are open. The championship organisers are trying to compress the costs a little bit. So and all the tyre manufacturers have a bit more knowledge of what everyone else is doing, so it's a bit more fair, a bit more open, and you know, I think it's been a step in the right direction, because otherwise you could end up spending silly money, and in the end what happens with that is it just implodes, and you lose a manufacturer, or you lose, you know, we see that with motorsport all the time. So no, I think they're in a good way. We've got a lot of different manufacturers here, and it's great to see. But yeah, as I said, the fight against Michelin is always there, and we tried to take that fight to them.
Very often in NLS races, we're still getting 2 Falcon cars. I mean, there's more NLS races to come before the season is out. Is there still a plan to do the 4 hours?
There'll be 2 more races I think they're going to do this year.
Okay.
So, yeah, the testing program will continue. You know, this is a big thing. Falcon is based in Germany. Falcon Europe is based in Germany. So it's a Japanese company, obviously, but it's a big German push, and this is a massive race for them. And you know, we have like 350 guests here from all over Europe, many different countries here to take in the show, but also to be part of the Falcon family. That's the thing with us. We really are. We tried to create an ambience that everyone's open, and we're all part of a family, and even the dealers, you know, they all get on really well. And even a guy came to me yesterday from Kirkcaldy in Scotland.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's like you got people from all over the place. So it's really good to see.
But also there's a real party atmosphere within Falcon, it feels like. You know, think about the Falcon Drift Show on Friday night that we had to commentate on, which is a first for any of us.
Yeah.
But it was a great laugh. Ben and I sneaked onto the rooftop terrace in the Dorrit. We shouldn't have been there, but they were most welcoming and said, oh, yeah, stay for a drink. We were watching warm-up.
And we did hear people on that terrace go, look at our car, that's our car.
Yeah, so that you feel part of a community. And that must be deliberate.
Yeah, obviously.
That's what you're trying to drum up.
It's in the ethos of, and we've had the second in command of Sumitomo Rubber here over the weekend as well.
Wow.
So you've flown in from Japan, a party came in from Japan, and you know, as long as they're involved and they see how big this race is, then they understand that, okay, we have to be part of this. So look out for Falcon, and of course Falcon is part of the Dunlop family as well.
Okay.
So Sumitomo is the owner of Falcon, of Dunlop, Japan and Europe.
Do you mean Goodyear or Dunlop?
No, I mean Dunlop. Yeah.
Really? Okay, fine.
So
there was some confusion when we were talking earlier on about the different franchises around the world of Dunlop as well. But Dunlop in this case are part of Sumitomo.
So
gotcha.
So any Dunlop cars running here or in other races are now part of the Sumitomo group. So yeah, it's a growing concern, and they've got big plans.
Excellent. Well, thank you for coming in and pretty much agreeing with what we'd said about that incident, which was just sort of sitting on the fence really and saying racing incident, but it's not our call, thankfully.
And thankfully it's not mine either, but I think by the sounds of it, the stewards made the same call. There was no penalty came out or anything.
Nothing's come out at all.
Yeah.
No. Well, we haven't had anything either way. So,
you know, it's always going to happen around here. There's always going to be these little 50-50 moments, and in this instance, it's harsh on the damaged Aston Martin, and it's put them out of the race. And you know, that's It really is tough, but it's just what happens around here. And I've been involved in these incidents as well, and it's like the more you do this race, the more you're going to get, that kind of thing. So.
Are you going for the triple, like Ben is? Are you doing Spa next weekend as well, or are you going to go home like a sensible person?
I'm going to back up to Scotland for the weekend.
Good.
And going to see family and stuff. So
sounds like a plan.
Yeah. All right.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Thanks
Thank you.
so much for popping in. Peter Dumbreck, obviously a former racer in this, 17 times over, in fact, and always good to get a driver's perspective on a situation like that, because, I mean, we watch and revel in racing drivers, but I know you've done it for real, Ben, but not quite to this kind of level.
Not quite to this level, and I definitely wouldn't here.
Okay.
I've made a decision. It's never going to happen, even if I win the lottery. I'll race at Le Mans, but too scared, too much of a wuss.
Not in a TCR car?
No way, you just get mullered by a GT3.
Dacia Logan?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
This is the only racetrack, this is the only race I couldn't do where I think, nah.
And I love that, because that's what makes these superheroes for you and I watching. It literally is. There's so often I look at a race meeting and go, I could do that.
Yeah, every time.
Not here. This is watching gladiators fighting, really fighting both themselves and the racetrack. They are superhuman, in my opinion, and it's amazing to then see the human behind the superhuman when they come into the commentary box like this, and with the helmet on, they just appear I just can't get my head around how you can bring yourself into this situation. But so many of the competitors here, over 450 at the starting list, this is their dream to race here. Forget the SP9 battle for the lead of the race with all the professional drivers. And even some of them, like we spoke, Dorian Boccolacci, it's a dream to race here. But for the rest of them, for the rest of the field, whether it's mechanics or drivers, this is a place that fulfills ambitions and then draws you in to come racing time and time again.
So different. You mentioned mechanics there, even the conditions that the mechanics are working in. It absolutely messes with my OCD when I walk down in those pit garages. I can't put the pit garage the way I wanted. I've got to cram in with another 3 teams. And just the conditions that the conditions that mechanics work under in any kind of 24-hour or any kind of endurance race, it's grueling. That's the challenge. Endurance racing's a team sport. It's not just about the drivers, it's about the team, it's about how the team operates, it's about the team gels. Those pit stops might be mandated to a particular time, but still, you've got to get things right within that mandated time. There's a pressure of bolting the car together. There's a pressure of getting that set up right. If I want 4 degree of camber, I want 4 degree of camber. I don't want 3.7, I don't want 4.2. I want 4 degrees of camber. And it's that kind of team effort that puts everything together and all of those elements, and the planets align for any team. Talking of planets aligning, the planets have aligned in good time for the Rover Racing BMW, hasn't it? Strange that, 3 hours to go, and the pace of that BMW has just kind of been switched on. I'm trying not to be cynical here, gentlemen.
I know what you're saying, though. It's just been keeping the powder dry, should we say. Cards close to the chest, and now, boom, all of a sudden the pace is revealed, unveiled. But can they keep this up? Because, there's a certain amount of surely nursing the tyre through the stint. Well, this is an in-lap, and there's no let-up in the pace from Augusto Farfus. There is, though, a stopped car on the Grand Prix track, Porsche 414, probably from the oblique angle. And that is the V6 leader. So the production category for cars with engines between 3 and 3.5 litre stopped on the racetrack. It's a 911 Carrera, the 414, and the recovery unit, the rescue unit, very quickly with that car. Andreas Schaffitzel is at the wheel of that, sharing with Alex Kerpen, Sebastian Rings and Jacek Pajdis of Poland. Quick conversation being had. The tow rope, I think it might have has it restarted? It's inching forward under its own steam. So maybe the word is, no, I've managed to get it going again. What sort of margin does the V6 leader have? It's considerable. It's many, many minutes before the 410 car will arrive in that similar part of the racetrack, with David Ackerman driving the 410 Porsche Cayman GTS. Lamborghini, third position for Luca Engstler, heading now through towards Kittelbacher Hohe and Flugplatz. Engstler, 4.5 minutes down from Ayanchen Guven, but the distance back to Yusuf Ovega is still intriguing, although Ovega's lap time was about 5 seconds slower than Engstler's at Lamborghini last time around. Also still in that mix, the dynamic Porsche number 54. I'm just trying to work out whether 54 is still on the lead lap or whether Augusto Favas has now managed to put it a lap down. We're working lap 120, Joe.
Johnny, I've got a guest that's just turned up, and GM Lippmann, Darren Wood, sat at home. We've got their teammate from our iRacing team.
Is that what this gentleman's known as?
Yeah.
GM Lippmann's teammate?
Yeah. GM Lippmann's teammate, Adam Christodoulou. The 17 GetSpeed Mercedes is no longer in the race, my friend.
No, sadly not. Yeah, again, just not our race. It's one thing after another just seemed to haunt us through the night, and so yeah, sadly we've had to retire the car. We managed to get to 100 laps, which is actually a bit of like the thing just started getting looser and looser, and there's something not quite right with it. I think we've ended up picking up too much damage throughout the race, and so we've managed to get it to 100 laps, and we'll get out for the last lap or two just to get it across the line.
No consolation, mate, but you started really well, and you know, very much at the front of the field. Then we had the red flag. How disjointed, how disconnected did that make everybody feel down there in the pit lane?
I think it's a shame. I felt like we were in a really good position at that point, and obviously we did a slight undercut, which obviously got us the advantage, but I felt like we'd got we managed to get ahead of the Lamborghini, which is obviously a bit of an exciting part of the race at the start, and so we were in clear air at that point, and things were looking good, and I think we were starting to stretch our legs there, but yeah, honestly, the pace of the top two cars has been incredible, and I don't think we'd have been able to match it. Saying that, I feel like the Porsche had such an advantage earlier and seems to have lost it in the last few hours. I don't know if they're nursing an issue as well, but obviously the BMW's just almost stayed out of trouble, and it's paying off right now.
Well, the BMW has just gone into the pits, but is it a case of the Porsche dropping its performance or the BMW raising its performance? That's what we've just been speculating, actually, when you came in. Been a bit cynical, I think.
Well, this is something we'll be able to have a look at during like the when we get all the reports and everything back after the race, to see whether they've started to lose a bit of top speed or something. I don't know whether or like you said, or whether the BMW is just monstered through and ended up just doing the same lap time and being really consistent.
Yeah.
We're not too sure.
There's lots of elements as ever. It's been a very typical Nurburgring 24 hours, Adam, and you know, I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you for an opinion on the Kevin Estre thing. We've asked everybody's opinion on that, but
this is a good time to bring in that there has been a decision made.
Oh, has there?
Now.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and it is going to be a time penalty for the 911 Porsche of 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Wow.
So 1 minute and 40 seconds in the penalty box.
Wow.
At its next pit stop. And the BMW already looked the stronger of the two cars. Well, that is going to massively swing the pendulum in the direction of the Bavarian brand now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've heard about this penalty as well and taken the opportunity to soak up a brake change. You might as well. You're going to pull another minute and 40 on your nearest rival. I mean, let's not discount the Lamborghini though. That is in third, and indeed the next Porsche in the offing is the dynamic car, and then we've got the Ford Mustang kind of loitering like a buzzard.
Yeah, like that's the incredible thing about this race. Like, and this is why I love it so much. It's just so unpredictable. Like, the Ferrari was also there, and like obviously jumping between like podiums and getting a decent result, and then suddenly they're out. Like the Porsche, the Falcon Porsche, until you came around turn 2 and there's a car parked there. It's just, you just never have. Oh, there's been a bit of an incident. That's a cup car.
Yes, there has.
There's a Flugplatz.
919 facing the wrong way, and was that the current race leader sneaking through as well, Ayanchin Guvin. When do you send the news to the Turkish driver that he's going to have to spend 1 minute and 40 seconds in the penalty box? I'm looking at the document now. Doesn't really offer much more information. This was the 54 Porsche up the inside of the Cup car and then into the tyres for the 919. Oh, and it's torn the wheel off the car as well. So 919, where was that in the order? 7th for Joe Dexnis. Now, if anything, I would have said that the 54 car in that instance was further alongside Joel Stern, but surely something like that's going to be looked at as well now.
So this might play in the favour of the Porsche a little bit, because by the time Rover gets there, there's going to be a code 60, but maybe he'll lose 20, maximum 30 seconds there, because the code 60 will start 2 marshal posts before. So.
Yes, and whereas the race leader, you're saying, got through.
Yeah, they just snuck through. Yeah.
True. I tell you, this race is crazy. Well, you know why we keep coming back for it, because it just keeps things alive, generally speaking, into the final few hours. We've got 3 of those hours to go. We're still not quite sure which of the 2 cars is going to win, if it's one of those 2, the 98 BMW or the 911 Porsche.
All of these elements that we've just been talking about there, the gaining time in a code 60. When you're in the cockpit, Adam, how much of that are you aware of? Are you being fed that sort of information? I mean, what difference can you make? Surely you're already, flat out, you're doing as best you can.
You're just hoping when you're approaching a code 60 or a slow zone that there are going to be no little cars leading up to it, because of course we will come flat out, and there's the double yellow is 120, the purple code 60 is 60 kilometers an hour. So we'll come flying and we'll try and brake as late as we can, down to 3rd gear, pit limiter on, and hold it at 120. But I got a little bit lucky during the night. Out of one of the corners, I managed to get past a smaller car, and there's a single yellow, and the Ferrari behind me didn't, and it was all uphill, so I was able to accelerate for the next 2 marshal posts whilst there was just single yellows flat out, and the car behind just got stuck behind this little car which he couldn't overtake until the end of the code 60 zone. And so just from that, I think that gave me maybe an 8-second breather, and that's with a code 60 that we've both managed to go through. So the difference between coming up to a code 60 now for the BMW and then actually already getting through it just full speed, you can easily lose it. So there's a double yellow here, so he's stuck behind the little car now.
So that's just after Hoekeiken, Kiddelbacher-Hoor, and then Flugplatz is just over the next rise.
It'll be interesting to see sector 3 and 4. They're quite short sectors, but you'll get an idea of how much they'll have lost.
But what you've just described there is that focus, that concentration. It kind of reminds me of taking you back to your karting days, where every time you came round on a rolling lap, you had to be ready for it to go.
Yes.
You had to be ready for that green flag, and it's like that through every code 60s. You've got to get ready to put.
You can see this little blue car is not quite doing 60. I don't know whether they just don't have it on the limiter.
Are you allowed to overtake if he's doing 55?
No.
You're not, because it's under yellow, isn't it?
You've got to stay behind.
You've got to go back to you've got to go down to his speed.
So if we now have a look at sector 4, that was 15 seconds difference. Sector 3 is 15 seconds difference, and another 4 seconds through sector 4, and he'll still be picking up speed now, so it might even affect sector 5, maybe half a second or so.
You call it a little blue car, and I know your meaning, but they are actually leading their class at the same time, so they have every right to be there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
650 car.
Everyone's in their own race against all the other competitors in their categories, and so they're doing as best as they can.
They don't necessarily have all the technology that a modern-day GT3 car has on it, so much of it is just human judgment.
Yes, exactly. So, we're lucky we've got the pit limiter in the car, and so obviously the engineers can fine-tune everything to maximise the speeds that we'll get as close as we can to 60 kilometres an hour, whereas some of the smaller categories, all the BMWs will have the exact same software as all the other ones in their category. So in the end, if it's a kilometre under, it doesn't matter. It's the same for everyone.
Right.
But you could see that, the GT3 was getting a bit edgy and wanting them to just speed up, because it might only be 2 kilometres an hour difference. But of course, at that that speed. That's like almost 3-4%.
That little car might have no systems whatsoever. He's
Exactly.
putting it in
He might just be doing
he's
it on
loading
his...
at 4,500
Yeah.
revs or something.
Exactly.
So that's the tricky bit. And the BMW was kind of saying to him, hey mate, you're not quite at 60
We saw it
k's.
last year, I think. Was it one of the Porsches that ended up pushing one of the little cars through the code 60 to speed?
Is that right? Is
Yeah,
that
I think
right?
I remember seeing that last year.
It's called bump drafting, I think.
John Eindhoff, Adam Christodoulou. I'll
Never-
leave you.
never met him before.
I'm sure you haven't.
You're looking very well, Adam. You're looking fit as a butcher's whatnot.
I thought you were going to say that about me then. I'm off now.
I'd rather not say anything.
Yeah,
on
don't.
that.
Unfortunately for me, I've had more sleep than I anticipated. That's probably why. And so, yeah, I expected to...
Bradders' birthday tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
It's a big
Congrats.
one.
Happy 30th.
1955 he was born, so it's a big one for him this year. 70. Same day as the Le Mans disaster. Same week. So what's next for you for the rest of the season, Adam?
So, well, actually, so this is my main event. This is my biggest race of the year. So we always do the build-up up to the 24, and then I'm hoping that I can pick up maybe 1 or 2 more races here at the end of the year. So, like last year, I had the opportunity to jump in the Cup car with Black Falcon,
Yes.
and then I also jumped in the Aston with Pro Sport for the last round, and so...
How does that differ than jumping in and out of different cars? Because then you become a Cup car. It's one of the little cars, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but like it's incredible for what they are. They are so quick. They are not far off a GT3 car, and so they've got very similar power. But oh, there's the penalty on the screen, the 1 minute 40 that was mentioned.
Yeah. So that was for the incident with Kevin Estre, whose car's coming into the pits now. Ayhan Guvin into the pit lane for...
This is going to be painful as a driver.
He'll stay in that car now. He'll have 100 seconds on top of his pit stop. It was the Aston Martin coming down.
Are they allowed to touch the car? I can't remember. They have to leave it.
They can do it either way. They might service the car first and then let it stand an extra minute and 40 seconds. It was Kevin Estre's penalty. Have you seen the incident, Adam?
Yes, I think everyone has seen the incident.
Did he? I mean, he was getting pressured. The pressure's on. He's a factory driver. It's always has to go for it. Doesn't have to go for it. It was 4 hours to go.
You can see his frustration, and yeah, it's so difficult. Like the thing is, to beat the other brands around here, you've got to take as much risk as you believe you can get away with, and. In 2019, when I had my incident at Turn 1 with the Toyota, like I was gutted after that. I was really upset, but yeah, my boss came up to me and said, "Look," he goes, "I understand that these things happen, and this is what you've got to do to beat the other brands." And so
there's 140 cars near enough out there. You're passing tens of cars every lap, making split-second decisions every lap. The law of averages says you can't make the right decision every time.
Oh no, for sure not. And every
I'm not trying to defend Kevin, but this is the pressure that you drivers
I can
are
see
under.
why he stuck his nose in, because it looked like the Aston was going to take a wider line all the way through, and just came back, and yeah, like it can easily happen. Like you see, it doesn't just happen to one driver during the race. This has happened multiple times, and it's just impossible for the cameras to catch it every time. But obviously, this has been highlighted.
And for everyone that ends up with some kind of contact or some kind of big contact, there's probably 10, 20 really near misses, or maybe just a little rub that we don't see, or we don't see the consequences of.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like during this race, like all of us would have had multiple near misses, and you've gone through and you've gone, wow, that could have been game over. Like actually, Schwabenschwanz just before the Kleiner Carousel, so the BMW that we're watching now, 2 corners before, I ended up on the grass. I set myself to go around the outside, so I had the inside for the next corner of one of the smaller categories, and he decided to pull over that direction to allow me past the other direction. So I ended up with 4 wheels on the grass at that point, and it happens, and like you said, you can't get it right every single time. You just try to manage and cut through the traffic as fluid as possible.
Is that... Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask, you know, Kevin Estre very clearly devastated with that penalty, and you know, is it a mistake, is it not? But when you have an incident like that, where it's a big race, you're in contention, and something like that takes you out, how long does it take to process it through your mind when it's happened to you in the past, Adam? How have you got through that? Is it the next morning, or is it weeks ahead, months ahead? How do you get rid of that, get that behind you? So
like, he'll be beating himself up like almost until next year, because like the thing is, he'll feel like he's let the team down with that, because of course, like, it's very rare, like, to win this race, everything's got to go so right, and it was looking so good for them earlier on, and I'm not sure where the BMW clawed back all the time, but
Raffaele Marciello, basically.
Yeah, it's just one of those that some people get one opportunity to win this race, and I've been fortunate enough that in 16 I got that opportunity. And we've come so close since. In 18 we ended up second.
Yeah.
It went all the way down to the last stint with us versus the Grello back then. And in 2022 it was the same. Like, it was 20 seconds between us by the end of the race, and like, it is so difficult to win this race. And of course, when something like this happens, you're just gutted. And it's not just your race, it's also, like, obviously the crews put all the time in, the teams have put all the time in.
And when you've got such a good
teammates,
car, and you've led every lap to that point, in fact, actually, it was only when Augusto Farfus overtook Chan Guven that the Grello had been headed since we restarted the race. I mean, that's incredible. It's not been driving away from the rest of the field, but my goodness me, that's been impressive.
they haven't served the penalty. So are they planning on arguing
it?
top?
Yeah, so they'll be appealing it. They're going to try and get it overturned, and so.
Yeah. How does that process work?
So I guess they'll try and, maybe they've taken some data and video out of the car, and they'll try and argue it that. I don't know. Like, they're going to go with all their guys and argue that it wasn't solely their responsibility and that the penalty is too harsh for that. Unfortunately, obviously the Aston ended up on its roof, and obviously it could have been just it could have just ended up grinding it down the barrier, and I doubt it would have continued, but it was obviously an extreme scenario where the thing ended up completely upside down, which obviously doesn't help, but it shows that how strong these cars are.
Oh, yes, it does. And the driver's door opened, the driver got himself out, amazingly. Yeah. At this race, there is absolute transparency. I complain sometimes from the comfort of my commentary box that we see in some series and at some times we see the consequences of an incident penalised rather than the incident itself. So if you have two cars that have a bit of a rub and then continue, even if it looks quite dangerous and somebody gets pushed towards a pit wall, for example, but nobody ends up off the track, then it tends to be let go. You have the same sort of touch, but somebody loses control and spears off and has a huge shunt and there's wreckage everywhere, then you're going to get a 5-minute stop and hold. Now, every race director will say we don't penalise the consequence, only the incident. Here, they actually do. They say race-ending consequences, and therefore we're going to give you a penalty, which I think at least is honest, isn't it? You know where you stand with that.
Well, yeah, like it's difficult to judge all the time. Like I said, I could see why Kevin went to go down the inside, because it looked like the Aston was going to take a slightly wider line, and of course we do that move obviously without contact almost every other lap. And so you're hoping there's a mutual understanding that we've got the blue flashing light, and so of course it can be so easily like misjudged. Like, obviously they're having to get through the corners, but they're also trying to figure out, right, can I turn in, am I clear to get through the corner, and they'll overtake on the exit, and between the two of them there was a misunderstanding, and obviously that was the outcome.
Adam, it's been a pleasure having you, as always. Sorry for the outcome of the race.
That's okay.
It'd be great to not have you one year because you're too busy leading the race. All right, please do. We'd really rather not have you.
I'll do my best to promise not to come back next year. To the comments box, that is. I obviously want to be here as much as I can.
Okay, cheers, mate. Adam Christodoulou with us. Time to catch up on some of the action, and while we do that in vision, I'll give you the class leaders as we are inside the last 3 hours of the race. Seems like a year ago, not just a day ago, that we kicked this one off. It has been bright sunshine, but bizarrely, even with the weather, we've still had a 2 hour and 30-minute delay when there was a loss of power down in the pit lane. Nobody could see anything. We couldn't pump fuel. No timing, so the Drapeau Rouge had to come out. And once we got back going again, the action was fast, furious, exciting, breathtaking. We'll catch up with the vision of the overnight or daytime and overnight action. It is Jan Guven leading. They've not taken the penalty yet by 7 seconds from Raffaele Marciello. That's interesting, they put Rafa in now. I thought they would have given Jan Guven one more. Oh, they have given Jan Guven one more, excuse me. Forget what I was just saying. Guven staying in 6.9 seconds the gap. All right, Cup 2 now in 12th position for the 48 Lush Motorsport 911. I don't think that car's been headed in the whole race. In AT2, the 644 Max Kreuzer Racing leads that category. It's Door Motorsports McLaren Artura Trophy in the SP8T still holding sway by just over 2.5, call it 3 minutes now on the Tim Bildstein by BMW. That's the Jimmy Broadbent 150. Steve Brown is in that car now, and just staying ahead of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Supra in third in SP3. In AT3, he must be doing the same shift as me, Jonas Christopherson then for Max Kreuzer Racing in the Club Sport Golfer. And it is WNS Motorsports Cayman, the 962, now in 29th position, leading Cup 3. SP3T is the brand new BMW M2 Racing, and that car still holds sway there. The 240i, the car that it replaces effectively, that class is 46th position for the top runner there, the number 650 for Adrenaline Motorsport and their 240i Cup car. Porsche 911 Carrera leads V6, the 414 is in 56th position, and their closest competitor one position behind them. It's Adrenaline Motorsports Cayman CM12. That car was in the barriers, I think, earlier on, the 444. But if that's the case, it's still leading its class. Toyota GR Yaris, the rookie racing Toyota Gazoo team, the 109 is the remaining car there. Actually, I say that, the second one got back out again, didn't it? But that one sitting in a very creditable 109, is in 63rd position. The VT2 front wheel drive cars, the Auto Thomas by Jungen Racing Cupra Leon KL. That car's had its problems as well. The 471 car in 67th position. BMW 325 number 100 in 70th position leads its class. That's the E90 by about 5 minutes from the similar number 700 car. Further down on the standings, our other class leaders have to go all the way down to 109th position for the BMW 318i E36, number 277, the little green coloured car. And there's one more to go. No, that is the last one, so that's how they stand. So as it is right now, with 2 hours and 46 minutes to go, the latest news is that a 1 minute and 40-second penalty has been assessed for the Kevin Estre incident with the Aston Martin. Jan Guven in that car has just pitted, did not take the penalty. And the gap between them and Rover Racing now 9.5 seconds. that car has taken the lead in the hands of Augusto Farfus in the last stint. And Farfus did therefore lead on pace, and that was the first time that the number 911 had been headed across the line since we restarted the race. You get a feeling there's more to come here. Manthey Racing arguing the penalty, and the race still with 2 3/4 hours to go. Rover Racing certainly in with a shout. So thanks to Adam Christodoulou, and we're going to roll another guest in any second now. I think David Pittard I saw outside. I did. Just keeping cool. Bit of a spar with Christo before he leaves. Peter Mackay alongside me. The pain of a slightly erroneous decision for Kevin Estre. 1 minute and 40 seconds. They've not taken that yet. They'll be arguing the toss over that one.
They are, yeah. What to be a fly in the wall in the steward's room right now, and it's, you know, it's big. It's just having a quick word with Adam off air there, and you know, it's the Grello is an icon of the Nurburgring, but you have to treat every car the same. And,
oh yes.
And the race director, and the stewards, they have a job to do, and it's got to be the hardest job. Short of being a driver, I think it's the hardest job there is, because it's so difficult to make a call. That was a really difficult one to call, far from a slam dunk.
Some comments coming in recently, just a minute or two ago, from Luca Engsler in the number 28 Lamborghini. Our race been going well so far. Unfortunately, we're just not fast enough to keep up with the Porsche or the BMW. That's a real shame, because the team have done a flawless job. We haven't had a penalty, we haven't messed a pit stop up, but when you're 5 minutes behind here, it hurts. There's absolutely nothing more than we can do than maximise our package. Christian Engelhardt took over that car. We also had, just a few moments ago, the Jordan Exis driven GT3 Cup car 992 in the barriers, having had a crash with another car. Raffaele Marciello put back in. I thought a stint early there. I didn't expect to see Rafa in until the last two stints, Peter.
The strategy could well have changed, you know, with the way things are unfolding with the Manthey car, and interestingly, Marciello a lot less, pushing a lot less into the slow zone as well, and not taking a risk with the Mini in front of him coming into Flug Platz, and then off he goes back on the power again. So maybe doesn't have to take as much risk as he was earlier on.
The team, Hans-Peter Nondorf from the 98 Farfus, Kron, Marcello and Kelvin Fontalenda, said this is a great show for the fans, isn't it? Our vision is now to extend the lead, hopefully get it up to 20 or 22 seconds, and then we'll have a chance to stay ahead despite the offset there in the pit stop. That's what he's talking about. He says we'll do everything we can to take the victory. It's getting quicker and hotter out on the track. Hello to young Mr. Pittard. David, how are you? Are you fit and well?
Unfortunately, a little bit too fit.
That's just what Christo said as well.
Yeah. So,
early bath, lad, or at least early to bed.
No, it was an early finish, so it's one of those ones where you like stay up the whole night, and it was just after sunrise that it conked out effectively. So, maximum insult to injury, is that the best way to describe it? I don't know, but yeah, either way.
Hugh Chamberlain,
very frustrating.
Much missed in endurance racing paddocks around the world. Had that sort of sonorous voice, right hand off. He would always say, if the thing's good at itself, then at least do it while the pub's still open, and we can get there and drown our sorrows, which he was normally talking about Le Mans, but you can put that into any 24-hour race.
I did think that when I got back to the garage, I was like, is it a bit awkward to ask for a beer at 5 a.m? Like,
no. It's 5 o'clock in the evening.
You're not
somewhere.
driving for Fricadelli anymore, David. No, it's not the same.
No, exactly.
That wasn't a choice there. There was no question at that team.
Do we know what went wrong?
Yeah, it was a fuel filter issue.
Oh, no.
So it sort of starved the engine of fuel, and I managed to get it back to the pits, but we'd lost too much time by then. Aston Martin Racing and Vulcanor's Motorsport, we're only here to win. We're only here to get a competitive result and win you a lap and a half down. And the car's got to do Spa next week. Park it whilst the chassis is structurally intact. And, early bath.
Because you're only a couple of corners away from having a big one here at some stage, aren't you? As we were just talking to Chris Doan, as we saw with the Estra and Aston Martin incident. How has the character of this race changed this year, with it being all dry, all hot, and quite a lot of smooth, hot tarmac out there?
The big thing that stood out for me, and I remember thinking it, is there's going to be a lot of hot heads out there, and hot cars. So, and it's really turned into a race of survival. I mean, you've got the first two guys that are kind of in another league, and then you've got the 28 and the 65 that are like more than half a lap down, effectively.
Yeah,
I think everyone's been
cars,
lapped up to 5th, which is ridiculous when you think about the first part of the race. I was speaking on German TV earlier on, and you get so focused in on your own car that you have such tunnel vision that you don't actually see what's happening in the rest of the race.
Yeah.
So since obviously everything that's happened this morning, I've managed to follow the race, and it's been carnage, I must say. A lot
Still
of hot heads,
very, very close
a lot of hot
battles
driving
through the minor classes as well, or the other classes, I should call them, the minors. So you're off to Spa next weekend?
Yes. Yep. So back home, wash, unpack, repack, and back on the road again.
It's 90 k's up the road. Why didn't you just get someone else to do your washing and stay out and lie around in the sunshine for a couple of days?
Well, home's only an hour up the road, so it's not the biggest of commutes.
All right. How did this? Because you were at Le Mans as well, albeit not driving.
Yes.
So you had a job to do in doing real-time driver coaching.
Yep.
For two people at one time, which I'm used to parallel processing and listening to several things at once, but normally I only have to talk to one thing. I'm talking to many people, but through the single orifice of a microphone, you were having to talk to. How has these three races being back to back to back? How's that affected your preparation for each of them? And does something have to give somewhere?
Very good question. The prep, has to start sooner, basically.
Yes.
So you have to be ready. Normally, I think Kelvin van der Linde made quite a good point a little while ago about everyone's sort of hyping up these big three races back to back, but for GT3 drivers, it's quite a regular occurrence.
Yeah.
So you just have to be very organised, very disciplined, so that you're prep and you're ready to go months in advance rather than maybe a week in advance. There's some guys that are doing one championship where they can start to taper 1 week ahead and everything's sort of fresh in their mind. But the way that GT3 is, the way that the manufacturers use their drivers and teams use the drivers, that you've just got to be that little bit more disciplined and heads up about it all.
How do you organise yourself with your prep? Because we're the same as commentators. We do our prep. It's a lot less arduous than yours, of course, but There's
no running or cycling, as you can probably say from us too.
As you can tell. But, I find I've got to, unless it's a long way in advance, then I can do several bits of prep. But when the event's getting closer, I have to focus in on that one event. And do you do the same thing? So say you're a week out of Nurburgring or you're 2 weeks out, can you do your Spa prep, or is that having to sit in another box somewhere else? How do you organise it all?
That's a very good question. Once you get close to the next event, it has to be sole focus on that.
Yeah.
I am not much of a multitasker. It's all in on something or the next thing, for example.
Racing driver not able to multitask. Shocker. Real world, a bit of a killer.
Behave, Heinrich. Behave.
What shirt do I have to wear today, says top racing driver. Who's ironed it for me? Is that what we're seeing there too? The higher up the actually, in fairness, the higher up the tree you get, the more of that sort of stuff gets done for you, and it's easy to get used to that.
Yeah, now I'm solely driving for Aston Martin, but like a few years ago I was jumping between all sorts of brands, and it was a case of, have I packed the right kit? Which hat am I wearing for this interview? And what things have I got to say right for this to these people, etc., etc. So but I really enjoy that challenge. I don't like 2 days being the same, so having all of that, just having to be on top of it and something new every time, that's what motivates me, that's what keeps me inspired, keeps me learning the most. And it's the same with the preparation, when coming back to your question, where you've got Nurburgring, but you may be doing a bit of Spa prep
Yeah.
there's a lot of transferable skills between the two, and maybe actually tuning them on another circuit just helps you at the next circuit, for example. You're just always trying to hone those generic skills, and like we found this weekend, I think a lot of my reference points have just gone out the window. These track conditions are like nothing we've tested in all year.
Oh, really?
So I feel like I'm driving a different car, a different track. I'm using different gears that I haven't done all year. So
really? That much of a difference?
Significantly different. So with tyre compounds and track conditions, like hats and back, if you were just a half a car width off the line, there's so much dust and all the way through there, you're off. And like you brake at what feels the normal point, you turn in and then the rear end's starting to overtake you and you're like, I'm not even trying here, like what's going on? And yeah, as an adaptation process for that. So yeah, keeps you on your toes.
Is that why we were several seconds off the pole lap record in qualifying as well? 100%. It's just, okay. Now, one of the most memorable days in my career as a commentator was 2 years ago when Frickadelli won the race. And of course, you were a part of the driver lineup and took the car to the finish.
Part of that historic day.
That historic day? It was a historic day. How has that changed your life?
Well, it
never has to buy any meat products anymore.
It takes the monkey off your back, probably the biggest one.
Yeah.
It proves to you that you can do it. I mean, every day, every time we turn up to an event, every driver in this paddock believes that they can win overall. Yeah. And if they don't, then
what they're doing here.
Yeah, what are they doing here, basically. Yeah. And it's a roller coaster of emotion. And I think I did 12, I even counted it, I did 12 24-hour races with only one result before that. And it gets to a point, you're like, oh, can I do this? Can I get it done? So many things have to come together for it. And it's amazing to experience that feeling once and say, yes, I can do it. We did it, because it's always a team effort. And I suppose it almost relaxes you a little bit. It gives you a little tick. My career goals are to win all 4 24-hour races, and this is one. So, yeah, tick.
And to do it with that team, in that car, because you, in some ways, you focused on this track and particularly on this event to get yourself a brand, to get yourself a light shone on you.
Born in the UK, made at the Nurburgring.
There you go. We'll like that. Get that on the T-shirt. And to do that with Klaus Abel and the Frickadelli team, which has so much history there, must have made that even more. I mean, it's your first Nurburgring 24-hour race. It wouldn't matter in some respects who you were driving for, but that was just the icing on the top of the cake, wasn't it?
It was one of those ones where, I mean, I'd just been upgraded from silver to gold. That's a whole different political discussion. Yeah. So I was kind of scrabbling around for drives at the beginning of the year. Klaus and I had a conversation in January. The initial talks didn't work out because of another scheduled conflict I had.
Right.
We then had another chat in March, and it came together. So it was almost like fate.
And when he said, by the way, I've got a Ferrari, and you went, you've got a Ferrari? Is that? I mean, did he know you had a Ferrari?
Yeah. No, he did tell me.
Right.
And I was like, oh, wow, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been a Porsche guy for years and years and years.
Yeah. And Ferrari's running it for you? Not exactly. We could have Rinaldi and our guys run it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he mentioned the guys he was putting in the team as well. I was like, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
And it came together. So, no, again, hugely thankful to Klaus. We were at his place on Wednesday.
Top bloke, isn't he?
Oh, legend. Try and pop in as much as I can because I'm up here very regularly. And, can't thank him enough.
He's gone back to doing some classic stuff. I was doing we do all the Peter Auto stuff now. And
really?
He had his, it's a 962, isn't it, that he's... Fancy going that?
Oh, absolutely.
that
Four
was
wheels and steering wheel.
That was quicker than a paddle shift gear change there, David. Yes.
Yeah, 900 horsepower and 500 RPMs. Yeah, that'll wake you up in the morning, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, thanks for popping in and saying hello. Sorry about the results, but that's here, isn't it?
Yeah, it was looking good.
Till it wasn't.
We weren't going to challenge the front two, but yeah, we could have challenged for a podium definitely. So, big shame. Big thanks to the team again, and hope everyone enjoyed the race.
And one final thing: are you and Adam Chris to do the pals again?
We are friends again now.
Shall we just leave that one hanging? In case if you don't know, go and look it up.
Peter's just stirring the pot here.
I'm glad to hear it. That is good.
Bygones be bygones.
Exactly.
Actually, I would ask you one final question before you go. Proud BRDC member.
Of course.
Big things happening at Silverstone. We've got the new kart track coming soon. International Kart circuit. BRDC investing back in, literally in the grassroots of British motorsport, exactly as they should be doing.
They are very, very good at that, I think. What they do with the Rising Stars program, the Superstars program, everything that I've been involved with, just that little leg up, that little extra bit that helps you. I mean, it adds up. There are far more drivers wanting professional rides than there are professional rides. So any access to such a exclusive network of individuals and to be recognised by the club helped me significantly in my early career. And yeah, as I say, proud to be a member of the club as well.
And I'm going to scare you now because I've made a commitment that I'm going to put some time aside to do my permit next year.
No way, really?
Yeah. I'm going to find a way to do it.
Amazing.
Do the 2-day one. I've still got an in-C, so that'll put me on the 2-day course.
Fantastic.
God knows what I'll do with it when I get it.
If you need a coach, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll
Which
stay
year
around.
will you be talking in?
Both. Whatever it takes.
Give our best to the rest of Aston Martin, Valkenhorst racing. Been a tough weekend for the whole team, actually, in the variety classes. And David Pittard, thanks for being with us.
No, cheers, guys. Thanks for your coverage, and I'll be listening back again.
Race well next week as well.
Cheers, mate.
All right. David Pittard joining us there here in the Global Broadcast Centre, and hearing that another decision has come down, and the rapper Smudo, if I'm translating this right, I think he's had his permit pulled. 169.5 in code 60. I'll let Peter decode that while we welcome back Ben Constanduras for his last shift.
How disappointing after following two highly professional racing drivers and their opinions to sit in their actual seat. It's a shame it's not got steering wheel and pedals, actually.
Yeah. I bet you've got just as many good driving stories. In fact, I know you have, actually, but let's not go into them. Right, there's a wry shake of the head from Consti there.
I suspect it will be a loss of permit for poor old Schmudo, because he went through a code 60 at 164k. But again, as Ben made the great point last night, you go, I present to the court Marco Bortolotti going through 9 red flags. Is that worse?
I'd be taking that every time you get a penalty as an example.
I can't imagine
every driver
arguing your case.
Every driver who ever goes to the stewards here is going to have a printout of that decision.
With Ben Constanduros, solicitor, QC, Constanduros QC to represent them.
What a race we've had, Ben, and what a race we've had at the front of the field. The penalty has not yet been served by Manthey. If you're just joining us, coming in with 2.5 hours or thereabouts to go, Kevin Estre under pressure from Raffaele Marciello, having a lead whittled down, not even whittled down, big chunks of it being taken away, and went for an overtake. He'd been very conservative at times, he'd been pushing his luck at times. It looked like he was getting the balance right, but stuck his nose in where it wasn't wanted and ended up flipping an Aston Martin onto his route. Didn't do it on purpose, of course he didn't, but that is the basic facts of the matter. And a 1 minute and 40-second penalty having been assessed for that, but not yet been served.
And I have had word and confirmation that they are appealing that decision, much like Rover did last night with Kelvin van der Linde. They were successful, Rover, overnight in overturning a 38-second penalty. 32. And so they never had to take that penalty, even if the Cayman that they just lightly touched was eliminated from the race. I guess that Manthey will be hoping for a similar situation, and I still think they have, if you get rid of the penalty, a slight advantage over the BMW once we get this strategy all shaken out.
What with the shakeout of that Rover Racing penalty, no penalty, was that the stewards deemed that the Cayman lifted off unexpectedly. Now, nobody was saying, at that point it becomes a racing incident, is effectively what they were saying. The Cayman might have been having an issue. It's Peter Kate at the wheel of the car, and for whatever reason, it was deemed that the Rover BMW driver could not be expected to have known that that was going to happen, and therefore they avoided the penalty.
Because you couldn't see.
Yeah.
Because the sun was right in his eyes, and I'm imagining that he could see better than the onboard camera could see, but the onboard camera was blinded, completely blinded by the setting sun.
We had that this morning coming in, to be honest, in the Range Rover, and my windscreen's nowhere near as dirty as what's out there. I'm very particular about glass and windscreens, whether it's my car or someone else's. What will... You've got an hour or so before we're going to let you head home. What will you take away from this one, Ben?
Slightly disappointed we're not challenging the distance record for something highly unrelated to the racetrack, and in a very lengthy red flag period for the powers failure that we had in the garages, but just to lend the length of time to get us back to racing, and really hope that this was going to be a distance record, because everything makes sense for it. We had a clean track, we've had lots of build-up into the weekend without rain, and then we didn't have any rain or any issues with weather at all across the whole race. And I don't think in years we've had such perfect conditions to go motor racing, and I was excited to see how far we could go.
And a proper tyre battle at the front of the field, where Michelin have not had it all their own way. At least a couple of other tyre manufacturers within the 10 that are represented here in the 53rd running of the Nurburgring Nordschleife had a more than decent shot at it. But effectively, that 2.5 hours, we're not saying that it took 2.5 hours to restore the power to the pit lane and the petrol pumps and everything else. It's the pure logistics, Peter, of getting 140 cars back in the right order, getting the GT3s in their warm-up. They can't just fire it up and drive out the garage and go racing. Making sure all the marshals are back at post, everybody knows what's happening, circulating it with the right amount of time. And I reckon we probably lost about 20 laps there.
Something like that. And I think also, as both David Pittard and Adam Christodoulou mentioned, that there's been quite high attrition, and there's been a lot of incidents and a lot of kind of brain fade incidents, which is understandable in the heat that we've had and how challenging the circuit is. So the amount of slow zones that we've had out around the circuit has been huge. There's been very few chances to take a real run at a hot lap, and as David mentioned, he's never seen the circuit quite like this in terms of, compared to what they're used to, certainly in racing conditions anyway. The fastest lap, the record was set by the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari, which is a Pro-Am car 2 years ago, 8-minute 8 flat, which was actually less than the pole time. Quicker than the pole time, excuse me. We're 8:12 was the pole time this time round, and the fastest lap of the race is an 8:12.5. So, that tells you all you need to know about how greasy and how slippy the track is with the high temperatures.
I just glanced to the screen there whilst I was listening to you and saw the Lincoln Court, the black and red car, and I just glanced up and I thought it was a Alpha ITC car with those low slung headlights, just as I glanced up an Alpha 155.
I got very close to one of those quite recently, and it's a Martini car, ex-Tarquini Martini car, and it's in a collection full of Martini cars, and you get up close to it and it's just carbon everywhere. And it's the one car in the collection that's not going to be run because it is such a complex car.
And they could split the engine from the gearbox and the gearbox from the transmission, and it's all drive. See what I mean, though, with those low-slung front headlamps, and just the colourway as well. So no distance record, but plenty of talking points, Ben. I don't think there's been many times when we've had to, other than in the red flag, which we sneakily gave to Snowy and Bruce Jones.
Not all of it.
Did you get a bit of it?
Oh, we had at least an hour of it ourselves.
Did you?
Yeah, we got onto all kinds of subjects.
I heard there was a bit of tangential talking going.
Yes, there needed to be. No, I mean, I think the interesting, over the last couple of hours, the debate about this Estra incident has really fired up people's interest in tuning in. Certainly social media has been debating it, and that has dragged more and more people to the stream to watch. We obviously had 280,000 fans around the circuit, and I imagine the viewership everyone's kind of in endurance mode, aren't they, over this next couple of weeks? And so I imagine the viewership online is also massively increasing. I just wanted a race to the flag, and so I'm kind of now hoping that we can get this decision reversed and have a motor race to the finish, because if they do have to do a 100-second penalty, it'll only drop them to second position, but it hands the victory to BMW and hands a victory to Rover Racing, which is in itself incredible because they only came here with one car.
Well, as did Manti.
Yes, true.
But there were other Porsches, I accept that. But that was the...
Aren't Manti running a car that is named differently?
Yeah, probably.
I think so.
Yeah, Hankook car, I think they are.
Is it the Hankook car? Yeah.
So.
Not, yeah.
And they've got an alternative fuels car, but I don't. That's not a GT3 machine.
An SP9, yeah. The weather continues to play ball. Beautiful outside of the Global Broadcast Centre here. And one of the things I will say that there's, even as we were coming in first thing this morning, there were people who were beginning to pack up and think about leaving. This race is much more about the start of the race than it is about the end of the race. It's been a long bank holiday weekend. I heard Ben talking about that earlier on. It's what they call a bridge weekend here. Brugge Wochenende. And you get a free day off on the Thursday, well, most of Germany did anyway. On the religious holiday, you take 1 day's leave on the Friday, and lo and behold, you've got a 4-day bank holiday. And people started turning up here after work on Wednesday night. Some people were here even earlier than that. When we went to do some shopping on Wednesday, there was clearly a lot of people who turned up on Tuesday night. But the campsites have started to clear, particularly for people who are going slightly further afield, and they don't necessarily stay for the end of the race. Quite a lot of the parking is emptying out. Don't think that means that this hasn't been a busy event. It was chocker. What time did we knock off this morning, Peter? 2:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2:30.
Still very busy.
And we walked out, and it was like 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon going to a football match. There was that many people out there.
I think the temperature helped, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because it felt like day, even though there was darkness. It was so warm yesterday.
I put jeans on to come and do my early shift this morning, and that was a mistake. I couldn't believe it. Mind, I'm told by near neighbours that it was at nearly 11 o'clock last night in Northamptonshire. It was 31 Celsius. So my big grass is going to be knackered when I get home. What are you going to do when you go home, Hindhoff? 2 days of watering everything.
Yeah, I think there's massive storms, though.
Is there?
This is in the UK. This is breaking. In Europe, it's staying a little bit longer, but Spa 24 hours next weekend is looking a little bit iffy.
Well, it's Spa, and it's the 24 hours.
Yeah, but you'd say the same thing about the Nurburgring.
Well, that's true.
Next year, if you're planning on coming to this event, I'm afraid you might have to pack your willy warmers, your winter warmers, because it's...
Your wellies and your warmers.
And your wellies as well, because the 17th of May is the dates for next year. So that's a good 5-6 weeks earlier, and that's the kind of time where we do get the big delays, the fogs, the 50, 60 lappers, rather than the dates where we race later.
Have we got the full 5 years that they normally put out?
Up to 2028, I think.
Yeah,
dates,
there we go. Okay, brilliant. I'll start putting them on the planner. The responsible adult, actually, I don't need to do that. The responsible adult will already have done it. The battle for first position continues. It was 16 seconds between Ayhan Guven and Raffaele Marcello, who had been given the sort of seek and destroy mission on his last double stint. I thought they would have given Chan Guven a double stint and then potentially left Rafa for the end of the race, but he's not going to go at the end from here, is he? Over 2 hours to go?
It's probably not, no. It's a maximum 3 hours stint.
Right, and then he can't.
So, no.
So who are you putting in at the end then?
Probably Kelvin van der Linde.
Not a bad shout.
Yeah. And then for the Manti crew, they've got the choice to either put in Thomas Preining. Well, they probably will have to put Thomas Preining in because Kevin Estre did a double, which means he has 2 hours of rest time. So it might be single for Preining, then single for Estra, depending on what they think. Both, interestingly, in the Manthey garage, both of them have their overalls on, or at least half on anyway, from the waist down, because it is hot.
Thank goodness.
From this point on, they only need to make 2 more stops.
Yeah.
And they are pretty much all kind of mid-stint. So there's quite a bit of flexibility in how they play these next 2 stints.
Only the top 3 cars now are on the lead lap, because that is the Ford Mustang HRT Performance 65 car just in behind the leader. So they have just dropped off the lead lap. They are leading in Pro-Am. It's a heck of a run for that car. We've barely called their number in that car, as Jan Guven very close to the wall, turning into Sabina Schmidt's curb on the old pit straight.
He's pushing. He's pushing. Ironically, the wall painted in BMW M colours.
Yeah.
Which is the car that's chasing him, a Raffaele Marciello car. But this is where it's a little bit tricky for Rover number 98 chasing the Manthey Porsche, because in their mind you'd think, well, yes, Manthey have been handed a 1:40 penalty for that incident with Kevin Estra, but they know better than anybody, because it happened to them, that the appeal can be successful, which their appeal was successful, where they got a 32-second penalty overturned. So do they go, right, we need to try and win this on the road in case that penalty is overturned, or do they hope that it won't be? That's out your control, though.
It took quite a while last night, into the early hours of the morning, before that was overturned. We don't have that luxury here. There's 2 hours to go, and you could reasonably say, if you're over racing, well, we needed to have known that you weren't going to give them the penalty earlier, because we haven't tried to pass them. And we have to be given now, and it's a tough spot for the stewards of the meeting, but we have to be given a decision on this fairly sharpish.
Has it actually come up on the screen?
Yes,
it did. So
it's on the notice board.
Yeah, so usually that would mean it has to be served within a certain period of time, right?
Unless it's appealed.
Unless it's appealed, but that's obviously not coming up on our notice board.
Yeah, because the penalty for the 98 Rover BMW came up on the screen as well, and then was appealed and then rescinded. So
we thought we were off shift when it was rescinded, and we thought it actually had been served, because it had disappeared from things that needed to be done. It's not like you've only got 3 laps to come in, as you do with other penalties. You come in at your next stop and serve it as part of your next pit stop. However, there is a cut-off time to that as you get towards the end of the race, which I think is the last hour, isn't it? Once you get inside the last hour, it's added to your race time.
Yeah, and for that reason, I just have this worry that this race is going to be decided behind closed doors in an office rather than on a racetrack. I just have that horrible feeling.
But I feel for both of the teams, actually, because they're both between a rock and a hard place. You say to Chan Guven, stay ahead. You say to Rafa Marciello, catch him, put him under pressure, but you don't need to pass him, because as soon as you get behind him, you're already... In fact, as far as Rover Racing is concerned, they're 1:25 in the lead right now.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is as well, is that if the Rover BMW gets up behind the Manthey car, they've demonstrated quite clearly just how much straight line speed they've got. So on the Dottinger, it's a mirror signal manoeuvre, with a few of the drivers commenting about just how much straight line speed the BMW's got, and they knew early on in the race that it was a battle for maybe the last spot on the podium.
This is the biggest race of the year for these manufacturers, particularly the German manufacturers, and they will, BMW had tough choices to make, and they wanted more cars here, Ben, but the Sealand 6 Hours of the Glen, with 3 drivers in each car later on tonight, is a priority, and they've simply, and the team manager said it, they've run out of works drivers, so they could only bring this one car. There's no second chances for BMW M Motorsport, so do they just sit behind, or do you tell Marciello or whoever takes over from him, that you've got to make a pass. One might have to win this on the road as the leader goes off the track through mud curve, heading up the hill, and puts the right-hand side tyres on the dirt. What do you tell the respective drivers? Team manager Constant Juris, then.
They've got to race. You can't rely upon things outside of your control to decide the way this is going to go. So for me, they've got to keep pushing. They've got to keep racing. And I mean, the gap is going out to, it's now 15 seconds. But there is still a slight offset in that last pit stop as well.
Yes, one lap.
Oh dear. Puncture on the, many puncture on the track and puncture in the car parks as well.
Yeah, but they were sensible and brought a trolley jack. Very, very good.
Still happy though, because their team colours looking in good shape at the moment. They're over BMW. I mean, yeah, a lap difference, if you call it at the moment, a lap is averaging around 9 minutes because of the slow zones. If you pitted with, say, 50 minutes to go, 161 second pit stop. If you pit with 41 minutes to go, it's 136. That's 25 seconds there.
Yeah,
that is the minimum pit stop time. Yeah. So the gap is 15 seconds. So that would, in fact, no, it's 13.6 now. That would increase to 38 in theory.
The BMW right now has got to find 40 seconds. It's got to be 40 seconds up the road to be absolutely sure of making the last pit stop and coming out ahead, unless they do something tricky with their pit strategy.
Just one thing as well, coming back to that incident we've talked so much about, but we have to because it's just so significant. Kevin Estre going for that move on the slower traffic, getting into it and picking up that penalty, which they're currently appealing. You think about it as well, that some of the drivers have commented how strong the BMW is in a straight line and how difficult it is to hold it off on the Dottinger hole, for example.
Yeah.
So Kevin Estre couldn't afford to let them get close.
No.
He had to be taking all that risk. He knew they were coming. So that is, as Adam Christodoulou said to us, to win this race is so hard, and you have to take so many really, really big risks. And some years they pay off, some years they don't.
This is a massive, significant story that's developing in the pit lanes over the last couple of hours. GT3 cars have air conditioning, but if you use it, you sap power. So the teams say don't use it. And I'll tell you what, it's hot. It's hot in these cars, and anybody who's being interviewed for the German ticker is mentioning just how hot it is. And you know, that's going to affect concentration and endurance of the drivers and potentially components on the cars. This could well not be over yet. 2 hours remaining, and there's a lot still to happen out there.
Most of these cars with air conditioning have a quite sophisticated system whereby the air conditioning pump doesn't work when you're on full throttle. It only works on the overrun. I had that in a Ginetta J55, which was the endurance spec car, although I was racing it in the Sabre Cup, but it's really clever. It makes a huge difference to get a blast of cold air in your face. Ben was talking about, you know, hot heads, hot cars, hot track. The cool heads, literally and metaphorically, do prevail. And when your head is cooler, you make better decisions. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
How's this then for a scenario? Thank you, Johannes, for this. So the 911 doesn't serve the penalty, right? However, it's deemed to stand. They cross the line at 15:59 and something, ahead enough to get onto a lap, while the second place car doesn't get onto a lap. The 98 is checkered flag at 1610 seconds. So the 911 has an extra lap completed by the time it comes to checkered flag.
Is that how they checkered flag here? Rather than let the first checkered flag the first car?
That's how they did the classic. Checkered flag comes out on time, doesn't wait.
Okay.
And we'll have to check that. But I suspect that is the case. And knowing Johannes, I don't think they wait for the leader to complete the lap before the checkered flag comes out. I think it comes out at 4 o'clock. And if the leader comes in at 4 o'clock and 10 seconds, happy days. If the leader goes across the line at 5 minutes before 4 or 1 minute before 4, then they're going round to do another lap. But everybody that comes through subsequently from 4 o'clock and 1 second is checkered flags. So you could get a lapse difference, in which case the 1 minute 40 would make a blind bit of difference. Has somebody at Manti worked that out, do you think?
I'm curious as to why we're seeing the replay of the accident between Kevin Estre and the Aston Martin again, but in such small increments.
Well, there's only 2 reasons. The penalty's either been upheld or it's been overturned. Let's have a look at the notice board.
Or, no, I think they've got a sophisticated enough system that race control have their own control over the pictures and they don't need TV to show them.
No, but
there are certain championships where TV have to show on the live race control for race control to be able to analyse and see what's going on.
One of the great joys of our commentary position at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona is that we're right next to race control and their bank of screens that they watch all the replays on, so we know exactly what they're watching. We're careful not to compromise any of the investigations, of course, but at least we know. When you see them spinning stuff back, you realise where the train of thought, shall I say, Peter, is going.
It's a very privileged position to be there in that fifth floor on the Daytona International Speedway. A 24-hour classic like this one, part of the Grand Slam, which Nick Tandy completed with his Rolex 24 at Daytona win in January. But yes, they're 24 hours long, but my word, are they different in almost every conceivable way. The one thing I would say, though, where there is a likeness between them is fan access. The one thing about Daytona and here at the Nurburgring, the fan access is fantastic.
It's a little bit more tricky at Le Mans. It's a more traditional racetrack at Le Mans, in fairness, than either Daytona or indeed here at the Nurburgring. There's nothing traditional about this, despite the fact it's been around since 1927. But my goodness, it is a complete mental reset here for the drivers, for us who call the race. Hello to Phil Anson, by the way, who I know has been tuning in. Fabulous Phil, out in the UAE. Good to have your company, mate. I won't tell you what he said about Bortolotti and his comments to the stewards. Phil has done that job in his time, and his better half, Nadia, still does.
Yeah, it's a tough job. It's a really, really tough job. It's easy for us. We can sit here and pass comment without really any issue, but for race control, that's really challenging. And there's so many. You'd be naive to think there aren't external forces pulling in either direction. There's a lot riding. There's millions of euros go into each and every one of these cars. To run a factory SP9 car is a hugely expensive operations. They've got top line drivers in there. So there is political forces that always play a factor in these situations.
And it ends up being an opinion. An opinion that has gravitas versus an opinion that doesn't, because we had Peter Dumbrecken here that's done that job in WEC in Formula 2. His opinion different to what the race stewards decided, initially anyway, in race control.
Really?
Yeah, Peter thought it was a racing incident.
I'll tell you what, if he'd been in the Aston Martin, he wouldn't have thought that. I'll tell you that absolutely now.
There's 2 very bent Aston Martins in the in Parc Ferme. Very, very bent.
BSL Racing Team with a right rear puncture, Georg Kiefer. Now this is 77 Porsche 718 Cayman, sitting 3rd in that SP7 class. This is costing them time. The 4th place car in that class is far enough back, though I think that it won't make a difference. This from Charles Weerts in the BMW M2, first outing for the new entry level for BMW M Racing, the G87. So far we've had a clean race, no penalties or problems, trying to keep it up until the end. We seem to be leading our class. BMW's goal was to find out what the car can do, and as a driver You do always want to win on a racetrack. That would be nice. My personal goal is an overall, not a class win. That's the BMW number 310.
Does that hint to WRT returning to this race next year? Of course, W in WRT is Wertz, is Charles's father.
Eves, yeah.
And they are obviously running BMWs in the World Endurance Championship last weekend, in the SRO 24 Hours of Spa next weekend. So choosing not to be part of this weekend, but this is Charles's first experience. And hang on, was he not at Le Mans? Was he driving at Le Mans? Or I did see him. I know he was at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not on the entry list, but he is on the entry list next weekend. So he's doing 2 of the 3.
Valentino Rossi at the ring. Maybe. All right, another hour has been completed. 2 hours remain here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Chan Guven, his lead now cut to under 10 minutes. A 1 minute 40 seconds, a 100-second penalty has been assessed on that Manthey number 911, the Grello car. It's not been served as yet. They are pleading their case. That car has not been headed bar a couple of laps when Augusto Farfus went by it since we restarted after the yellow and then the red flag for the power cut in the pit lane. In the other classes of the SP9, a fabulous run by the 48 Loesch Motorsport Porsche. It's the number 948, 12th position for that 992 Cup car. AT2, Max Kreuzer Racing, and they are in a Porsche 948 in 12th position. Oh, sorry, no, I've done that one. My apologies. Max Kreuzer Racing, there we are. Tiredness creeping in to everybody. 644, just coming in the pits from 16th position. SP8T, the Dole Motorsport Artura Trophy, the number 59 car is in 20th. TCR up to 23rd position for the Loud Bassing and others. Hyundai. Max Kreuzer Racing for the Club Sport Golf, 26th position for the AT3 number 19 car, leading its class. W&S Motorsports Porsche Cayman, the 962, is leading the Cup 3 category, and also just comes out of the pits, should I say. SP10, Vasa Thura behind the wheel of the EV Racing by Black Falcon Mercedes M4 GT4, and that car, well inside the top 50. Adrenaline Motorsport next is our, we mentioned the M2 Racing Cup, that's the SP13 38. Then it's Adrenaline Motorsport with the 240i Racing Cup, the VT2 Hex, and that is Adrenaline Motorsport with their 330 BMW, the number 500. The V6 class, the privately entered Porsche Cayman, number 410 is in 55th position. V5 Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman CM12, that's the 444 in 58th position. KGL Auto Motor Club 718 Cayman is leading the SP4T class. In the 69 car is in P633. Auto Thomas by Young Racing. Cupra Leon KL leads the VT2 front wheel drive class, that's a 471 in 68th position. I think that's your lot. Yeah, that's it for the class leaders. Oh no, I keep forgetting SP7, sorry. Black Falcon team, 718 Cayman, 76 is in 107th position, some 68 laps off the leader, who continues to be the Manthey Porsche. Just eked out another couple of seconds. Kevin Grello's penalty has been assessed and has been charged to that car. It hasn't been taken yet. Augusto Farfus took the lead for BMW and led the Porsche for the first time. It's gone back and forth a couple of times since that. Still one lap between the leading two cars, and you'd say that was in the favour of the Porsche. That's got one more lap in terms of its fuel load to do than the BMW, and that, Peter, could actually be the deciding factor here.
It's looking that way at the moment. The gap on the road is 11.6 seconds, and just imagine what is going through Kevin Estra's mind right now. He's won the race before, but he's been on the wrong side of it as well, and you don't get many chances to win it.
An hour and 55.5 minutes to go. It's 11.6 seconds. Ben Constanturis, Peter Mackay, me, John Hindhaugh in the broadcast booth, just on the start-finish line. I'm not sure Kevin Estra, I know he'd be disappointed, Peter, but Kevin Estra was going to be passed by Marcello, if not in that stint, in the next one.
Well, I think that's why he was taking so much risk, because the BMW is so fast on the straight that he had to try and keep him behind somehow, because if he let him get too close, he might have even been passed going up the Kesselchen, actually, I think. So he was trying everything to keep the Rover BMW at bay, but when you've got that straight line speed deficit, it's difficult. But it's interesting as well how things have changed with the temperature. You know, the pace was fairly equal through the night, but in the hotter temperatures, the BMW's really come alive. And it seems, Ben, that the new Evo BMW M4, they've really got on top of the tyre wear issues that they had with the first generation of M4 GT3 and the new Evo kit. That was one of the big things they were working on, was that the tyre wear, and in these hot conditions, it's so important. I wonder if that's maybe playing a part as well.
There's no doubt that the performance of the cars we're seeing now is definitely different to the performance of the cars we saw overnight, with the temperatures dropping a good 10 degrees. And I think BMW was very strong in the morning when we were here on our stint between 8 and 11 this morning. I do think it's starting to slightly go away from them in these hotter temperatures again, and that weight of the car and the balance of the car perhaps not as strong as the Porsche on its tyre, and therefore that's compounded by the temperature that we've got right now. We have a very flexible strategy to the end. We've got we're expecting Marcello into the pits in the next lap, and then one lap after will be Guven. And that puts them bang in the middle of what they need to do. So there's going to be at some point, there's going to be a half a pit stop needed by both those cars, but they're not going to be quite the same half, because there is that one lap difference between the two. And there's no point looking further down the field, because the Lamborghini Huracan, which, by the way, App Sportsline's number 28 car hasn't had any issues, hasn't had any penalties. It's just been going around, and they are a little bit disappointed that they are 6 minutes off the lead without any kind of drama. But they can see that they're not quite of the performance of the Porsche and the BMW over a stint, and they were definitely strong over one lap we saw in top qualifying. But this is the whole thing about endurance racing. It's not the pace over one lap, it's the pace over 1, 2, 3 stints, if you're having to make tyres last that long, or at least a stint if you are having to make the tyres will only do a single stint. Will they last all the way through the end of that stint, or will there be a drop-off? Do you need to nurse them at the start to get them to the end of the stint in good conditions? And those answers are different in each of the different models of GT3 car.
I think strategy-wise, you want to push your stint as far as you possibly can and be as late in as you possibly can. That last pit stop, the later it is, the closer to the finish it is, the less time you have to stop for. So, you know, for example...
But that rule still exists even if you did a stop before the last 70 minutes. But I think it's more rewarding in the last 70 minutes if you did the offset then.
Well, it only counts in the last 70 minutes. So, and starting at 69 minutes,
sure,
your minimum pit stop time is 212 seconds. If you pitted with, say, 40 minutes to go, it's 134 seconds. So it's a big difference. Even one lap could be 20-25 seconds.
But if you did half a stint now,
yeah,
and only did 4 laps, your 4 laps would be much shorter than somebody doing an 8-lap stint. Like we saw at the start of the race, the Ferrari undercutting its way to the top of the leaderboard because he did a 4-lap stint, a short pit stop, and gave itself track position. and then you would be doing a full
This is at the start
to
of the
the
race.
end. That was at the start of the race.
That's because the reason why it jumped forward is because if you stop early, you have a much shorter minimum pit stop
That's what I'm
time.
saying. You can still do that now.
Yeah, but then it comes back. No, but that's only at the first pit stop. That counts.
Okay.
So that rule is only for the first pit stop.
No, it's not a rule.
It is a rule, Ben.
Because if you do an 8-lap stop, an 8-lap stint, it's 3 minutes and 17 you have to be in the pits. If you do a 7-lap stint, it's 2 minutes and 56, and vice versa. If you do 2 laps, it's only 1 minute and 16. So you can win 2 minutes right now if you just did two laps and then came back in, and then you'd win 2 minutes. But it would shake out at the end, and for me, it's what's more effective. Those numbers you've got in front of you in the last 70 minutes versus the numbers that are before the last 70 minutes.
Yeah.
And what's the difference? Because, that's 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, lap 8 versus lap 2 is like 45-minute difference. So that offset's too big, but I haven't quite worked out whether one lap difference is 22 seconds there. If you don't do a full stint, you do 7 laps rather than 8, your pit stop is 22 seconds shorter. And I think it might be similar in the last 70 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But it's interesting, we see that in the very first stop of the race, where you see some cars coming after 5 laps. You think, what's going on here? It's a problem. But no, it's trying to, sometimes it could be trying to get track position, but it does, you always have to pay it back, if you like, one way or the other. I think in general you want to push it as far as you can go. Depends on the driver as well that you want to have in the car. Kelvin van der Linde's just got into the number 98 Rover BMW. So there again, they don't necessarily know exactly where they are as things stand right now. Manthey has a penalty, yet it hasn't been served yet. It's still being appealed. It's a horrible situation to be in for everybody, really. So fuel going in, looks like they're filling it to the brim. Just over 100 litres going in. I wonder what the per litre euro price is. It's a big bill to pay at the end of the race. Looks like Kevin Esser's getting himself ready.
He looks like he's getting hyped again, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's all he can do now is try and build as big a gap as possible. Try and win the race on the road and just let everything else play out. He's stated his case. I'm sure he'll have explained his view of things.
It's a typical one to appeal, because you are effectively appealing to the same people who are making the first decision. It's like, here's a decision, no, we don't agree, please go and have a look at it again, to the same people. Whereas like court of appeal that you have post-race, it's giving another set of people an opinion on a singular matter. I imagine here you're just taking it to the same set of people and saying, could you think about it again?
Well, but it worked for Rover.
It did, yeah. Or maybe they had to wait until the new set of stewards came in.
Well, it could be.
Because they can't have the same set of stewards for the full 24 hours, I imagine.
Possibly not, no.
So the latest time that you can do your last stop, also the earliest that you can do your last stop, would be at 2:50 odd. It's 2:12 local time right now, so that is only about 40 minutes away, which is about half a stint. So that gives you the idea of where we're at strategy-wise with the cars that are pitting. The BMW now heading out back onto circuit, having done that stop. It's their 18th stint of the race, and for the next not very long, actually, because the Porsche is on the Dottinger Hohe, we will have that big gap, and then the Porsche will do its stop, and it will reset back to how it was before. Depending on, also, of course, what's going on with the code 60s and yellow flag zones. I think the track is quite clear, so the last lap can be quite fast from Guven and equal to van der Linde's last lap.
It's it's as clear as it has been for quite a while. We had a very, very brief running of green flag, but now, in fact, yes, we are. We're back to all green flag then on circuit right now. Kevin Estre getting ready, balaclava on. Had a hug from his wife, Caroline, ready to go and do the job. And he's up for it now, you would think. An hour and 45 minutes on the clock.
So he'll finish the race then?
Yep. Looks like it.
Wow. Marco Holzer, just out of the number 55 GT3R 992. The weather is perfect, but things are getting wild on the track. As soon as one code 60 is lifted, another one pops up somewhere else. There's a lot of grit on the track, and it's very dirty. Too much action for this late stage of the race. I did a double stint, which was exhausting, but of course, it's also our job. Our race is part of a development program for our tyre partner. The car's running like clockwork, but we're off the pace a little bit. Still at the beginning of the program. The fact that we're still fighting for a top 10 position makes it all the more satisfying. That was the number 55. That's the Hankook competition Porsche, sitting in 11th position in SP9 and 11th overall at the moment. So what do you reckon of this putting in Estre to finish off the race, Ben? That's basically get back on the horse that kicked you. How's
he looks fired up, doesn't he? When we saw him in the garage, he absolutely looks like he's ready to make amends. We had a yellow flag out on circuit for the number 27 Lamborghini.
Who's travelling slowly through the carousel.
Now in the pits, there he is. But a little bit of concern for the second placed of the Lamborghinis. Sitting in 6th, teammate to the Lamborghini in 3rd position, which is also in the pits. But for a scheduled stop, was the 27 due in? I don't think it was. No, it wasn't.
No, that was only a second lap out. Bortolotti behind the wheel. Maybe he misread a flag signal, thought he had to come in.
See what they're going to do to the Red Bull livery car on the right-hand side. Is it being pulled into the garage, or are they going to service it on the apron there?
No, I think that's going in the box. I think that's going in the garage there, Ben. They're swiveling it around. Kevin Estre then, with his radio pack, listening in to what's going on. As far as the front of the field's concerned, we are waiting for Aychan Guven to come through. The BMW has made its penultimate stop. So they'll be stopping with round about 50 minutes to go. Possibly even a little bit less. But one lap later, here comes Grello, held up in the Tiergarten in the final run onto the Grand Prix circuit, and these little seconds could be crucial by the end of the race. Still no news on whether that penalty is going to be upheld. Chan Guven then about to get out. Kevin Estre limbering up, ready to go and sit down for about an hour and 50 minutes, which could bring the Manthey Racing team to history. They would once again reclaim the undisputed top of the tree for Nurburgring 24-hour wins if they win here today.
I'm just thinking, if they don't, imagine the heartbreak for Kevin Estre. 2 weeks on the bounce.
2 seconds. I don't think, I mean, he's disappointed about Le Mans, but I don't think there was very much more that they could do.
No, absolutely.
So I think that's mitigated a little bit. They got hurt by a safety car, started at the back of the 21 car field of GTPs at Le Mans. That's what we're talking about. They were disqualified from qualifying, but they started 24th first in a 24-hour race. Didn't make a blind bit of difference. To be only 14 seconds away from the leading Ferrari, the winning Ferrari at the end, I think if you'd offered them that to start with, they wouldn't have snatched your hand off, but they would have thought about it.
He still gave it absolutely everything to try and win, and exactly what he was doing this morning. And I'm sure what it'll do for the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll do the double. He'll do the double.
Yeah, he will. I had Peter McKay.
Yeah,
you wouldn't take him out, would you?
No, it won't be a full double. Of course, with an hour and 40 minutes left on the clock, and Yeah, it will depend, of course, when they want to be after this pit stop. There will be one. Their last pit stop after this one will be hopefully their last one. So they've gone to the full length of their stint here. They've gone the full 8 laps. They'll go the full 8 laps again because they want to be as far into the race as possible, or as close to the finish as possible, to get that minimum pit stop time down.
Kelvin versus Kevin for the last 2 stints then. Von der Linde already installed in the BMW and heading back towards us, waiting for the fuel. And the minimum pit stop time down at Manthey, 36 seconds still to go. After getting out, Raffaele Marciello said it was tough last week and it was hot at Le Mans, and we really felt it. But here, when you're fighting for the victory, you don't feel it so much. Not easy, of course, but when you're fighting for the win, you do not feel tired. That's Raffaele Marciello, who did so much to get them back on terms with that double stint earlier this morning. And still no penalty taken. There is one more pit stop. I think once you get inside the last hour, it's added to your time.
Yeah, that's the only way. I think it's going to be.
So that's what they're doing. They're braving it out here, and they'll be arguing their case. But right now, they're not taking it.
No, and because once it's served, you can't get it back. That's the thing, is they can't give the time back once you've served it. So at the moment, that's what they've got to try and do. Is that from now on they will have one pit stop left, which will be a lap later than the Rover car. Which now that's the question. Calculate what minute that's going to be to go. Well, at the moment, the track is fully green, which would then be maybe an average time around 8.5 minutes a lap if you have some slow zones in code 60s. So it's trying to calculate that where they will be.
Porsche has got out in the lead, as we expected it would do.
Helmet's still on for Mirko Bortolotti in the Abt garage. The Lamborghini has no driver at the moment. Is this a late retirement? I think it is. I think that's heartbreaking disappointment down at Abt. I mean, the only crumb of comfort is it's not the car that's on the podium right now, but Danny Jucadella about to take his helmet off. He must have been getting ready to jump into that car from Bortolotti, and something has gone awry with the Lamborghini. We'll find out in due course exactly why.
I think, it really depends on how the slow zones work out, but I think the Manthey car will pit with around 30 minutes to go, which would be 107 seconds minimum pit stop time. So if you put the Rover car pitting with 38 minutes to go, it's 128 seconds. So there's a 21-second delta. If it's just a minute earlier than that, it's another 3 seconds added on for Rover. So right now on the road, it looks like the Manthey car could well finish top on the road, and then it's, like I said, my fear is that this race is going to be decided in a closed door in an office somewhere.
No, they won't get it to that.
Do you think they're going to get a decision in the next hour and a half?
No, I don't think they need a decision. The decision right now is that car's got 1 minute and 40.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody is working to. I think that's what BMW is working to.
Yeah, but my point is that if you it's looking like they're going to finish first on the road at the moment, judging by the time they're going to gain in the pit stop, etc.
If it is not rescinded by the end of the race, it won't be rescinded. They won't say we're not going to rescind it. They'll cross the line and immediately they'll add 1 minute and 40 onto that, and it will be the BMW that stands on top of the podium.
Oh, yeah, of course, but not finishing first on the road is what my point is.
And at that point, but that's Manthey are playing that game. It's Manthey who are playing that game.
Yeah.
Manthey are playing the game of we are not giving up track position because we know it'll just be added onto our race time at the end. We're not giving up our track position. There may still be machinations going on behind closed doors, but if we don't hear anything as we go on to the last lap, and we haven't heard anything by the checkered flag, then that car's got 100 seconds. And they won't stand on the top of the podium. And at that point, they won't change. They will not change. I predict that they will not change the result.
But it's possible.
I don't think it is.
Until the official results are... We've seen it several times, post-race things. You know, that also the Rover car would have to go through scrutineering as they all do.
Oh, well, both cars have to go through.
So,
yeah.
you know, it is absolutely possible for the results to change
I'm
after.
talking purely about the machinations of what's going on with that 100 seconds.
But Manthey, they can only do what they're doing right now is finish first on the road, which is my point. And with that gap that they'll get in the pit stop, that will make that job a lot easier. There's 10 seconds gap at the moment, but they look set to gain about 20 seconds after the final pit stop.
And if they are in front, they are controlling their race, and they're controlling really what that gap is. They can push as hard as they can. They might even think that within the last hour and 35 minutes, they can get somewhere close to a minute to gain a minute.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, right now, Kevin Estre just put the
big save in that car. It hasn't been getting pushed for the last couple of hours.
He's just put in a personal best in sector 5. Yeah, so he's pushing. He's pushing as hard as he can.
Can I add something else into the mix? At the moment, we've got a completely green track.
Yeah.
So we can go as fast as possible. We can do 8 minutes 12, 8 minutes 15. If we get a big, chunky code 60 area and the track is half a minute slower, you could use that within reason. We've got to wait another 20 minutes before it's an open window, but the pit stop window is not a single lap. The pit stop window is large, and things that happen on track could allow you to play with that window as well. So you don't have to just go 8 laps, pit stop, shortest pit stop, end. You can play around with what may delay you on track.
But then you've only got one more pit stop to go.
Yeah, so you've only got one chance to play with it.
Yeah.
And you want to be as late as possible, otherwise you're giving away time.
Not if you're running green versus running half a minute slower because there's a code 60.
But the earlier you pit, the longer your minimum pit time is when you've got one left.
Sure, but you're going flat out on circuit versus going half a minute slower. Or if it's 2 code 60s, even a minute. We've seen like 10-minute laps.
You've got no control over this code 60s though.
No, you don't. You just got to wait and see.
But somebody's going to make that call as whether they just run to the end of the fuel now.
Yeah.
The other thing is...
that's the simplest thing to do.
And the other thing is, if you have got quite a short pit stop at the end, in terms of the minimum pit stop time, that's from pit in to pit out. That's not standing still. So then you've got to decide, do you take the time to put tyres on, even if that's more time than putting the fuel in? And that might be the call for Manthey.
Well, the absolute shortest it can be, so say 20 minutes to go, say, which is, for fuel window-wise, about the shortest it could be, it's 80 seconds. So you've got plenty of time to change tyres in that time and put the fuel in that you need. Okay. So, I mean, it makes, there is one pit stop left for the Rover car and for Manthey. The later you pit, the less time you have to spend in the pit. So there is no point coming in earlier if you've got the choice. That's giving away time.
So still leading with the penalty yet to be taken. That's all we can say at the moment because that's all we know. Kevin Estre, who was assessed that 1 minute 40 second, 100 second penalty for contact with an Aston Martin, one of the Valkenhorst cars, flipped the car upside down after banging it off the barrier coming down to Verstappen area. The miss. Well, it was a hit, miss.
Announcement from race control. All unserved penalties and outstanding penalties are now converted to time replacements. So there will be no extra long pit stop for anybody who's got penalties.
Okay, that's from 90 minutes out, which we are just coming up to. So that's the game that's the tactic that Manthey are playing. There's no, well, actually there is a time in which you've got to serve your penalty, but they haven't gone over it. that'll go towards the end of the race. So now they know that either when they cross the line, their race time is their race time, or they've got 100 seconds to add on. And they've picked that, Ben, as a tactic. Whatever else, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, so there's no point in speculating. They might be fighting it, they might be showing video. They probably brought Christian Horner down with some pie charts and some pictures of horses and things like that. And that could be happening, but as it stands right now, Ben, their tactic is we're going to go to the end and we'll see if we can pull out 1 minute 40.
Just reminded by Tom Hornsby that Rover appealed last year's result
and failed,
but it wasn't decided for months after the race.
But that was never ever going to be overturned. That was.
They obviously felt it could be.
I think they felt it was worth a try. Ben, thank you very much indeed for being with us, and safe journey home. And we'll see you at the next one. Your next one for us, I think, is
2 weeks' time.
Ricard for the Creventic Championship, all live again. More of this fabulous summer of sports car racing. Peter Mackay, some final thoughts from you as well?
Well, I mean, what a battle, really. Whatever the way it comes out, the pace between the Manthey 911 Porsche and the Rover 98 BMW has just been remarkable to watch that fight all the way through. Very, very few mistakes from either car, and it's of course going to be defined by one incident. Whichever way it goes, that is going to be the talking point that's going to rumble on for years, I think. Because whichever way, it's whether the appeal is successful or not, it looks like it's going to be the difference that decides this race, and shows you just how close it is. That a 100-second penalty is the difference. You know, in a race where there's no safety cars, nothing like that. There's no reset of the field, so every bit of time across those 24 hours is spread out. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. But Kevin Estre, he's going to, I'm sure, just try everything he can to not only bring the car home first on the road, but also with the biggest margin possible, and then just wait to see what happens. That's out of his hands at that point.
It just makes the story a little bit messy if the winner who comes over the line first isn't actually the winner. That's the frustration here, for me anyway.
I've not been privy to all of your conversation, but have you talked about the fact that penalties imposed in the final 3 hours? Yeah. But it was before the final 3 hours, wasn't it? It was 3 hours and 8 minutes. So
when the penalty was given, was it?
It was. Well, I got the message at 12:52, and I think it may have been about 3 or 4 minutes old by that point. So it's not in the final 3 hours of the race, and it says if a stop-and-go time penalty. Well, that's a stop-and-go time penalty. Is this considered a stop-and-go time penalty? Or is it considered time added to your normal pit stop? Anyway,
date and time 12:46.
Yeah, so that's 3 hours and 14 minutes from the aimed for checkered flag. I mean, it might actually extend beyond that, but I think you've got to deal with 4 o'clock being the final time. Wind the clock like 3 hours, that's 1 o'clock, and it was issued at 12:46. If a stop-and-go time penalty issued in the last 3 hours of the race, according to the circuit regulations, as well as Appendix 2, blah, 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 the imposed stop-and-go time penalty will be added to the total driving time of the corresponding vehicle. Well, that's fine, but it wasn't in the final 3 hours. But it also goes on to say that the race director reserves the right to instruct individual vehicles that have received a stop-and-go time penalty to serve that penalty within the race. And what we haven't had is any message from Walter Hornung and the rest of his team, the race director, to say, sorry, Grello, you've got to come in now. So, and the message that you just found, Ben, to say that any overhanging penalties will just be added on, rather does go in the favour of Grello, as in they're okay to stay out. But it is rather stretching the supplementary regulations, in my opinion. So 9:11 from 98, 130 laps completed now, and a gap of just 13.2 seconds. The engine note in the background is Mark Basseng in the 830 Hyundai Elantra, and the trio in this particular Hyundai have been flying throughout the race. There are one or two other cars from this particular manufacturer somewhat battered and bruised. Well, one in particular which found the fence a few hours ago. That gearbox will have been through so many gear changes now at this point, with 90 minutes still to go, but it is holding up. And onto the hats and back that car goes again, with Hyundai ideally, or on course for, a 1-2 finish. I'm just going to check the current positions to make sure that that is still the case, as our various laptops are fired back into life after a little bit of a pause for our lunch on Sunday afternoon. Yeah, Bryson Morris in second in TCR. And a few hours ago, you could argue they were in the fight to maybe close in on this race leader, but there are a number of laps, 2 laps, maybe a lap and a half, that separate the two Hyundai Motor Company vehicles now. As far as stints are concerned, the 911 Porsche has just begun its penultimate stint. So 1 lap ticked off of 8. We will therefore expect the 911 Porsche to be pitting at about 30 minutes to go or so. 98 BMW pitting a lap before that, and that's been the general pattern of the stagger through the course of the last few hours. Marco Mappelli still on course for a podium in the apt Sportsline number 28 Lamborghini, sufficiently ahead of the 54 Pirelli shod Porsche from Dynamic, with Nico Bastian driving the 54 car. And yeah, nearly 3 minutes now, the difference between those two cars. So they appear to be unlikely to change in the closing moments. But, Joe Bradley, as you're settling in with me, Johnny Palmer, for the run to the flag.
I'm strapping in, Johnny. Of
course
this
you are.
This is going to be a cracker.
6-point harness.
We know
they could get those on an armchair.
Yeah, and I've done my crutch straps up, so I'm going nowhere. Can we just clarify? It is 1 minute and 40 seconds that's going to be applied. So if Estra can pull out over 1 minute and 40 seconds ahead of the BMW, then job done. So that's got to be his target mission.
Yeah, in the first instance, yeah, they've decided they're not going to stop, so they're going to push on.
All right, it's got a bit to do. He's only got 14 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to need a problem for the BMW.
Yeah.
But the best case scenario is they finish first on the road. The checkered flag comes out for the then leader. They have 1 minute and 40 second advantage over the BMW. They're assessed a penalty of 1 minute and 40 seconds. So they'd need 1 minute and 41 seconds in actual fact, but they still win the race. My concern is that basically ignoring the time penalty, when you're not in the 3-hour window, it's a risky game to play, because surely if you don't then serve the penalty within the 3 hours, or sorry, if the penalty is assessed prior to that 3-hour marker and you do not serve it, might there be another penalty heading the way of the 911 Porsche, and they'd only find that out at the end of the race.
It's one of those funky rules that in many other forms of motorsport, you have a finite time that you have to serve your penalty, and if you don't, it's DQ. But it's seemingly here,
yeah,
there's a discussion that can be had ongoing.
And it then becomes, there's almost an element of tactics. The tactics of which I've just said, let's pull out 1 minute and 41 seconds and job done.
Now it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, no. Not in the
not on pure pace.
Space of time. And now we're in 22 minutes remaining. That's not going to happen on pure pace, like you say. But you mentioned it, Ben. All we need. There's been an incident packed Nurburgring 24 hours. Wow, that's a shocker. It always is, and anything can happen. And if we have yellow flag areas and code 60s coming out at the wrong time for the right people, from our perspective, then it can happen. We've got to believe it can happen. That's the race in front of us.
Just looking out for a lap that I think has been completed for the 84 car. No, that's not a best. It's flashing up as one of the best laps that has been done for the Easterland Racing Audi, but our official timing screen doesn't agree with that. I'll be surprised if fastest personal best laps of the race were being done now, because it's very, very warm out there. Just after 2:30 in the afternoon. This is the hotter of the 2 days. It might even be the hottest of the 4 days of the Nurburgring 24-hour festival. And overnight temperatures have been a little bit uncomfortable. And even more so perhaps when you're in the warmth of a racing car cockpit, particularly if the engine is immediately in front or behind you. You might get a bit of respite if you're driving a Porsche with the flat six several feet behind the seating position.
We haven't really seen an increased amount of attrition coming into play because of the hotter temperatures. We've had, I mean, I don't know the stats. I haven't got any statistics in front of me, but it seems kind of a run-of-the-mill amount of attrition. So, and I'm talking about mechanical attrition.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about incident attrition. And the most recent one being, of course, the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini that has pulled into the pits, and that has a problem, which we'll keep an eye on, whether or not there's a statement made for clarification on what happened with that one.
Yeah, been in the pits for a long time. Came in after just 2 laps of its 18th stint or 19th stint. Kevin Estre, there's so much finesse even now required to pilot his Porsche around this wonderful ribbon of asphalt, which will just be embedded in his brain at this phase of his career. Could probably shut his eyes and still find his way around. Metzgersfeld for the picture on the left, a bit further behind, just leaving Adenauer Forst for Kelvin van der Linde. That amounts to a 13.5-second lead, and we are just beyond the 22.5-hour marker. So 1 hour, 20 minutes still to go. In 10 minutes, Joe, we'll be into that magic part of the race where all of a sudden your pit stop times are governed by the number of minutes there are to the checkered flag, that final 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Right, I'll pull out my sliding scale chart and keep a handle on this. Issued from the app team regarding the Red Bull Lamborghini, it's a gearbox failure.
Oh.
That's the kind of attrition I was talking about, mechanical attrition. And that's, I think, the first one we've seen for a while.
Well, I was kind of suggesting that with one of the TCR cars, just hearing the gearbox in perfect working order, but you just wonder how many gear changes have actually taken place for so many of the cars still in the race. And this is the point, well, maybe in an hour's time, where drivers will be just listening out for a little rattle that wasn't there 2 hours ago. Very easy for your imagination to run away with itself, though, and you conjure up sounds that aren't actually happening. Lamborghini heading for Stefan Beloff S. So this is the sole surviving apt Huracan. Marco Mappelli in 3rd position, but he has a decent buffer over a chasing Bastian Boos in the 54 Dynamic GT Porsche, which is 2 3/4 minutes there or thereabouts. So still looking on for a podium, this number 28 Lamborghini. And as far as the pit stop cycles are concerned, yeah, it's not as if it's behind schedule and owing us a pit stop. It's on the same rhythm as the race-leading Porsche.
Yeah, that 70-minute window, which then we have this sliding scale of how long it takes to do a pit stop. That also is the opening of the final stop window. So from that moment on, you can make a pit stop at any time and get to the end of the race. And, well, Peter Mackay is sure that everybody will go to the full 8 and then just do a short pit stop at the end, because that's the most efficient way in the pits. And he's completely correct about that. There are possibilities if things change on track, if the circuit gets delayed in any way, or by just traffic. And I don't think you would do it with traffic, because traffic wouldn't cost you that much time. But I don't necessarily think we'll see everybody run all the way to that magic 8 laps and then just all do a short stop at the end. I do think we'll see a slight variance depending on whether we get code 60s out on track.
There's a lot of variables, isn't it, Johnny?
You need about 3 independent code 60s, I've always been told, in relatively fast sections of the racetrack to make it worthwhile to make an early pit stop, because of the benefit you'll gain from doing it when there aren't code 60s on the track. So your rivals will be touring around in certain areas and therefore don't get the advantage of a fast and clear racing circuit. Down the hill towards Flansgott, and a bit of a squeeze there inadvertently from some traffic for Bastian Boos. He makes his way, actually this is Brunchen, So the left-hand flick now towards Eschbach. He's done Eschbach, Brunchen, now Flansgart next up. We've had 1 or 2 incidents on the plummet downhill to this point. His car, if it didn't leave the ground, certainly stretching the suspension. And Bastian Boos not letting up, just really trying to apply some timing screen pressure to Marco Mappelli's Lamborghini, because otherwise, if all things remain equal, the Lamborghini should comfortably be on the podium. But remember that the 27 car has had a gearbox go bang. So if it happens in one car, it could happen in a similar car as well. Not wishing to preempt anything as far as the 28 car is concerned, because it's had a terrific race. And in certain areas of the lap, the Lamborghinis looked very, very strong. The tight and twisty technical nature of the Grand Prix circuit, those first 2 sectors have been the ballpark of the Lamborghini Huracan.
No change in the lead of, would you believe, Johnny, Cup 2?
Really? Okay.
That car has been at the front of that, and it's a competitive class. I mean, I'll check in a moment just how many cars we've got in that class. The 48 Losh Motorsport, it's the number 948. The team is called 48 Losh Motorsports. Black Falcon underneath that sticker. And that car has been like clockwork, dare I say it. I'm touching wood when I say it. Just talking about the Cup 2 leader, Ben, how it's been. And likewise, when you look at the AT2 class leader, every time I look, the Hyundai number 830 has been leading TCR for a considerable amount of time. We've kind of had lockouts all the way down. Every time I've done the hourly class updates, I feel like we've been reading out the same names, but and I have double-checked them because of that. So
I mean, I'm not surprised to see 948 right up there, because in last year's Cup 2 competition, which spanned 8 races, Tobias Muller was the standalone single drivers' champion. Very often, if you stay with your same driver crew through the year, then you might share the title with 2 or 3 other drivers, but Muller was the consistent one, and then he had a change of co-drivers through 2024. I mean, it's so tight, and to be able to be the champion in Cup 2 tells you just how good Tobias Muller is. Noah Nagelsdijk, was he ever driving with Tobias? Yes, it looks like he was, but not always in the same car. But Nagelsdijk's right up there. Then you plug in Dylan Pereira, who's not a regular in Cup 2, but he has done some fantastic stuff in Porsche Carrera Cup racing around the world, champion in several different regional series. And were you saying earlier on, Pereira Super Cup champion as well, Ben? Dylan Pereira has been a Super Cup champion, has he, in the Mobil 1 Super Cup?
I think so.
Or he's come close.
Definitely
anyway.
Carrera Cup.
Yeah, okay. And then Carlos Rivas, who again is not a regular in Cup 2, but is a star in those cars. So on paper, 948 was always going to look strong. The difficulty for the 918 car, which is the Müllner Motorsport offering of Tim Scheerbart, Martin Rump and Nick Zalewski, the thing that did for them was Zalewski's puncture, which happened at, well, he ran into the wall at Hatzenbach and then had to do a full Nordschleife lap on basically the wheel rim, and that finished any chance of them winning the class. Amazingly, they're still second though, Joe.
Yeah, 11 cars as well in the Cup 2 class, I've just reminded myself.
Yeah.
Some strong teams in there. 927 comes to mind. They're already out of the race. I'm not quite sure what problems put them out. But with an all-Dutch driver lineup of the likes of Tom Coronel and Paul Meyer, Rudy van Buren and Jaap van Roon are the all 4, but strong driver lineup with Tom and Paul. But that car's dropped out of the race with an issue. It's one of the most competitive categories in any form of endurance racing, wherever we go. It's basically a Porsche Cup class, and for a team to be as dominant as that number 948 has been is just formidable, quite formidable. But like you say, Johnny, they've ticked all the boxes, haven't they? The driver lineup as strong as ever, and like clockwork, they've been going round. But we will keep an eye on that.
So Pereira was a Mobil 1 Super Cup champion in 2022 when he finished 10 points ahead of Larry ten Voorde and Lauren Heinrich. But Bastian Boos was in that championship, Harry King, Marvin Klein. There's so much talent there. And to win it by a clear 10 points over Dutchman Ten Voorde. Pereira is from Luxembourg. I think this trip was the first time I'd actually set foot on Luxembourgish soil.
Yeah, me too.
And we were dragged to an off licence. But the beer was phenomenally priced, as in cheap. So we've still got lashings of that to get through tonight.
Yes, we have.
In our effort to recover from a 24-hour race.
A little shout out to Volker Strycek. We mentioned him midway through the race, and I still don't have that piece of paper that I was hoping to find with the stats on it. So it's not, isn't that one? Because Volker has over 100 class victories here at the Nurburgring.
I know the piece of paper you're talking about.
And he has the biggest record of class victories in the 24 hours. And he's about to add another one because he's part of the Door Motorsport McLaren Archery Trophy car, which is car 59 and leads SP8T by 5.5 minutes. So he's gone well above 100 class victories in what used to be VLN. He's also the managing director of the Opel Performance Centre.
20th overall as well, Ben.
And they are, yeah, because that car is fast, isn't it? We've seen it taking off at Flamsgarten. But he is the most successful class victor in history, and he's gonna add another one if all goes to plan. As the Volkswagen, I'm afraid, comes to a grinding halt again. This has been reported of happening a couple of times. It's not been easy running for the White Angels, and he does get back going again. He's just on the Grand Prix loop. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, looked like he just pulled off.
So Volker Strycek isn't the most successful person, but he's the most successful person in the race with 14 class victories. This will be his 15th, and he will only be one, therefore, behind Heinz-Josef Burns, who has 16 class victories in the Nurburgring 24 hours.
That was my own copy of that sheet. It wasn't me that stole it from you, just to establish that.
I don't know where it went.
Well, it's amazing what certain things can happen in a commentary box over a 24-hour period. The mind boggles. 14 seconds is the leading margin for Kevin Estra over Kelvin van der Linde's Rover Racing BMW. Great to see that the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzel on Mercedes did get recovered from the Valvoline Curva gravel trap. Remember, it was stuck there as the red flags came out, and it wasn't because of its recovery, it's because of a major power failure that we think linked to the air conditioning units in pit lane. But at the same time, Janus Fitja was having a moment at turn, what would you call that, probably turn 3 on the Grand Prix circuit. Took a fair bit of recovering that car. It was on an outlap, and one of the rear wheels wasn't attached properly and fell off. Meantime, so that car now being driven by Christopher Broek, running in 14th position. Porsche at Kleiner Carousel. The Link & Co. 827 car about to rejoin as well. I'm not sure what I have spoken too much about that, but
yeah, we had a little chat about it.
Okay, good. That was earlier in the week, but first
it's not in TCR, it's in the alternative fuels, the 83 category.
And it's a Link & Co. 03 TCR for Chuang Yan, Yaching Sunny Wong, and Jiquang Zhang, all of China, as the car is. And 827 heads back into the race, third in the AT3 division.
Just as a matter of interest, talking about alternative fuels, they have their own fueling area. All the regular fueling is done at the pit apron, where we're just seeing the number 84 Audi R8 just pull up for it, pit stop. All the alternative fuel cars have to go into the separate fueling area, where there is a selection of alternative fuels, isn't there? And there's quite a few, and so they've got service areas solely for those cars, and you have to remember to pick what alternative fuel you're in and remember where your refueler is.
Well, interestingly, Max Cruz Racing, for instance, are developing their own fuel, and therefore their pit bay is branded Max Cruz Racing. They're running a 20% bioethanol and 40% renewable components in their fuel. Ford Motors have got their own similar fuel from Crop Energies. And then Manthey we haven't spoken about this at all, but they're running a Cayman developed alongside the Griezmann family, and they have an e-fuel. They're calling it an e-fuel. And then Bonk Motorsport with a different fuel again. And of course, this is all about the development moving forward, because it wasn't that long ago that diesel came here for the first time and took victory and then went away, and was proving what you can do with diesel fuel that very much became commonplace in German automotive for many, many years. No electric cars in this year's race, probably never, but it's the sort of thing you can imagine once the technology is there. Hyundai, who are so very much involved in electric cars on the road, developing a car that can make it. The problem is you'd have to sit, at the moment the technology would mean you'd have to sit in the pits for 10 minutes per refuel.
Yeah, but if your range is 100, let's say a race car, an electric race car has a range of 100 miles. Is that viable?
Yeah, I suppose so. A good range on a road car is 400 kilometres.
What are these guys doing in an hour? Are they doing 100 miles or more?
They're doing 8 laps of 25, so they're doing 200 kilometres. They're doing about 150.
Right, so
I think you could.
So the electric car has to do 300 miles and then wait 10 minutes in the pit.
Yeah.
And that will counter and kind of balance it. So,
yeah,
viable.
We're not far off it, but at the moment the refueling element or the recharging element, even in Formula E, where they've got 650 kilowatt chargers now, is still not of refueling conventional fuel. And it seems more and more renewable energies is the way that some other championships are going. We're coming up to just over an hour left. Nothing has been established as to whether there is a penalty still for the 911 or not, but there is a pretty stable 13-second gap.
Yeah, and last time through, Estra actually able to pull out a little bit of a gap of half a second over the Rover Racing BMW of Kelvin van der Linde, but when you think we are doing 25 kilometres with every single lap, then half a second is absolutely nothing, considering the amount of corners you have to get through safely with each and every lap, expecting the BMW to come in not on this lap, not on the next, but the one after that, and then a lap later than that, Kevin Estra. But by virtue of pitting a lap later, because of the natural rhythm of this race, the Porsche can spend less time in the pit lane, and therefore buy a bit more time back over at the BMW, or say buy a bit more time back. It's actually going to extend its advantage as things stand, but still a big question mark as to whether it should have served that 1 minute 40-second penalty already, especially considering that the penalty wasn't assessed in the final 3 hours of the race, and that is normally the rule.
I really want to go away from here knowing who won the Nurburgring 24 hours.
None of us are doing that.
I'm really
today.
We're leaving in the morning.
Well,
yes. Yeah, because I think
know by then.
Can Rover protest?
I think we'll have a.
Can Rover protest the result if they don't take their penalty? If Manthey don't take their penalty?
Well, the thing is, they don't have to take their penalty, Ben. The time.
No, I understand
the
that.
time penalty will be applied
or not.
So as they cross, what do you mean or not?
Well, if they're still protesting it.
No. The time penalty has been given. That time penalty will be applied.
No, but they were appealing it.
Yes.
In the last hour. Oh, I see. It will still be applied.
The appeal stands, and that's where it'll hang. So the appeal for the time added, which will give the BMW the win, the appeal will overturn that win if it comes through.
Yeah.
The chances of it coming through, I would say, are slim to none.
before the end of the race.
No, they're not going to do that.
You don't think that the appeal will be overturned?
They haven't got time to go over all the evidence and give it a proper, in effect, proper trial.
Well, in which case we aren't going to know, as you say.
There are some race series that will deal with things in a kind of a dictatorship way, of like what we say goes.
Well, there is still that line in the regulations, though, that effectively gives Walter Hornung a get-out clause, which is it's always his discretion as to whether he instructs a particular car to serve a penalty before the checkered flag is waved. And Walter Hornung has that up his sleeve as an option should it be required. I know there was the blanket message to say all overhanging penalties will now be added, but as I say, it might be that one individual car is told otherwise.
When does this race end, Johnny? When the checkered flag falls at 4 o'clock?
No, it's my understanding that it will wait for the race leader. What an event here at the Nurburgring 24 hours, the 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24. And with 27 SP9 cars at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, squeezing their way through the Yokohama S, we got things underway, but actually not for too long. It's not been an unknown in the past, but it doesn't happen very often when a red flag comes out because of no power in the pit lane, and none of the cars, not even the GT3 cars, could be refueled in pit lane until the power was re-established to the fuel pumps. Plenty of cars losing the rear end in different places. So Alexei Veremenko on the run down to Flansgarten. Here there was a nerve from a BMW 325i on the 94 Porsche, but it was right in the path of the then second placed Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Julian Andlauer, who absolutely had no choice but to, well, nowhere to go other than pile into the front of the Kiefer family dark blue Porsche. And Andlauer so upset with that situation, grimacing as he drove away on a Grand Prix lap, but had to then duck into the pits via the back door. Big clang for Luca Ludwig's #1 Scherer Sport PHX Audi R8 GT3 as the fans continue to be at the side of the racetrack for the overnight hours. A relatively short night here. Sunset at 2:45, 10 to 10 last night. The sun reappeared actually well before official sunrise, or at least we got some daylight from about 4:30, but the sun officially rising at 5:20. Galgenkopf was the scene of a couple of Caymans coming to grief, including one on the inside of that bend. The gravel trap at the Vidal chicane has been getting wider and wider all race, and so much gravel now litters that very fast chicane. One of a number of Aston Martins coming to a sorry end, unfortunately, on a fast part of the racetrack. Then a Hyundai Elantra was rudely assaulted by Danny Juncadella. That was as those cars were coming out of a caution. And sadly, the demise of the Dacia Logan as well, heavily into the barrier. Benjamin Leuchter had a good view of that. What about this incident? Kevin Estre leading the motor race. He had behind him the pressure of the Rover Racing BMW, needed to squeeze the gap underneath an Aston Martin from SP10, but was there a gap there? Well, maybe in the blink of an eye, but it was firmly closed, and Estre half up the curb, catching the rear of the Aston, putting it into a lurid spin, and as it hit the metalwork on driver's left, it flipped the British car up onto its roof, skating down the racetrack with the driver inverted. He is now in hospital for checks, we're told, and hopefully will be released either today or tomorrow. But it didn't half change the point of the battle out front, because the BMW absolutely vaulting the curb as well. I'm amazed how the Rover Racing BMW and the chasing Lamborghini with Jordan Pepper in it managed to squeak through without any contact. Then we had the showdown between Kevin Estre's 911 Porsche and the 98 Rover Racing BMW. This was the moment where Estra was summoned to the race director for his side of the story. But how about this? Down the Dottinger Hoor, picking up the toe, and then a hint of side draft. But to be honest, the overtake for the race lead was already done way before the kink at Antonius Bucher for Brazilian racer Augusto Farfus. And then the run down the start-finish line straight after that showed us just how much punch the M4 has versus the Porsche, even in clear air. There's been a constant cycle back and forth, but eventually there was a decision regarding the incident involving Kevin Estra's Porsche and the stricken upturned Aston Martin. 1 minute 40 seconds delivered to the Grello car, but as we speak, it hasn't been served. It could have been done during one of the regular pit stops via the penalty bay, but the 911 Porsche is still going around because it leads by 5 seconds over Kelvin van der Linde's Rover Racing BMW. And clearly the tactic now is from Manthey EMA to try and win this race and then fight it out in the steward's room and possibly the courtroom in the hours and let's not hope, weeks after this event. Sadly, the Red Bull at Lamborghini is out of the race with a gearbox problem, but there's a Lambo on course for a podium. And the way things stand after 134 laps sees the 911 Kevin Estra Porsche leading by 4.8 seconds, but it is not all about an SP9 battle out there on the Nurburgring Nordschleife. There are many other classes, some of them still up for grabs, some of them have settled into a bit more of an established order because we are now less than an hour to go. 54.5 minutes remain on the clock, and that means we're into the magic final 70 minutes where your minimum pit stop time, the final pit stop for most of the SP9s, will now be down to how many minutes are left on the clock to 4 o'clock at the exact point that you enter pit lane. Are we ready, gentlemen, to have a little look at the current class leaders, or does the timing screen need another bit of a shake-up?
No, I think we're there.
Good.
It's the last of the hourly updates with class leaders. The next time we announce these class leaders, they'll not be class leaders, Johnny, they'll be class winners. So, Cup 2, yeah, it's the 48 Lush Motorsport by Black Falcon 948. That still leads 11th overall, almost into the top 10. What a run that car has had. The AT2 class is being led by the number 644 Max Cruz Racing, and that is the alternative fields. That is 15th place overall, and we've got a slow-moving car out on track, bringing out moving yellow flags, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, GT tyres.
Yeah, you keep an eye on that.
502 it is.
I will continue with the class rundown.
It's not a class leader. Sixth place in VT2, rear-wheel drive.
Okay, in 20th place overall, SP8T. That's the number 59, the Dole Motorsport McLaren there, into the top 20. TCR, they're in 23rd overall, and that's the 830 Hyundai Motorsport Target Competition. Max Cruz is number 19, the AT3 car, this one. They're 25th overall. Cup 3, that's the 962 W&S Motorsport Henry there in 28th overall. And then an